You're watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois on Tuesday night, March 29th at around 11 p.m., March 29th, 2022. Today, we are going to be playing one of the games in the Mortem L.A. set. There are 3 of them currently. We're going to be playing Lights, Camera, Murder, which I believe is the first one in the order. Then there are 2 more. One is called, one is based on a wrestling thing, Lucha Muerte. And then there's another one called Death in La La Land. Okay, all set in LA. All set in 1948 LA. We're going to play the first one, Lights, Camera, Murder. So we can put these aside. I'll show you. We'll open up and take a look at it together. If the chat can let me know if the audio and video are okay, I'd appreciate it. This will be full of spoilers. Not yet, but once we start playing. Complete spoilers, we'll play through the whole case, and then we'll review it and talk about it. We may not finish it in one session. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it took us 2 7-hour sessions. So keep that in mind, that we may not get into the review for until the next session. And Jonathan and Robert will tell me when it's convenient to do the second session, if we're going to have 2 sessions. All right, before we open up this box, let's talk a little bit of the history of this game from what we know of it, which isn't much. Someone suggested this series on the channel a while back, and I just managed to pick up all 3 boxes on eBay. So they're used, but they don't look like they've been played. There's some coin that comes with them that someone took out, but I don't think they've actually been played. They look like they've not been played, but they've been opened. So the company that makes this is the Mysterious Package Company. And this is a company from Canada that started in 2013, it looks like. And their specialty are these subscription mail-based mystery experiences. It's a little bit similar to Hunt a Killer or whatever. You subscribe to a specific package, and you might be mailed 3 different packages from that series that continue, and then you solve them. They're very focused, for the most part, the games that this company makes, on sort of the immersive experience of sort of a creepy experience. And so there are lots of sort of Cthulhu monstery ones where you get some statue. They're very expensive. They can go up to like $300. And I know they kickstarted one that was quite popular. And so they're heavy on the experience of having something physical to hold and play with that might be expensive, but might make you feel like you're in some cool world. And maybe heavier on the puzzles, not so much story reading, but puzzles and letters that you have to figure out and solve. Some of them you have to figure out who the culprit is, but some may be more complicated. Okay. That's their bread and butter. The Mortem L.A. series, which is not credited to a specific author, so I don't know what the provenance of this series is, whether they licensed it from someone else, which seems quite common in this genre. These companies put out, the people who like these like subscribing to them on a regular basis. And so it looks like a voracious appetite for new games of this type. So it's not uncommon for these companies to license out content, to purchase content from others. And in fact, as a little side note, I'm just going to bring up the chat. As a little side note, I was thinking if you wanted to get into game design, this would probably be a very good area where you could create your own experience case and sell it to one of these companies. There are enough of these companies. I don't know that you'd make much money, but you'd get your feet wet in this business. But I think it's highly likely that you would find a buyer who would market your stuff much easier than selling a board game, which seems like it has a much higher threshold because it's sold in retail stores. These are all sold locally by the company. So all of the games from the Mysterious Package Company are sold through their website. That's it. You don't walk into a store and you buy them, so they handle everything themselves. Just to catch up on the chat for a little bit, everyone's saying the audio is okay. Joe Lamb is stopping in to say, I love your patience in explaining engaging us play mystery games. Is there any possibility to make a video on tips and tricks to solve a mystery game, a beginner's guide? That sounds like a very fun idea, and maybe Jonathan can help me with that. We do have some ideas. I think that's a fun idea. I think that would be a good idea. I did make a video called something like So You Want to Try a Narrative Detective Mystery Game. But that's recommending which of these games you might want to start with. But I like the idea of making a video talking about our thoughts, our techniques for solving these. Okay, back to Mysterious Package Company, which is a bit of a mysterious thing, how they got Mortem L.A. So Mortem L.A. is now a trilogy of 3 games. You can still buy it from them. You can buy the original one-offs of these. Let's take a look at them. You can buy these for $69 is how much they're selling these for new. That is at the very upper end of this kind of game, which is, we'll talk about what kind of game this is in a minute. But you could imagine if you're buying the Sherlock Holmes boxes for $40-50, and those have got 10 cases in it. This has got 1 case in it, so $69 is a lot. It's the most I've ever seen this kind of game sell for, but we'll take a look at it. We'll see if it's worth it. And then they're selling the trilogy for something like, I don't know, $200. All 3. Robert was pointing out in the chat before the session started that they've actually just announced a new game in the series. It's called London Gothic, Postmortem London Gothic, which is set, obviously not in LA, in London, but continuing the series of the Global Detective Agency, which is what you're part of in this case. So I was thinking these came out in 2018, or at least the first one, so they're fairly recent, but I was thinking maybe they licensed them and it was a one-off deal, but it looks like they are going to continue the series. Whoever, I don't know if it's a different writer. I'd love to see the author. It's very strange to me when these games don't have authors because they're so focused on writing of story. You'll see there's a huge amount of writing in this game that it's odd to not credit an author for those. Okay, but that London Gothic, there's some subtitle I don't know, is not out yet, but due to come out. You can sign up to be notified. It'll be $70. We may play it if we like these. I'd love to have some more history into this specific set, this specific series, Mortem L.A, because you'll see it's fascinating. It looks like a hybrid game that's highly influenced or derived from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, or more specifically Gumshoe, which was hard-boiled detective in the 30s set in LA. The connections between Gumshoe are strong and throughout, and so it's going to be really interesting. I don't know how many in the channel have played Gumshoe. I played Gumshoe. Played on the channel, most of it. You can see my review and videos about it. Gumshoe is a singular experience. It's the longest, biggest, most ambitious of its type, and it's a marathon, and it's amazing, and it works very well for some things, and it sort of doesn't work in some other things. And you'll see this game, if you're familiar with Gumshoe, really looks like it's revisiting a lot of the Gumshoe ideas, and it's going to be fascinating to see if the modern revisiting of it works better in some ways. I'm fascinated about this. Jonathan Warner is pointing out that he just watched Black Dahlia, which is a very cool movie. It does seem on theme. Enjoyed most of it, but it did have a shaky final half hour. Yes, I think that seems to be the consensus about the movie. All right, what else do we need to say about this set before we read it? Let me see my note here. No author. Oh, I did want to say one other thing about the way this game is listed in the Mysterious Package Company's website. So as I said, Mysterious Package Company, you'd order everything online from them. Most of their games are much more of an experience and less of a board game Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective type game. And if you don't know what that means when I say Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game, I'll explain it when we open this up. But I did want to say one of the nice things that you'll find on that website is for each game you look at on their website, it tells you their relative difficulty level and whether it's puzzle-based, story-based, narrative-based, etc. So you can see that most of the games on the site are not like this. But some of them are, and this London Gothic is. So that's actually, this is described as moderate difficulty and highly narrative, something like that. Like low puzzles, low mathematical crypto puzzles, but high narrative and moderate difficulty. All right, we've got some more people in the channel that we don't normally have, which is unusual. Okay, so before we dig into this box, we'll do our normal sort of catch up with the chat and just talk a bit. Did anyone do anything interesting this weekend before we get started here? I had a murder mystery dinner with some friends. 8 of us played. We played a game called The Waters Down Affair, which is How to Host a Murder. One of these series. There's a whole bunch of these series. They're all from the 80s, and you can buy them on eBay for like $15 each. Just make sure it hasn't been used. These were very popular. And if you've never played one of these, I should take a breath between sections. If you've never played one of these murder mystery dinners, they're quite fun. They have a very fixed number of players, 8 players. They've got invitations for each of the 8 people, so you can actually send them in the mail. It tells them when it is, and it tells them what role they're playing. So in this game, there's 8 roles, so you divvy them up. It's usually in couples, so it's 4 female, 4 male, but anyone could play anyone. And the way they're structured is there's some overall story. It's almost always like an Agatha Christie type setting, like everyone's invited together for dinner and their host is killed. And you're trying to figure out who is the murderer. And everyone has a motive. Everyone has opportunity. And in fact, the way the game is structured, even the murderer won't know that they're the murderer until the final act. So basically, everyone gets a booklet. That's their private booklet for their role. And it tells them, in this game, it tells you information that is known only to you, that might have like what you're really there for, how you were really involved, but that won't tell you that you're the murderer. And then information that you must get out to the table, public, at the end of the round, and it's divided into 4 rounds. So it's kind of fun because it's scripted in acts. So in each act, everyone has some information they're trying to convey. Like maybe my character will say, I saw Roger arguing with, Madeline, and that's information I have to convey. So it's sort of, it drips it out. So by the 4th act, lots of information is out and everyone is very suspicious and you're accusing each other, and there's certain information you're not allowed to lie, but you're allowed to mislead about some stuff. It's quite fun. And then you eat dinner during it. And then at the end, you reveal who the murderer is. So we all got it wrong. None of us guessed the right murder, but it's fun. It's fun. And I think it's also, what I was thinking about is one of the reasons I realized that board games, that I enjoy board games so much is that I like the structured interaction. The idea of just going to a dinner and talking, free form talking, or getting together with people and free form talking feels very awkward and uncomfortable. And so I like having a structure of some event, some project, something that you're supposed to be doing. And the nice thing about these murder mystery dinners is not only does it give a structure to the conversation, but I think one thing it does really well that it's easy to underestimate is how well it provides something for people who wouldn't normally sort of interject themselves into conversation. You have a group of people. Some people tend to dominate the conversation more than others. They're louder, they're more whatever they are. They've got some alpha personality. And because of the way these games are structured, everyone has stuff that they have to participate in. And it's not scripted word for word, but it tells them kind of what information. So it means everyone is going to be participating. And that makes a big difference when you've got a group of people where you might have some people that would otherwise tend to dominate conversation. So I would absolutely recommend these games. Jonathan Warner says, it's cool that it doesn't say who the killer is to the very end. Yeah, at least this series doesn't even tell you, like even on the 4th round of this game, no one knows who the murderer is, even the murderer. And it's only after everyone's accused each other that you read the solution. This game was actually clever. This game actually had each of us read 1/8 of the solution until it got to the murderer. Some of the games may reveal that you're the murderer a little earlier, but it's nice when the person who's the murderer doesn't have to lie about that they're the murderer. Everyone's lying a little bit, but so I think we'll be playing a couple more of these. If anyone's going to be at Gen Con this year, let me know if you want to. Maybe we can get together and have one of these murder mystery dinners as one of the days at Gen Con. All right, anyone else have anything else to say to catch us up before we take a look inside this box? Another thing I did this weekend was watch Tim Heidecker's On Cinema at the Cinema Oscar special, which I love. It's not as good as the first ones, but it's a comedy. Okay, Robert says, is that Gumshoe over my left shoulder? Yes, it is. That's right behind me right there. There's Gumshoe. If you look, there's Gumshoe. There. A giant game. We can look inside. You can watch my video if you want to look inside it. And then to the left of that is Ellery Queen. You can see how similar the covers look. Ellery Queen is set in the 40s in New York City. I played a game on the channel live. I'd like to play some more. It's much less, it's one-off little mysteries and they're much smaller, but it's kind of fun. Gumshoe is unrivaled in its scope, but you're going to see there are some very cool things in here that make it, this is a strange box, a little hybrid box, but there are parts of it that, you know, occasionally how you get a game or something, you're like, wow, this is higher quality than it should be, that I have every right to expect. And that's kind of what this one feels like. All right, any other comments from the chat before we open this box up? All right, I guess we're gonna open this up and look at it. Okay, let's get our camera here so we can take a look at what this looks like. So this is how it ships in these cardboard boxes. Global Detective Agency. And let's see what we've got here. Okay, so we've got an introductory letter. We'll read this. We won't read this now. We'll just look at this stuff for a second. Okay, a newspaper. It's only one sheet, but it's on newspaper stock, and it looks convincingly like a newspaper with advertisements, a radio program guide, etc. Okay. A little checklist of what's in the box. Okay. A nice set of rules, all typeset and beautifully printed. It gives you this 40s guide. Tells you basically how to play. We'll take a look in a second. But now I want you to see how impressive this map is, how beautiful it looks. So look, here is downtown LA, but look at how nice this map looks. I mean, it is quite beautiful. Now you already see that this is going to be like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, in that we've got a map, we've got all these locations, they're all numbered, and you can go to any of these locations by looking them up in the clue book and reading what you encounter there. So here's downtown LA. I don't know if anyone is from LA and can talk about how accurate this is, but it is beautiful. I mean, it looks of the time period. It's got that feel of sort of the 40s. I don't know what we would call that, Art Deco, maybe. But it's typeset well. It looks beautiful. Now, compare this to Gumshoe. The Gumshoe map looks like they just took an existing map that wasn't meant for a game. There are no locations on it. It was just to sort of give you a feel for the geography. This one is much more gamified. We've got all the locations nicely laid out with numbers, and then all kinds of landmarks. Public Library, Biltmore Theater, Subway Terminal Building, City of LA Fire Department Headquarters, so State Public Works. It's full, and look how many locations there are. Tons. Now I want you to notice there are two kinds of locations on this map. There's the circular ones, which are listed in the legend as leads found in the directory. And then there's the stars, which are informants found in the directory. Okay, so the next thing to notice, the connections with Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective become clearer, because in this game, there are a set of informants that you can visit. Now, one of the things that's kind of shocking, when you think about the quality of this map, the work that went into this, here's something that's shocking. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective came out in '81. Big map of London, a little bigger than this, with all these locations. That map of London has been reused in maybe 60 cases. That same map of London, 50 cases or so. They reused that one map. They've improved it, they reprinted it, they redid the art a couple times, but it's essentially the same exact map with the same locations. This is a one-off map for this game, for this box. Those other two boxes in the Mortem L.A. set do not use this map. They're not expansions. This map is only for this one game. This couple hours we're going to be playing, use this map. That blows my mind. But if that wasn't enough, I want you to look at this. This is only one side of this. If you flip it over, there's another entire map of Greater Los Angeles. I mean, how insane is that? That this amount of work went in to this map, which is only for this one 3-hour game. That's just shocking. It's absolutely shocking. Now, here's something that occurs to me. Like, if you're interested in making fan cases, here is 1940s pulp gumshoe detective with a gorgeous map with locations already laid out and the full downtown LA with all these different places and a directory. This would be an incredible sort of kit for making your own game. And it wouldn't surprise me if this company wouldn't license it from you if you wanted to do it. So if you're interested in making this kind of game set in this world in the 1940s, I think you might well, you couldn't do too badly to take these maps and make your game set in LA in the 1940s and use these map locations to frame your story. Okay, so we've got these two maps. This is sort of the close-up of downtown, and then this is the larger map. I don't know how we'll be switching between these when, but normally I would tape this down to the table. I won't this time because I don't know how we're going to flip it over. I did take time to scan the maps so that we can visit it here on the tablet and annotate it as well. So while we're playing, we could maybe use the tablet to circle places and keep track of stuff. And I've got both maps in here. So hopefully that will make it a little easier for you guys to see in detail when we want to zoom around. But yeah, I'm just blown away by this map and the idea that this map was only made for this one game. But if I was going to make a Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective type game, I think I might be inclined to set it in the 40s and use these maps. And this company might be interested in licensing it from you. Okay, there's the map. Let's go back to the box and see what other surprises there are for us. All right, next up is the directory. Okay, let's take a look at the directory. All right, so what you're seeing now is the basic framework of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. A map with locations that are numbered. A clue book, which I'll show you in a minute, so that when you visit a place, you open up and you read that clue. That's your game. You pick a place to go, you read the story that happens when you get there, and that might give you other places to go. Just like Sherlock Holmes has a directory, here we've got a directory too. It's beautifully laid out. It's much thinner and smaller than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but it's very similar in spirit. We've got our yellow pages here. So these are locations listed by their type. So here are the auto dealers. If we wanted to go to auto dealers, there's Chaffee Ned Autos, Ford Motors, and Statler Studebaker. You can see it's got the number of the clue entry that we would look up, but also where it is on the map. So J6, you can see the map is laid out on a grid. So here we've got, this map goes to I. So if you wanted J, you'd be on this side. It's a little painful to have to keep switching, but there's J6. Okay, well this one is in the corner that we can't see it. Let's see if we can find another one. How about D5 for Ford Motors? Let's find that. So D5, Ford Motors, and we're told Ford Motors is 338. So there's right there, Ford Motors. So these aren't labeled by their name on this side of the map, but we can find them here in the directory. The other thing, okay, so we've got our yellow pages. That goes on. It's called the business directory. That goes on for a couple pages. And then we've got something else that we see in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which is a residential directory by last name. So if we hear about someone in our case, like Mr. William Glatt, we would look him up and we'd say, okay, he lives at 382, which is N5, and then we could go visit him. All right, so sometimes you look up by type, sometimes you look up by name. And then we've got here something, again, that we've seen in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which is a set of informants that are always available. This makes more sense when you're reusing this in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. They're the same informants in the dozens of games. Here it's only one game, but there's certain informants that you can visit, and we'll read these in detail before we play. Robert is asking, what software are you using for the tablet? This is Autodesk Sketchbook. Autodesk Sketchbook. Sometimes I forget how to use it. It's way overkill for this, but it's still the best one I know for doing this. Or it's the only one I know. Okay, so that's our directory. We'll read the informants when it comes time. All right, now take a look at, here is the clue book. Now this is the only part I'm not thrilled about, but it kind of makes sense and thematic. The clue book for this game is like a little paperback book. So it's small. It's maybe what? 7 by 4. And you can see it's organized by paragraph numbers at the top of each page. Each page has one little thing. So it tells you, don't read this book from beginning to end, read the rules first. So when we wanted to look up a place, like let's say we wanted to go to Ford Motor Company, we would look up 338, and there's either going to be an entry for it, in which case we would read it, or there's no entry, in which case there's nothing important at that location. And that's that. Now, like Gumshoe, if we look at the rules for this game, we will see, let's take a look at the rules. Let's read the rules together. Okay, here are the rules. Let's read them. Postmortem is an interactive mystery set in Los Angeles in 1948. You are a detective of the Global Detective Agency. Question suspects, examine evidence, explore the city. Contents: map, double-sided map of Los Angeles. Leads are represented on the map as a point which contains a 3-digit number. If the lead is significant to the case, there will be a corresponding entry in the pulp novel. Informants are marked on the map as stars. Directory. This contains people and businesses in the city. The 3-digit number is a lead that can be found in the pulp novel. The alphanumeric characters are coordinates which correspond to the map. Pulp novel. After the introduction, entries in the pulp novel begin with a 3-digit lead at the top of the page. Leads are uncovered as you investigate and can be found on the map, in the directory, or at other points in your investigation. If no entry exists when searching at a lead, you have gone too far off the trail. How to play. Verify. Compare the contents in your postmortem package against the included checklist. Put out the map, the novel, the newspaper. You will need to write in your notepad. There's a notepad that comes with the game. It's here. It's actually quite nice. It's spiral bound. And you can see they've laid it out so that, and you can see on the first page, it shows you an example here. In fact, this is an introductory lead, I guess. So you would write the lead number here, what you want to investigate next, and you'd write your notes here. We will keep track on a separate notebook, so I don't write in this actual one, but this is actually quite nice place for you to put the lead number, where you want to go next. I like this. In fact, I'm inclined to want to make my own custom little thing, but that's pretty, I mean, this is a nice little thing, huh? All right. So, all right. In your notepad. Now, evidence packets labeled do not open. I'm going to show you those next. Should be placed on the side. Do not open them unless instructed. So here's something that Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective doesn't have, which is what makes this a little bit of a hybrid part, which is, I guess I'll show you this now, is there are these packets. They're sealed. So here's A, B, C, D, E, F, packaged as if they're little crime scene bag items. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Some of them are flat papers. This is a physical thing with some width. But okay, so the game will tell us when to open these. It's pretty cool. It's pretty exciting. So it's a little bit of a hybrid of the document games where there's going to be something physical that we open and can look at and feel like we're in this real world. Okay, then there's a final report, which looks like this. It's a set of questions. Maybe we shouldn't look at it. We shouldn't read them yet. But the answer to this game is in this little pamphlet. So when we're ready to solve it, we will answer these questions and then open it up. So apparently no use of website, no electronic stuff at all. We just answer those questions when we're ready, and then we read the solution. No scoring that I can tell, maybe based on what questions you get right, but no need to track how many leads you take. No time limit. We're just going to explore till we've exhausted everything. Then we will read the solution. You start the game by just turning to the first page in this book and reading the introduction to the case, which is what we'll do when we're ready to start. And then from there, we'll start following leads. Now, it says everything else worth investigating in postmortem has a 3-digit number called a lead. To follow a lead you find on the map of the directory, turn to its page. Only leads relevant to your investigation are in the pulp novel. Again, if the trail you're following contains no useful information, there will not be a lead number for it in the novel. Interesting, no credit here is given to being inspired by Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but it's obviously using the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective gumshoe model. But now, take a look at this. This is where the connections to gumshoe look a little stronger. So there's says leads for people and businesses are found in the directory. Some leads can only be found by questioning suspects, searching the map, or examining evidence. Leads can instruct you to take an action, like in opening evidence A. But look at this. Leads can help you decide which lead to pursue next. Do you jump from the roof or dive through the fire? So this is something that we don't see in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but we did see in Gumshoe. Gumshoe started to experiment with paragraphs that gave you an either-or choice, sort of like a choose-your-own adventure. So you can't do both, but you can choose one of these. Leads can provide you with the next action. So this is just like a jump to multiple leads in a row. Gumshoe also did this. So it's a little bit of merging choose your own adventure with Sherlock Holmes, so that certain paragraphs are like actions you can choose to take. Okay, if your investigation has gone dry, your informants might get you back on track. Your list of regular informants is written in the inside cover of the directory. To close your case, write your final answers in the spaces provided on the final report form 15A. Once you're satisfied with your cleverness, slice the seal to discover the final interrogation and reveal. So there you have it. When we're ready, we'll answer these questions and open it up. And I think that's everything. There's a little pencil that comes with the game. It says, truth is the daughter of time. And a little pin that you would wear when you're done, I guess. And I think these games came with coins. But whoever's selling them on eBay didn't want to play the game, but wanted the coins. That's okay, because I don't care about the coins. Okay, so I don't know if you feel as I do, but I am very excited to see what this has in store. I'm very impressed with the components, and I'm curious to see what it feels like, what the writing feels like, and what these different choices feel like, and what's in those evidence bags. So we've still got the introduction letter to read, and then the introduction to the story, but we're going to put that aside for now. We'll take a little break before we get started. Anything else to say before we take our little break and come back and get started? I did want to, there's some additional little background information to talk about. Probably I should have said it at the beginning of the stream. Maybe I'll go into it a little bit. We just finished playing 2 games from the Hidden Games Crime Scene series. We played those live on the stream. They were excellent. I just posted a spoiler-free review of those 2 games in the series. I do think those are probably some of the best games to get started with in this genre. Not this genre, but the document dump mystery suspect cold case games. So if you're curious about that genre, you can watch the spoiler-free review I've done. You could just jump with the timestamps to the bottom line recommendation. Anything else to catch up on before we take a break? Someone found, I think it was Jonathan Warner, but it may have been someone else, found a game on BGG. Looks like a fan-made game, but very substantial, called Martian Investigators, a Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective spinoff called Martian Investigations, which I have printed out here. There's 2 cases in it. They're big. There's a lot going on in here. There's a little map at the end. You're supposed to play them one after the other. This is maps, I guess. A directory, you can see. Same idea. Directory, map. These look like very well done. You can buy these. You can buy the PDFs of these for $3.50 each. So I've bought those. I think we'll try to play those on an upcoming stream. There's 2 of them. If you want to play along with us, we'll do that soon. And I also did order Bureau of Investigations from England. I decided this is ridiculous. I can't find it in America. There's no indication from Space Cowboys when it's going to be released in America. No American board game site even has it for pre-order. I don't know the answer, the explanation for this. I have no idea why Space Cowboys is not doing a better job of distributing it in the US or letting people know when it's going to come out. But I gave up and I bought it. I ordered it from the UK. It's supposed to be here in a week or so. When it gets here, we'll decide when we want to play that. We've agreed with Gregory Privet, the author, who's uncomfortable with there being live stream playthroughs of the game available because people may watch it and get spoilers. So we'll play it. Anyone who wants to play it live with me at 11 p.m., there's only like 3 or 4 of you. Those who want to play it, we will play it live. It's just it won't be public on YouTube for a month or so. But we'll try to play them all in a couple weeks when we decide to start, and then I'll put a spoiler-free review of it, and then we'll make them public after some delay when Gregory is comfortable with that. Jonathan also says, I guess if anyone knows anything about a game called The Mug Book, the game of street crime, we are curious about. Yes, Jonathan found another game that looks like it was inspired a little bit by Sherlock Holmes or Gumshoe. I'm suspicious that it's more puzzle and not really story, but it kind of looks homemade, but it looks very cool. Some parts of it, it looks like there are mug shots and fingerprints and stuff, but it doesn't look like it's available anywhere, but maybe a couple people have it. If anyone does have it, let us know, or if you've seen it, let us know what it's like. Anything else from Robert or anyone else that's here? This is our normal thing. 42 minutes, we haven't gotten started yet. I do think this is going to take us multiple sessions. So no rush. Let's take our 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll jump right in and start reading the introduction to the case. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call for Two, and we are just getting started with Mortem L.A. Lights, Camera, Murder. We're going to read now the introductory letter that is tasking us on this assignment. Let's see what it says here. It's from the Global Detective Agency, Los Angeles head office. It says, "Dear Agent, thank you for your assistance on this case. During this stage of your employment, you are working in the capacity of a probationary, cautionary, auxiliary investigator, providing a third-party review of law enforcement casework on behalf of a preferred client. As such, you have been granted full security clearance, including access to all crime scenes and witnesses. You will find the case enclosed. It should be fairly straightforward. You are expected to conduct your own investigation in an independent fashion, examining evidence and interviewing witnesses. All applicable records and case files will be made available to you. Upon conclusion, of course, you will be required to fill out a final report, Form 15A. As you surely know, both your letter of recruitment and your GDA badge is required to access our Los Angeles auxiliary offices. Your desk has already been assigned. Coffee remains 2 cents. Best of luck on your new case. Do whatever you deem necessary, but also keep in mind, our eyes never sleep." Signed by Ella Crane, the investigations director. Okay, so we're a probationary officer, investigator from the Global Detective Agency, and we're sort of following up on the police work in this case on behalf of a preferred client. All right, so presumably we don't need this anymore. All right, we're told to begin, we read the first thing here. So let's read the first thing here, and then maybe we will take a look at the newspaper and the directory. So let's open up this book. Lights, Camera, Murder, You Are the Detective. I believe these cases are rated as PG-13 or so, 13 or up. All right, so here's little quote. "Hollywood is a place where they'll pay you $1,000 for a kiss and 50 cents for your soul." Marilyn Monroe quote. Introduction. Sunlight sparkles in the midday haze as you drive through the city of Los Angeles, City of Angels. Then onto the back lot of Orpheum Pictures. It's like entering some childhood fever dream, a Wild West town next to a Chinese temple, then army barracks, then an alien planet. You park beside a tinfoil spaceship as a patrolman approaches. "I'm with the agency," you say, pulling out your GDA credentials and stepping onto the surface of Mars. "Can you point me to the crime scene?" He's young, maybe a rookie, but he's already got that LAPD edge, like he doesn't give a damn about you or your papers. He hands them back with a snort. Since the corruption scandal broke, things in LA have been tense. Even more so now with the district attorney having hired the Global Detective Agency to keep an eye on the cops. They have to cooperate, but they don't have to like it. "The Atlanta set," says the kid, waving his hand dismissively. "Past the Sahara, the Speakeasy, and the Boondocks." You nod and walk through Tinseltown, trying to control the nerves you've been feeling since the dispatch. Gunshots at Orpheum Pictures Studios, 2 victims found on set. The first reporting officer, Hickman, is an old-school cop, somewhat brusque and surly. "This way," he says, as you push through a gaggle of coppers and medics. There on the ground are the bodies, like grisly punctuation. The man, an exclamation point, his hat at your feet. The woman, crumpled and curved, her shape a death-sized question mark. "Clara Rose," says Hickman. "The movie star?" "The very same. And that stiff right there is Joe Fletcher, ex-husband, ex-big shot, ex-pretty much everything by the looks of it." On the ground between their hats, like a stray comma in the dirt, lies a Smith & Wesson .45 service revolver, same as you used to carry. Same as every cop and hood from here to the Mississippi. "Murder weapon, you ask?" pointing to the gun. Hickman gestures at a giant cannon at the edge of the film set. Well, that sure ain't it. What are they shooting here? The cannon looks real. The tree looks fake. The noose hanging from it looks dangerous. They just wrapped some big Civil War flick. Miss Rose, mind you, wasn't in it. She was working on the jungle set on the other side of the lot. Leopard people or some such crap. Don't know what she was doing over here, other than dying, that is. The director found him. He checks his notes. Emmanuel Long. It's in my report. You look around. You'll have to investigate the whole damn film lot, the whole studio, maybe even the surrounding streets. You'll need to get your hands on a map, but for now it's time to focus in. You walk a circle around the bodies, noting what's here. Light footprints on the hard ground. 3 sets of them. 2 hats, 1 gun. Really not much else. They were found like this? That's right, says Hickman. We took the photos, did the interviews, wrote the report. No one saw anything. But they did hear shots. One, then another. Classic murder-suicide, open and shut if you ask me. You pull on some gloves and start to examine the bodies. Fletcher is face down. Then you turn him over, you gag for a moment, looking at his mouth, or lack thereof. The bullet has blown his teeth right through his head. It's like looking at a man who tried to bite his own brain. What I tell you, says Hickman, classic. You pat down Fletcher's pockets and find a set of car keys. You hold them up for Hickman to see. Is there an automobile that goes with these? No idea. So Fletcher just walks or drives an invisible car onto a closed set with a gun first thing in the morning and shoots his movie star wife? Ex-wife. You stand up. Where the heck is security? Hickman shrugs. Orpheum's got cash flow issues. Only 1 guard assigned today, a Frank Figone. He's who called the police. Just read the report, will you? You step over to the body of Clara Rose. It looks as if she's been shot in the heart. You notice something clutched in her right fist. Using your pen and 2 gloved fingers, you gently pry open her hand. There's an open locket. On one side, there's a picture of Clara Rose herself. Very alive, very beautiful young woman. On the other side, dug into the tarnished silver as if by hand long ago, it reads, the 3rd of April. What day is it today? Saturday, says Hickman. You tuck the locket back into her hand and stand up. I mean the date, but you already know. April 3rd, isn't it? You take off your gloves, staring down, a blood-stained question at your feet. Open Evidence A. Okay. Pretty cool introduction. The starlet ex-wife of a guy, the cop on the scene thinks he shot her and then committed suicide. No one saw anything. All right, it says open evidence A, so let's do that. Let's start by opening evidence A. Is this going to be the locker she was holding in her hand? Apparently not, because it's this big flat one. All right, it was A, right? Open evidence A. Okay, so here's evidence A. Let's open this together. As I said, it doesn't look like this has ever been opened. Let's try to do it relatively carefully so we can repack it up. All right. Question, was the director mention the director of the crime scene or director of the movie Clara was in? I believe it's the director of the movie Clara was in that we just read. But you do remind me something that we need to keep. Oh, look at that. Come on. How good is that? All right. A nice crime scene photo. That's pretty cool. All right. I do want us to keep good track of everything. So the way we're going to do this, because we're serious about this case, we're going to keep a page for each lead. So this is the intro we read. And I'm going to mark that we got evidence A. Okay. So what have we got? A very cool old-timey photograph of the crime scene. And we were described like this, that they were face down by our feet. So there's the gun, the service revolver carried by cops and gangsters alike. There they are, face down, hats by our feet. His gunshot wound to the mouth, that's pretty grisly. She's got the locket. All right, so there's our photograph. Let's see what this says. Here's the report that cop was telling us to read, right? He said, read the report. What have we got? Okay, so we've got an autopsy report. All right, let's read the incident report statement. Okay, looks pretty genuine. Albert Hickman, that's the police officer at the scene. Saturday, April 3rd, my shift begins at 7 a.m. Call in on a 1041, first responding officer of a possible 187 at the Orpheum Pictures backlot in Culver City. Arrive at the lot approximately 10:15 a.m. Met by private security guard Frank Figone, who had made the call. Large crowd outside movie trailers. I ascertain that we're still some 300 yards from the crime scene and request that all studio employees and guests remain near trailers. Taken by FF to director Emmanuel Long, who discovered the crime scene. EL, Emmanuel Long, reports hearing 2 shots. We walk to Vic location, Civil War set, guided by EL. Approaching from the east, 2 bodies, heads facing west, feet east, possible murder weapon, Smith & Wesson .45 on the ground between the Vics. Note movie prop tree, prop antique cannon, pile of lumber, ground combination of grass, gravel, and dirt. Upon close inspection of hard dirt, see vague evidence of multiple footprints. You'll remember from the introduction it said 3 footprints. Male Vic clearly dead from massive head trauma indicating gunshot. The woman appears to have died from gunshot to chest. I confirm the witness Emmanuel Long's actions upon discovering the scene. He says he checked the pulse of the woman, placed his jacket over her head, and returned to administration to call the police. I remove the jacket but do not otherwise disturb the scene. EL identifies the Vics as movie star Clara Rose and ex-husband Joe Fletcher. EL reports Alice Doone as last to have seen Miss Rose alive. EL says AD and others heard shots too. I request EL to return to the trailers to manage studio staff. I establish a perimeter and wait for other units to arrive. No known witnesses to the crime itself. And look at this. He made a little sketch. That's so good. That's what I want to see in this police work. I want to see these officers making sketches. Whenever we don't get a sketch from a police officer on the scene, I get suspicious. Okay, so there they are. There's the 2 bodies. The bodies are found. That's a little line saying there's where the bodies were found. There's the lot where they're on the Civil War lot. Okay, and there's a fence, so you couldn't have easily gotten in from the street. All right, let's write down some names here of people that were mentioned, right? We've got Clara Rose. She's our Vic. She's one of our victims. And then we've got the husband, who's Joe Fletcher, the ex-husband. She's ex-wife. He's ex-husband. Okay, and then we've got a couple people mentioned. These are our 2 victims. Then we've got people mentioned on the set. We've got Frank Figone or Figone. He's security for the lot, right? Then we've got Emmanuel Long, the director. All right, who else have we got? Alice Doone. Alice Doone is last to see them. Last to see Clara alive. Remember our motto: the man does not solve the case, the notes solve the case. So we're trying to keep good notes. We're taking this case very seriously. We're trying to get off probation. We're taking this seriously. All right. I think these are all the people that are mentioned. At least they're all the people mentioned here. We might want to look at our introduction again to see if anyone else is mentioned. Of course, our cop is mentioned, the cop on the scene. What's his name? Hickman. Hickman you might call the first responding officer, right? Okay, so I'm putting him down. Remember, these are all people that theoretically we could visit by looking up their address and knocking on their door at home. We've got a .45 caliber weapon found. The cop says he put the jacket on the body, so we took it off. So he says, we walk a circle around the bodies, noting what you see. Light footprints on the hard ground, 3 sets of footprints. So I'm going to, in addition to the people, we've got 3 sets of footprints. Presumably 2 are from these 2 people, but a third one could be, the murderer could be a witness that discovered them. We don't know. Okay, so we've also got car keys on Fletcher, but no car, right? Our guy remarked how that was a little strange. And then we're told that Orpheum has cash flow problems. So that might be significant to our case, the movie lot people. And then we have the pendant, Clara's pendant, which says 3rd of April. We have no idea what that means. Could be the 3rd month of April, or she could be the 3rd daughter of April. Someone named April. Anything else I've missed from that scene? I guess I should write down the .45 gun. We don't know if it's been fired. We don't know if it's the murder weapon. 2 shots were heard, right? 2 shots heard. Okay. On the face of it, it's a murder-suicide, quite common. Jonathan says, here's a question, we don't have any info yet. Is that a noose prop from the Civil War movie, or could it be from some part of the crime? It's also not clear is that her locket, because not really clear it is her locket because it had her picture in it. She's got it in her hand. That's a good point. It's not a pendant, it's a locket, and it's in her hand. I think that's a very good observation, Jonathan. If it's not around her neck and it's in her hand, what does that mean? Did she rip it off someone? But it's got her photo in it. It's got her photo, but it's in her hand. Tightly clutched in her right fist. So that's curious. Good point. That's curious. I'm just going to write down in her fist. Okay. It doesn't give us any other clues to go to, so we're on our own now. But let's look at the rest of our evidence here. I love this little crime scene drawing. Okay, and this photograph. So here is, before moving on, should we read the newspaper? Yes, we should, but first we've got 2 more sheets here from Evidence A. This is a little fuzzy with timeline. Apparently we've got the autopsy right away. So somehow we've got the autopsy. Let's take a look at what the autopsy says. So it's, okay, this feels like Gumshoe, but it feels like a modern updating of Gumshoe. Let's take a look here. So it's the autopsy report. Looks quite real. So special circumstance says celebrity. Clara Leigh Rose. That's her middle name, Leigh. She's white, female, date of birth 1912, so 36 years old, 64 inches tall, 128 pounds, brown eyes, blonde hair. Died of gunshot at Orpheum Pictures, Culver City. Date of death 4/3/1948. So let's write this down. 4/3/1948. Time 10:25 a.m. And here's Nolan Graves, the coroner. Clothing and personal effects. Khaki safari-style pants, white short-sleeved button-down shirt, beige white helmet, beige pith helmet, blood on pants and shirt. So presumably she's dressed up for her production, which we were told about. I forget what it was. Maybe the Jungle production. Blood on pants and shirt, scuffed brown knee-high boots, leopard print scarf around neck. Small purse was found in pants pocket containing billfold, lipstick, small change, small pencil, house keys. Silver locket and chain found in right hand. Autopsy. The body is a 36-year-old white female. Height is 5'4", 128 pounds. Lividity is toward the victim's left side and fixed. Don't know what that means. Circular perforating entry wound, 2 inches left of center, 4 inches below clavicle. Abrasion collar present and uniform, absent of soot deposition or powder stippling, meaning not shot at contact or super close range. No stippling, no powder. Stippling is the gunshot powder residue that sort of burns into the surface if you're shot at close range. So she wasn't shot at super close range. Autopsy reveals penetrating wound through the left breast, between second and third rib, through the lung, heart, and carotid artery. Single bullet was recovered at vertebrate T5. Bullet is a 44 or 45 caliber, badly deformed copper jacket hollow point. Weight 13.8 grams. Cause of death, gunshot causing arterial hemorrhage. Trajectory is typical of homicide. In other words, not suicide. Did I note the car keys on our records? Yes, I did. Right here, car keys. All right, and here we have an autopsy diagram. There's her gunshot wound right in the heart. On the 3rd of April, 1948, he did the autopsy on Clara Rose, and he signed it. Okay. Let's take a look at the autopsy of Joe Fletcher now. Joseph James Fletcher, age 47, so 11 years older than she. 230 pounds, pretty heavy. Clothing and personal effects. Gray tweed coat, brown straw fedora with striped band, black dress pants, blue dress shirt, black wing-tipped brogue dress shoes. Wallet found in pocket containing driving license and empty billfold. Small change found in separate pocket. It's interesting that he's got no money. 47-year-old Hispanic male, height 5'11", 230 pounds. The lividity is anterior and fixed. I don't know what this is about this fixed lividity. Does it mean... I don't know. It doesn't sound relevant. It doesn't sound like they were moved or anything like that. Subject presents with an asymmetrical upper lip and shattered maxilla, displacing multiple teeth. This is just a description of his mouth being shot off. Soot deposition is present on the nose, nostrils, cheeks, lips, and tongue, and hard palate. Perforating entry wound with long abrasion collar present on hard palate. 2 teeth embedded in hard palate match heavy staining of the deceased. Shallow bruising on right hand knuckles, 3 to 5. So this sounds like he shot himself in the mouth at close range, or someone shot him. Shallow bruising on right hand knuckles, 3 to 5. That sounds like he might have been punching someone or something. Autopsy confirmed perforating entry wound into the skull. Soot and powder deposition are present in the brain tissue. Again, shot at close range. Recovered multiple tooth fragments. Recovered bullet from right occipital. Bullet is a 44 or 45 caliber. Slightly deformed copper jacket hollow point. Weighing 13.9. Sounds like same gun, same bullet. Cause of death, gunshot to the mouth. Manner of trajectory is typical for suicide, but noted some powder residue on hands and incongruous burn marks on face. But noted some powder. This is typical for suicide, but noted some powder residue on hands. Why is this a but? This sounds like he's saying maybe there was powder residue on the palm of his hand. That's why it was a but. That's why it's unusual. I mean, you might think if you were shooting the gun, you might get some powder residue on your hands, but he's remarking that that's unusual. And he's got burn marks on his face that are incongruous, meaning what? They wouldn't have come from a close range shot to the face. Okay, gunshot entrance wound, superficial bruising. Okay. All right, so those are our reports, and I think maybe it would be nice to paper clip these together. I'll do that when I get some paper clips on the next break. All right, so we've got our notes. We've read our reports. None of them say you can go here, which is number 56, whatever. So we're sort of on our own now. We can go around the lot. The game did suggest to us that we're going to have to go around the lot. So maybe we'll look up Orpheum lot. Let's see what the chat says. Robert says, Google says lividity generally becomes apparent within a short period after death is said to become fixed between 8 and 12 hours after death. I see. Well, maybe because by the time the autopsy, it's fixed. John says, time of death seems a bit off compared to when the first responder got a call, doesn't it? But it's always an estimation. What did he say? Let's see. Does it say when he got a call? He gets his shift begins at 7. He gets a call and arrives at the lot at 10:15. One question is why they're at the Civil War set. Right, because let's just read this again. So we say, where are they? And they're at the Atlanta set. He says, what are they shooting here? The cannon looks real. They just wrapped some big Civil War flick. Miss Rose, mind you, wasn't in it. She was working on the jungle set, other side of the lot. Don't know what she was doing here. So maybe we want to write a little question here, like, here are some questions we have. Like, why are they at the Civil War Atlanta set when she's working on the other side of the lot? That's a question we have. We have a question about the locket, the car keys. What other questions we have? The bruise on hand and the incongruous burn marks. Any other questions that we have from this scene that seems weird? 3 footprints. I do find it odd that they're at the Civil War set. He arrives at 10:15, but the time of death is 10:25. That's a good point. Jonathan, let's see here. Let's see what it says. When someone hears it, the director found them. 3 sets of footprints. There's a corruption scandal. All right. Day starts at 7 a.m. He gets there at 10:15. Date of death 10:25. Yeah, that's weird. Maybe he's writing down his time, the autopsy time. Is that possible? Or maybe he's just estimating the time. Saturday, April 3rd is the date of his shift. Saturday, April 3rd is the date of the report. It is a little weird that the date of death is estimated at 10:25 when he got there at 10:15. Robert says, were they dressed for filming or in normal clothing? Well, she looks like she's dressed for her set. She's got her pith helmet and everything. So she's dressed for her set, for her acting. He's just dressed in his normal clothing. Right? Because we're told that she's working in the, yeah, she's on the jungle. She was working on the jungle set. So she's dressed for her proper set. Jonathan says, I think it's interesting how close they are to each other despite a pause between shots if shot by a third individual. I agree, they are awfully close to each other. Murder-suicide still seems very reasonable. If you look at the map here, there's a little X here on this map, and it does say X is the crime scene. So here it looks like where we are. So if we look at our directory for a second, let's take a look at this. Let's look at our yellow pages here. Is there a movie or theater section? Legal insurance, restaurants, services, sports, clothing. Doesn't look like there's movie entries, but let's look up, see if there's Orpheum. There's no Orpheum entry either. That's a little odd. It'd be nice if there was a reverse lookup. We can see there are places near there. Nice to know what they are. Let's take a look now before we read our newspaper at who our informants are that we can visit. So you have insiders that are always available to offer insight or advice that can help you with your investigation. Ella Crane is our agency supervisor, 010 at M4. That's our supervisor. Nolan Graves is the coroner. That's who signed those coroner reports. You're friendly with the coroner who can help you interpret the cause of death or autopsy information, so we could go ask him more about those autopsy. Trudy Stein, Agency Archive and Records. The agency has a private collection library that can help you with historical information and public records. What does this say? Feswick? Your agency colleague, experienced agency operative. You sit next to him? Is that what it says? You sit next to him? Okay, so it sounds like maybe just an experienced guy who gives us general advice. Agner Rose, Newspaper City editor at the Los Angeles Examiner. Joe Muggy, or whatever, it's hard to read this. He's a taxi driver. He knows a lot. Sometimes it's even useful. Eddie Alon, Hollywood gossip columnist. Eddie Alon is terrifying to actors and a good source in the movie business. Carol Burlage, police informant. An honest square apple within the LAPD. A square apple. Not heard that expression before. Cecil Nettie, underworld informant. He likes to remind you he's not a snitch. Okay, and just so we know what's available here, let's just quickly look at these business directories. Academic, accounting, administrative, alcohol, alterations, apartments, auto dealers, auto parts, barbers and beauty salons, clothing, community organizations, contractor services, dentists, employment and career resources, energy and power, furniture, grocery, hardware supplies, insurance, legal, lodging, machining, medical, newspaper, post offices, printing and copy supply, restaurants, services, sports, tobacconist, and transportation. All right. And then I do want to point out this thing. When we open this up, this notebook, it's got an entry in it already. I can't tell if this is an example or if this is our case. It says, discovered in this lead, Francis Aramshaw was last to see the victim alive. This is not from our case, I don't believe. Bank teller from First American needs to be questioned. Investigate next. Look up William Carroll in directory. Interview witnesses. I think this is just an example. I don't think this is actually from our case. I'm curious to know if that's true. Francis Aramshaw. Let's see. Is Francis Aramshaw in our directory? Aramshaw is not in our directory. And William Carroll, is William Carroll in our directory? No William Carroll. Okay, so this is not an actual lead for our case. This is just an example of how to fill out this notebook. So we don't really need this anymore. All right. Shall we read the newspaper? Let's read the newspaper and then we'll take another break. This is traditionally, the newspaper is the hard work you do before the break. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. Los Angeles Standard, character quality, enterprise accuracy, an American paper for the American people. The great newspaper of the great Southwest, April 1st. So this is 2 days ago, 5 cents. There's the temperature. New York, it's 49, and Los Angeles, 61. All right, so this is from 2 days ago. Russians back down in Berlin. British tanks and troops move on control post, and Reds decide to get out. This is probably not related to our case, right? I don't know if we want to skim through this. British tanks and troops move on control post and Reds decide to get out. Berlin. The Russians withdrew late last night from a control station they set up in the British sector of Berlin. after 400 British troops, supported by 9 armored cars, surrounded them on both sides. The British victory in a new war of nerves came after a tense day during which the United States and British Army chieftains defied a virtual Soviet blockade of Berlin by ordering their air forces to set up emergency service for passengers and freight between the capital and their occupation zones. So it's talking all about Berlin. Russians withdrew, orderly fashion, flatly rejecting a Russian demand to inspect railroad trains. General Lukyanenko, Russian chief of staff, rejected a new protest against the Red Army blockade. American headquarters announced that 2 transport planes had brought in 15,000 pounds of food. Okay. Beach crowd enjoys sun, rain still due. Intermittent rain was forecast for today by the U.S. Weather Bureau yesterday, while a crowd of more than 45,000 people basked in the spring sunshine at Santa Monica. So vast was the throng of beach frolickers that extra lifeguards were ordered to patrol the seashore at Santa Monica. We don't know in this game how the newspaper fits in. In Gumshoe, the newspaper was 99% irrelevant. In Sherlock Holmes, it can frequently be hidden information. So we're just going to sort of glance at this. We might have to come back to it. Okay, this is just an article about the beach. It's 56 degrees, few showers. Los Angeles Harbor, dense fog, paralyzed shipping movements. Yesterday morning, forced 4 ships to anchor in the outer roadstead for 4 hours. Several sailings were jogged off schedule too. Haze and smoke. Tommy Dorsey weds dancer in the Deep South. Bandleader Tommy Dorsey, the sentimental gentleman of swing, was married here today to Jane New of New York Copacabana dancer. It was Dorsey's 3rd marriage. Dorsey's 2nd wife, starlet Pat Dane, said she was shocked. It's a big shock, Pat said. We've been talking almost every night, and he was supposed to fly out here to Hollywood on Monday. I'm hurt because he didn't let me in on the secret. The newlyweds will honeymoon briefly on his yacht in Miami before Dorsey's band goes on tour April 7th. Rideout joins the race for Shallenhawk's Town, Hollywood. It has been quite the year so far for Los Angeles Mayor Arthur Shallenhawk and his city council, with half a dozen city councilors facing charges of corruption, money laundering, and tax evasion, a police force all but decimated by the recent Grim Sunday scandal. One might think that campaigning for re-election in such a climate would be an uphill battle. In classic Shallenhawk style, however, the much-loved, charismatic mayor has seemed like he's been 100 places at once, kissing babies, cutting ribbons, as the countdown to official campaign season begins. So there was some big police scandal we were told about, and this guy's running for mayor, but maybe they have good reason to cover up some stuff. We should just be aware of that. Shallenhawk, a well-known dart enthusiast, played the parts of both Master of Ceremonies and winner of the competition at the Los Angeles Rotary Club's annual charity Dartathon. Meanwhile, there are already signs that the mayoral race may not prove quite as simple for Shallenhawk and his team this time around. A few of his recent appearances, including last weekend's Venice Beach pig roast, have been marred by vocal protesters insisting the mayor himself be held accountable for the corruption in the police force and city hall. And now it looks like he's got other things to worry about. Yesterday, in a surprise announcement, local businessman Bradley Rideout held a press conference to declare his candidacy for mayor of Los Angeles. Up until now, Shallenhawk has had no credible opposition. Though by no means as high profile as the former radio and television personality Shallenhawk, Rideout is a man of some respect, and his message of running for the common man, not the Hollywood movie star, seems to be striking a chord with possible voters. Do we really need more glitz, glamour, more tinsel in Tinseltown? Asked Rideout to a packed house at the Avoy Social Club. Do we really need more fakery, more fairy tales, more la-la in La La Land? I say no. What we need is more food on the table, more gas in the tank, and more accountability at City Hall. It appears to be a message that is resonating with some citizens. Rideout's critics, meanwhile, are already questioning some of his business ties to certain Los Angeles crime syndicates. In fact, one reporter at the press conference asked about this specifically. My friend is the common man, answered Rideout, wherever he may be. Could it be our shiny Shallenhawk has finally met his match? Here's an article relevant to us. Global detective agency to take over for troubled police department. Private investigation firm retained after scandal. Suspension of chief of police. The Global Detective Agency, GDA, a private investigation firm, will continue to conduct investigations in Los Angeles under mandate from the California District Attorney Walter G. Sampson, while the police department copes with the ongoing ramification of last year's Grim Sunday scandal. I don't know if the Grim Sunday scandal was a real thing, a real scandal. Putting the investigation of felony crimes in the hands of a private agency is an unprecedented step that underscores the extent to which scandal has rattled the foundations of local law enforcement. The decision comes as a result of a grand jury recommendation that the city appoint an independent body to investigate major crimes until the public trust in the police department can be restored. GDA personnel are licensed to carry weapons and conduct investigations. They will now be empowered to enter active crime scenes, question police witnesses, and investigate evidence. The Global Detective Agency is a professional, highly efficient private investigation firm with branches throughout the United States, says District Attorney Sampson. I have full confidence in their ability to enforce the law while I continue to work with the mayor and the FBI to rebuild the department. I recognize that this is not an ideal situation for anyone, but I give you my word that every opportunity will be made to rebuild the Los Angeles Police Department into a trustworthy body which can be depended upon to abide by and enforce the laws of the state of California. Decision to transfer investigations to the GDA was the result of a recent county grand jury investigation into the Grim Sunday case, which uncovered rampant abuses in the Major Crimes Division. The unfolding scandal led to the indictments of 12 officers and the suspension of dozens more, including James Maloney, the chief of police. Okay, so big scandal in the police department. That's what brought us in. All right, look at this. We've got an article about Clara Rose on the 1st of April, 2 days before our murder. Clara Rose breathes easy as youth arrested. There's Clara Rose. Hollywood. Actress Clara Rose was interviewed on the set of her new film, The Leopard People, finally addressing rumors that police were investigating a break-in at her home. Rose said that a youth was arrested by police for breaking and entering. So let's make an entry for a newspaper. And then Clara Rose break-in on April 1st or before by youth, it just says. Okay, so he was arrested. That might mean that there's some police report. I'm relieved the matter is settled, said the star. Now surely there is other news to cover. The incident occurred in February. While Rose was abroad, a number of items, including expensive perfumes, clothing, and jewelry, were stolen. According to other sources, Miss Rose also received threatening letters, which may be why she is now living at a second residence. LAPD detective Henry McTeague issued a statement. Okay, so let's write down Henry McTeague. He might be able to fill us in on this case. Henry McTeague issued a statement. It is my opinion that Miss Rose was targeted after her home was featured in the December issue of Photo Play magazine. She has, however, decided not to press charges. Interesting. Anonymous tips led to the early morning arrest of a 17-year-old suspect at his home. Due to the boy's age, he cannot be named and is expected to be released into parental care later today. The detective wouldn't comment further about ongoing investigations, but anonymous sources suggest that the minor is also a suspect in at least 2 other break-ins in the wealthy neighborhood. Okay, so in February, she's got a break-in her house. Stuff is stolen, jewelry and everything. They catch the kid. He's 17 years old. We've got the name of the detective. We're told because of a story in Photoplay magazine that featured our house. And that's where the guy might have learned that this is the address to break into. He's been arrested, so our police records people might know this kid's name. We might want to talk to him. All right, let's continue our reading of the paper. Draft measure proposed. Military leaders prepared to lay before Congress tomorrow a draft bill reportedly calling for the registration of all men between 18 and 45. Secretary Forrestal and Army Secretary Royal will go before the Senate Armed Services Committee to discuss the proposed draft and the defense fund. Is this the first proposal of the draft in the United States, 1948? Does that make sense? One of which calls for an additional military budget of $10 trillion. $10 billion. Defense officials said it is a good educated guess that Forrestal's draft measure will call for the registration of all men between the ages of 18 to 45, but only single men between 18 and 25 will be inducted. Smoking called coronary heart disease factor. An article in a health magazine, Hygiea, said today that coronary thrombosis has increased sharply among women and that smoking may have something to do with it. Coronary thrombosis is a form of heart disease caused by formation of a blood clot in one of the heart arteries. Condition blocks the blood supply to a portion of the heart. Writing in Hygiea, published by the American Medical Association, Irene Sohern of the Daily said men once developed the condition from 50 to 60 times as frequently as women. Now, she added, one woman has the condition for every 3 men. Generally speaking, the reason women have it less than is that their metabolic systems take care of cholesterol better than men. Recent medical opinion is that diet has much to do with the increase in coronary heart disease. People eat too much animal fats, bacon, egg yolks, pile a mode, gravy, cream, butter, fat meats. These foods produce an excess of cholesterol in the blood. When there's too much, plaques of the cholesterol are way down in the lining of the arteries, especially the coronary arteries. So it sounds like they knew all this way back in the 40s. The blood clot forms blocking the artery. One has thrombosis. Tests at the Mayo Clinic. Tests conducted for groups of 1,000 patients indicated that on the average, smokers were found to get coronary thrombosis 10 years earlier than non-smokers. Although not a cause of the disease, smoking is considered by many cardiologists to be a factor. She said that the disease is not a death sentence and that many patients go back to so nearly normal that one cannot tell they have had a coronary attack. Okay, take a breath. Now we're on to page 2 of the newspaper. Let's take a look at some of these advertisements. Pan Am, sleeperette service to Hawaii, daily flights from Los Angeles, $270. Okay, it's an address if we wanted to go to the travel agent. Harry James and his music makers, Friday and Saturday at the Aragon. An advertisement for the Sunbeam Mixmaster, $37. Looks like an old version of KitchenAid. At Silton's, Phillips of milk of magnesia tablets, quickly relieve sour stomach. Springtime play dress, 2-piece of a sunback jacket, $20. Lucy's in the farmer's market store. There's their phone number, WE8313. Once a year event, used fur, 29 fur coats, 67 fur jackets are trade-ins, shop warns, and furs left in storage. Once a year, we clean our storage vaults to make room for our coming storage season. All these furs have been thoroughly cleaned and serviced. Original values from $75 to $225, now for $5 to $10. Hurry, the event lasts only 4 days at Fellman's Furs. You could stop by there, see if there's a fur available. At the Olympic Theater, playing tonight, see where it all began. Clara Rose's first film, Miss Dakota Pent. Seats 25 cents. So, we could go watch Clara Rose's first film. Okay, at the Olympic Theater. Might want to do that just for fun. Zowie, Atom Bomb Special, a pop-up toaster, fully automatic, fully guaranteed, $11.95. Okay. Leave it to us to make you a good dancer. Double your money back if you can't actually dance after one lesson. It's an Arthur Murray class. Isn't that a sporting offer? All you risk is an hour of your time. Discover how quickly and easily you learn the new steps. Arthur Murray offers an unbeatable combination. His magic step method, which simplifies learning any new dance, and the skill of his expert teachers. They're tops. Good dancers have the best time. Be one of them and see what fun you have. Compliments, popularity come your way. Phone or come to the studio today. Arthur Murray. Okay. Playing at Grauman's Hollywood Egyptian Theater. Clean, attractive entertainment for the family. Tomorrow night is the night, starting at 7 o'clock, featuring America's youngest star, Ida Lupino, in a double picture feature, The Light That Failed and Drive By Night. The Light That Failed and Drive By Night. Double feature. Okay. Canned heat. Here's a can of paste that looks like cold cream and is just as safe. Take off the lid, touch a match to the paste right in the can, and you have the clearest, hottest flame you ever saw. Just what you want to boil an egg or heat baby's bottle. Quicker, hotter, easier than gas or electricity. No wires, no tubes, cannot spill. Ask your dealer, send 10 cents for a sample can with a frame to put your kettle on. Free postpaid catalog of Sterno cooking devices. S. Sternow and Company. Okay. House passes tax cut bill by 289 to 67. Both Democrats and Republicans agree Truman can't kill it. Washington, the House sent President Truman a $4 billion tax reduction bill today, pounding home its approval by a 289 to 67 roll call vote. Okay, and then we've got some radio programs. Let's see what's playing on the radio. At 4 p.m., on KDKA, NBC Red Network, we got some sketches. Backstage Wife, Stella Dallas, Lorenzo Jones, Witter Brown. We don't know. These are probably real little performances. A Girl Marries, a sketch. Then we've got Portia Faces Life, another sketch. Just Plain Bill, a sketch. Front Page Farrell, sketch. Wow, lots of sketch comedy, I'm guessing. Then we've got news, music, dinner date, songs for soldiers, Lowell Thomas, the news, Fred Waring Orchestra, John Vanderhook, Bob Burns, Frank Morgan, Fanny Bryce, Aldrich Family, Bing Crosby Hour, Rudy Valley, Abbott and Costello, March of Time, that's going to be some historical show. News, music, Uncle Sam News, music, Three Sons Trio, Tropicana News. Let's see what we've got here. It looks like music on WCAE, Mutual Network. More a drama called Impact. Brazil Presents Camp Wheeler Dance Orchestra. On the Columbia Network, we've got more music, orchestra. Are You a Genius? That sounds like a game show. 4 news programs. Fraser Hunt, Beckler Smith, John B. Kennedy, World Today. Amos and Andy, comedy. Amateurs, don't know what that is. Stage Door Canteen. First Line, Navy. Public Affairs, Frank Sinatra's got his own show. Guy Lombardo Orchestra, more orchestra. It goes on from 4 p.m. to midnight, then they sign off, it looks like. On the Blue Network, we've got sports, The Good Old Days, news, Lum and Abner, swing bands, Wings to Victory, news, music for reading. Okay. Eddie Elam, if you'll remember, this is the last thing for us to read here, is Eddie Elam's column. Eddie Elam was one of our informants, Hollywood gossip columnist. Okay, so here's the gossip columnist's last thing for us to read, then we'll take a little break. Has to be done. Newspaper has to be done. It's a little bit of work, but it has to be done. Looking at Hollywood, all of the Columbia stars, including Rita Hayworth, Glenn Ford, Evelyn Keyes, Janice Carter, and Bill Holden, will be featured by Savannah Simon in Superstition Mountain, the screen's first documentary western. The script, written by Ted Sherderman, is from a book called Thunder God's Gold by Barry Storm, famous for modern treasure hunting, and deals with Superstition Mountain, once the stronghold of the notorious Geronimo, where there is supposed to be $20 million worth of gold dust buried by the Apaches. Simon is trying for a May starting date. Garbo may play none. Greta Garbo will play a nun if Daryl Zanuck's persuasive powers continue to work. She is wanted for Come to the Stable, the script Claire Luce wrote for 20th Century Fox, I guess. Garbo is also Claire's choice for the part. Linda Darnell goes into Letter to Four Wives, most of which will be shot in New York, says Linda. I love the part, but I hate to leave my adopted baby. Rose Russell's had her share of illness. Her mother was sick for 6 months. Husband Freddie had virus X, and her son had his tonsils yanked. Roz is off to New York for a month, after which she goes to London, Paris, and the Scandinavian countries. She will be back in Hollywood in August for the picture with Columbia, says Roz. I dare you to walk with me in Central Park. I took the dare. Off again. I'm off to New York for the Publishers' Convention and expect to have myself a time. I'll be there for the Paul Bellamy's cocktail party dinner with George Cameron's of San Francisco, luncheon for the publishers' wives, the New York Daily News cocktail party at the ballroom of the Ritz-Carlton, tea with Ingrid Bergman, and a date with Henry Ginsberg to see Mr. Roberts and the Heiress. I shall miss seeing Burns Mantle, who attended the convention last year, but hope to see Miss Mantle, who knew three years before Burns' death that he had cancer. She never told. Some regrets. I regret having had to leave Hollywood before the wedding of Peggy Lloyd, Harold's daughter, and the Lewis Lightons' 28th wedding anniversary party. Among those who will help the Lightons celebrate will be Theda Bara, Charles Brabin, and the Brian Atherns, and the Reggie Allens. I also missed the opening of our motion picture County Hospital. But New York was home to me long before I hit Hollywood, and although I'm no longer geared to its fast pace, I'll do my best to limp along. Connie Gilchrist, the fat housekeeper in Good News, and her husband Edward O'Hanlon have formed a little theater group in Santa Monica, and their play, A Kiss for Cleopatra, starring Leslie Brooks and John Lee, is a hit. This is Connie's first attempt at producing in Hollywood, but she and O'Hanlon used to have a similar group in Cannes, France, before the war. Half a century. Neptune's Daughter, which stars Ether Williams, is being directed by Eddie Buzzell. This is his 50th picture. Eddie is well known on Broadway as an actor and writer. In fact, he is credited with 14 stage hits. Incidentally, he is unmarried and has a beautiful home which is loaded with antiques. The last thing I did before taking off was send a pinup picture of Esther Williams to a Marine who wrote, I may never see her in real life, but oh brother, how I'll cherish a picture of Esther. These are all real people, I assume. Real starlets in the 40s. George Jessel swears he has done his last testimonial dinner until television comes up. What's the use of thinking up all those quips unless America can see and hear me, says he. Going strong. Sophie Tucker, the indestructible woman whose broken leg is well, will be off to Europe in June. Her manager, Abe Lastfogel, got a 10-page letter from Sophie outlining her work for the next 14 months. Sophie is 64. And how are all you ladies doing this morning? Seeing Spots. Leopard People, which stars Clara Rose, and William Hale, directed by Emmanuel Long, is in final blocks. This is the 7th picture starring Clara from Orpheum Studios this year. She told me how happy she is to have so many opportunities and how much chemistry her star William Hale has both on and off the set. So let's write down here, William Hale, Clara's co-star in leopard. So this was a little hidden entry about us, relevant to us. It's given us the name of her co-star, which might know a little bit. Maybe it sounds like maybe she was having an affair, not an affair because she's divorced, but having a relationship with William Hale. Clara may have built her career in Hollywood, but she has her sights set on filming her next picture in England. The margin, and that's it. Oh, I guess we didn't finish up this House passes tax bill, margin 51 votes. Mr. Truman is expected to veto the tax cut. Congress should maintain the current high flow of revenue to rebuild the nation's military strength. But the House vote, coupled with the top-heavy 78-11 approval, was viewed by Democrats as well as Republicans as assuring that the tax cut will become law. There's not a chance in the world that Congress will support a presidential veto. Okay. We have read the newspaper. As usual, it's a bit exhausting. If you were playing this at home, this is Gumshoe had like 10 giant newspapers like this. When you're playing the Sherlock Holmes games at home or whatever, you'll be skimming through the newspaper looking for stuff and sort of ignoring everything. But for the sake of completeness, I like to read the entire newspaper, but it is a bit exhausting for me and for you, I'm sure. But we did find a couple of entries there that are relevant to our case about Clara. We found an advertisement where Clara is performing, or her first film is being shown. We learned about a break-in in Clara's house in February and a detective that worked on the case and a youth that was arrested for that. And then we learned that Clara is sort of sweet on her co-star William Hale. So 3 stories that are relevant to us, and we probably can put this away and not have to go back to the newspaper, but we may come back to it. All right, time for another 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Think about what you want to do next. We could go investigate around the Orpheum. We could look up some of these people. Jonathan Warder points out that the Gumshoe papers were not always super relevant, but some cool stories that developed over the week of papers. Yeah, there was a lot in those. Most of those Gumshoe stories were not relevant, but there were some stories that continued that were cool. It is interesting. The Gumshoe and this paper is very different in flavor from the Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective paper stories and the way they're used. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, it feels much more like there are lots of tiny little stories and lots of little sort of side humorous things that are going on in the stories that you can visit just for fun. Whereas the Gumshoe and here newspaper feels much more like it's giving you the historical setting of what the world was like in the 40s. Longer stories, more realistic stories, and not humorous little side stories. So different kind of flavor for the newspapers. Okay, I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll continue. Okay, we're back. You're watching Go Up for Two. We finished the hard work of reading the newspaper, and now we're ready to dig into our case here. I have to say, this feels like we're playing Gumshoe, which is a wonderful feeling because I want to return to the world of Gumshoe. And so far, this is really recreating that feel. All right, let's talk about, let's remind ourselves, we've got the scene of what looks like a murder-suicide of an ex-wife and ex-husband. That's all we know. We've got autopsy reports. We've got a couple people here that were mentioned. We've got from the newspaper, Clara's co-star in their current movie. We've got the detective that worked the break-in at Clara's house. We've got his name. We've got the name of the security guard that let us in. We've got the name of her ex-husband who was found dead, shot in the mouth, Joe Fletcher. We've got the director of the movie, Leopard People, I believe it was. That's Emmanuel Long. We've got Alice Doone, who was the last person to see Clara alive on the set. Hickman was the first responding officer. We've got a couple things we don't know. We don't understand why she was found at the Civil War set when that's not the set she was working on. We don't understand why there are 3 prints. We don't understand why the pendant is in her hand. We don't understand why Joe Fletcher has car keys but no car. Jonathan Warner says Alice Doone seems like a good place to start. Last to see Rose alive. Yes, okay. So, before we go see Alice Doone, I'm happy to see her first. I do want to remind us that there are basically 3 kinds of things, 3 leads we could follow up on. We can look up one of these people at their address and stop by and try to interview them. We're also, remember, we know the scene of the crime is here at the Orpheum lot. We've got places around it. And the introduction sort of gives us a little hint. Orpheum's got a cash flow problem. We're told somewhere that we're going to want to investigate all around the Orpheum lot. Where does it say that? I just want to find it. You'll have to investigate the whole damn film lot, the whole studio, maybe even the surrounding streets. You'll need to get your hands on a map. Okay. So I'm just reading that to point out that I believe, even though we looked up Orpheum, we didn't find it. It sounds to me like it's saying we should stop at these places nearby to see what's going on around there. So in addition to the people we know by name to look up, I think we probably want to look up these places just based on proximity. Okay, that's that. And I also want to remind us that we've got this whole list of informants that we can visit. We can visit our supervisor. We can visit the coroner to get more information about those autopsy reports. Archives and records to find out about that guy that was arrested for the break-in of our house, maybe. We can get some general help from our colleague, the city editor for the newspaper that might know information, the Hollywood gossip columnist who knows a little bit about Clara, the taxi driver. We have no reason to know that yet, but maybe. A police informant and the underworld informant. So let's not forget, we've also got our informants, and we can go stop by where her first movie is playing. But and let's not forget that we've got this whole other side of downtown LA, but I guess there's no reason to go to think of any place to look up yet. Our scene of our crime is here in greater Los Angeles. Okay, so sure, let's start with Alice Doone, and then maybe we walk around this lot. We might run into Alice Doone around the lot, but let's try looking her up as our first thing. So we're going to look up Doone and see if she's got an entry here. If she doesn't, she might be on the lot. Okay, so there's Alice Doone. I see she's got an entry. Alice Dune, 888C6. So actually, this is going to be on the lot. 888 is right down here. So there's our scene of our crime, and there's Alice Dune. So it looks like it was a combination of two things. So I've got these stickers, these removable stickers. We used transparent ones when we played one of the Sherlock Holmes games. These aren't transparent, so I'm just going to put them nearby. So let's see if this works. So we're going to keep track of places we go. I'm going to put this near 888 to remind us. That way I can flip over the map and we won't lose track. All right, so just to go over someone asked at the beginning about a video talking about our tips for playing these games. Well, here's one of them. We keep track of where we went. We're going to make an entry here. 888 Alice Dune. And now let's look her up and see what she has to say. Okay. You recognize her from the movies, always the heroine's sister, or the detective's receptionist, or the chatty waitress in a diner. But today, Alice Dune, sitting in her trailer, looks like someone who's just lost a friend. You clear your throat, take out your notepad. Can you tell me about the last time you saw Clara? She's looking down at her own hands in her lap, like they're a couple of birds dead in a nest. You try again. You saw her just before it happened, no? Dune nods, and now she looks up. Her eyes are like strawberry moons, red and distant. I wanted to talk to her, see how she was doing after last night, but she acted like she didn't have time. Anything else? Herr Director was looking for her like usual. I told him which way she went. It was barely a minute later that I heard the shots. Can you describe them? Bang, bang. She picks up a tissue and dabs at her eyes. Then I saw Hale. Who? William Hale, movie star, ladies' man, talk of the town. I told him it was gunshots, and he just went white and flighty as a pelican. Wouldn't even come with me to check it out. Some hero. You ask her about finding the body. It was just like I knew. I knew everything that had happened, and just how awful it was. I knew she was dead. I knew Joe shot her. And I'll tell you what, I wished he was still alive so I could shoot him myself. But you know what else? You say you don't. It wasn't just Joe who killed her. It was all of them. It was this whole damn town. Alice Dune begins to sob. Oh my God, I'm going to miss her so much. Okay. So, she runs into William Hale, who we read from the newspaper, and who runs away, went white. She's saying this is her. She's giving us a little bit of framing for this case, that maybe it was a murder-suicide, but she's blaming this whole town for causing it. Okay, so when we visit her, she mentions William Hale at the scene. We already knew to ask about him, but makes it seem like the newspaper is irrelevant if we could have found it here. But we know he's at the scene. Although she's describing him as turning white when he hears about it, so makes us think he's not involved, I think. Jonathan says, DRNK says, how does scoring work? Do we get penalized for following too many leads like consult? No scoring in this game, it looks like. Take your time. When you're ready, try to solve it, which is fine by me because I don't need a score. Jonathan says, having really big numbers is probably not the best for this type of game since we don't want to know what entries exist besides one we're looking up. Yes, it's true. It's true. You got in this kind of game, you got to sort of like willfully block things out and try to forget them quickly. But if you're not that kind of person, it can be painful. All right, so we went to 888. That was Alice done. And we probably want to go to most of these places around the lot. But any preference for where to go next? Let me circle the things we've already went to. So we already went to Alice Dune. We can go to the director. I guess maybe we look up these people by name and see if they send us here rather than just walk randomly to them. So maybe we do our people first for a while. All right, so let's talk to the director, Emmanuel Long. Let's see if he's in this directory and if it's at the lot that it sends us. Long, Emmanuel Long, 019 at D6. So yes. So this is interesting. A little bit of, it's sending us to the locations around the lot where these people are. So that's fine. That's just fine. So Emmanuel Long is at 19. I can put a little marker there. Let's go visit Emmanuel Long. Here's the director of the movie she was in. Let's see what he has to say. Oh, you know what I noticed? I didn't notice before. The numbers are down here. So you could go look them up this way without reading much. But it does make you see things. Okay, here's Emmanuel Long. Let's see what he has to say. Note that Dune also said she pointed the director in direction Carla had gone before the shots. Let's see, 888. Let me read that again. Let me see what Jonathan is saying. She looks at, hair director was looking for her like usual. I told him which way she went. It was barely a minute later that I heard the shots. Oh, I didn't even notice that. Good catch, Jonathan. So director's looking for her. She points to where Clara is going, and then she hears the shots. Interesting. Well, let's talk to the director. Let's see what he says. Let's see if he confirms this or comes up with some other bullshit. Emmanuel Long settles into the nook of a cramped haze trailer. His hands shake as he lights a smoke. Jesus H. Christ. I filmed plenty of death scenes before, even one with Clara Rose, but I was not ready for this. Not one goddamn bit. Nonetheless, can you talk me through it? Sure I can. You wait as he takes another drag, a long exhale. She was always wandering off, our Clara. I went to her trailer, she wasn't there. Alice Dune trailer's next door. That's another actress? Yeah. Don't you watch the pictures? Another long drag. Alice said she'd seen Clara walking towards the Civil War set, so that's the way I headed, and then I heard the shots. Can you describe them? Well, they're always shooting blanks on one set or another, but this sounded different, or maybe I'm just thinking that now, I don't know. But I swear it felt different. You know, boom, then boom. One, then another. Then I got there and saw them on the ground. How long after the shots did you get there? I don't know, a minute, maybe two. I saw it was Clara, and I knew she was dead. Then I heard Alice Dune screaming behind me. She's dead. Oh my God, she's dead. And that was no acting, I tell you. Alice Dune was panicking, maybe even in shock. I tried to calm her down, held her. Then I walked her back, quick as we could, to call the cops. And what about Fletcher? Didn't even realize it was him till after. That lousy son of a bitch. She could have left him. She should have left him years ago. Weren't they divorced? Not that I know. I mean, she called him her ex, but as far as I know, it wasn't official. Guess it's official now. The director spits out a laugh and stubs at his smoke. Ha! I should have known something was wrong. You ask what he means. Clara, she just wasn't herself lately. Little squabbles with the cast, the crew, everyone. It wasn't like her. And last night at the club, she pretty much picked a fight. You saw this? No, but everyone else in Hollywood did. At least that's how they're talking about it. You ask what the fight was about. No idea. I just hoped she was okay. That's why I wanted to check in before shooting. But of course I couldn't find her until I did, and she was not okay. I'm sorry, what's going to happen with your movie? My movie? I'm just the poor director. You gotta ask the producer about that. You should talk to Overfield anyway. He was on the set then, too. He lights another cigarette, watching the match burn down, wincing as it licks his thumb. She did not deserve this, our Clara, not one bit. Okay, so the only thing we learn from Emmanuel Long is that Overfield is producer. And what did we learn? Maybe that she's not officially divorced. And that she was upset lately. Starting fights. Did it say anything about where she was starting these fights? Everyone in Hollywood knew. So it sounds like the gossip columnist, the Hollywood gossip columnist, might know about these fights. Overfield's the producer. Last night at the club. What club? We're not told what club. At club last night. And his explanation of what happened is consistent with what Alice told us. He's looking for her. What he said, he's looking for her to try to calm her down because she's been upset lately. Sees her going for the Civil War set. Okay. All consistent. There was a fight at a club. Good catch about the gossip reporter. Yes. So was there a fight at a club in the newspaper that we heard about? In other words, do we know what club this is, or is just mentioning a club in general that we don't know about? But probably the gossip columnist will know about this club. Maybe it was at where her film was showing. All right. Let's cross Emmanuel Long off our list. We talked to him. Shall we talk to the producer now that he just mentioned? Club might be listed in the directory. Footwork like Gumshoe. Yes, good point. Let's take a look at the directory. It's got an entry for clubs. Lodging, sports, services, restaurants. We've got the Athletic Club, Russo Supper Club, Sidewalk Cafe. There's a bunch of clubs there, so let's just make a note. See directory. Okay, good. I'll bet someone's going to tell us about that club. It feels like this game is not trying to be super tough. So I'm guessing someone's going to mention the specific club soon. Let's continue our practice of seeing everyone related to the lot first. Makes sense. So let's try Overfield, the producer. Overfield, Jack Overfield, 145 on C6, again at the lot. So I'm going to cross Overfield off and put his entry here. It's probably smart to write down their first names because occasionally, someone will say, you'll hear someone overhear someone saying like Jack did this, and then you have to remember which are the people named Jack. So Jack Overfield is at 145. He's the producer of this movie. Let's make a little mark for him. And let's look up 145 and talk to the producer and see what he has to say. From afar, Jack Overfield appears overfed, overdressed, and nearly over the hill. But striding through the parking lot, he's still got a spring in his step. He flicks a half-smoked dart into the air and holds out his hand to shake. "Can we do this walking?" he says. You nod, shake, and turn to keep pace. "So you're the producer on Leopard People, Mr. Overfield." "One of 'em, and call me Jack." "Yes, sir," you say. "Jack, can you tell me about the shooting?" "Terrible stuff, just terrible. Have you talked to Manny Long? He saw more than I did. I did hear the shots, though." He makes a gun with his hand. Boom, then boom. He lights another smoke. "What can you tell me about Clara Rose?" "Poor Clara. She could be a real headache sometimes, but deep down she was a great girl, and she had a real spark, both on screen and off. I truly liked her. Not everyone did, mind you." "Why's that?" you say, but the producers become distracted, calling out to some men with their hands in their pockets. Guys, come on. We wrapped today. Get the light stands back on the truck." You try again. "Who had a problem with Miss Rose?" "A problem?" Overfield seems surprised. "Oh, well, our lead actor is a married man. And there was the sense that, well, that neither he nor Clara really respected that. Miss Hale just about murdered the girl herself, called her a harlot among some more colorful things, in the middle of the Trocadero nightclub. That could have been a real PR problem had Clara not died the day after. Now, I'm sorry, you'll have to excuse me." And just like that, Overfield is over your questions, striding off to other things. Okay, so Overfield is telling us that, as we suspected, Clara might be sleeping with William Hale, and Miss Hale is jealous, and they had a fight. Now we're told what nightclub they were fighting in. The Trocadero Club. Okay, so we've got Mrs. Hale to talk to now, and the Trocadero Club. I want to talk to Hale, see if he denies this affair. So he says it could have been PR trouble if she wasn't killed. That's all he's thinking about, PR trouble. Okay. Shall we try to find Hale and talk to them? Jonathan says you were right. He did tell us the club. Yeah, I figure this game is a little bit easier than making us figure that stuff out, but that's okay. That's okay. Let's find Hale. Let's see if we can talk to her co-star, William Hale, and his wife. So we've got Hale, W. I just see an entry for W. Makes sense. They're not living in different places. They're at 789. Okay, so we can get rid of William Hale. I'm going to cross off Miss Hale too, I guess. All right, let's write down William Hale. 789. Let's see if this lets us talk to the wife too. Okay, and 789, is that by the lot? Yes, it's still right down there. They're all staying down where they're filming. So we're slowly but surely getting all these places around the murder scene. All right, let's go to 789. Let's see what William Hale has to say. William Hale is wearing a silk leopard print bathrobe and holding a number of a tumbler of whiskey. Even for a movie star, his face is disturbingly symmetrical. The effect is even more pronounced when reflected in the makeup mirrors. I hope you don't mind if Mrs. Andrews here strips the old mug while we talk. He gives you a puzzling wink. It's been a hell of a day. Miss Andrews, a tiny woman in a checkered dress, nods demurely and starts dabbing Hale's cheeks with a sponge. I wish I had more to tell you. He swirls the rocks in his glass. Honestly, I do. I'm here in this trailer, doing my vocal warm-ups, and the next thing I know, Clara is, well, gone. He lowers his already deep voice. It's always interesting when the voice you choose gets contradicted later. He lowers his already... Where am I? He lowers his already deep voice, holding your eyes in the mirror. It baffles the mind how quickly a light is snuffed out. How would you describe your relationship with Miss Rose? Hale glances at Miss Andrews, who has removed a layer of thick black makeup from one of his eyebrows, but not the other. She avoids his gaze. Clara and I were lovers, he says, as if narrating an opening scene. Nothing to be ashamed of, we're all adults here. We had chemistry, undeniable chemistry. We were magnetic together on screen and off screen, fireworks. Of course, we weren't exactly a couple. I'm married, after all. And so was she, no? On paper, I guess. What a waste. You close up your notebook. That's some robe. Leopard, people. Leopard print. The crew gets a real kick out of it. He winks again. Then a thought streaks across his perfectly proportioned face. Oh, hellfire, what's going to happen to production? He looks at Miss Andrews. She looks away. You exit the trailer. Well, he does not seem ashamed about having this extramarital affair. But the wife was not happy. Sounds like maybe we should drop by the club and find out what they have to say about the fight. William Hale did not seem to care. He seems careless about all this. Who have we not talked to yet? We haven't talked to the security officer on the lot. Let's see if we have him. Jonathan says, I think we have a contradiction between Hale and Dune's testimony. Dune's statement seems to say he was not in the trailer. Okay, let's double check that. See what Jonathan's talking about. So he went to Hale. We looked him up and he said what? I hope you don't... Okay, I wish I had more to tell you. I'm here in this trailer doing my warm-ups, and the next thing I know, Clara is gone. I'm here in the trailer doing my vocal warm-ups, and the next thing I know, Clara is gone. Okay. Doesn't say anything about hearing any shots or anything like that. And then if we looked up Dune, Clara Dune... Alice Dune, sorry. What does she say? William, she put... Then I saw Hale. She heard the shots, then I saw Hale. I told him I saw him. I said it was gunshots. He went white and flighty as a pelican. Wouldn't even come with me to check it out. Okay, so Jonathan is right. There seems to be a little bit of a contradiction. Alice says she sees Hale. Hale seems to be saying he was in his trailer. He doesn't specifically say he was in his trailer when he heard the shots. He just says, 1 minute I'm in the trailer doing my warm-ups. The next minute she's gone. But it does sound like a little bit of a contradiction. Yes, let's remember that. All right, let's see if we can't talk to Frank, the security guard. See if he can tell us anything more going on the set. Frank Fagone is at 222. is right there. Again, on the lot. Okay, let's see what we got there. Let's see what Frank has to say. Maybe he can fill us in on any problems on the lot. You find Frank Fagone, a cannoli of a man, in the lounge of the administration building, wrestling with a newfangled coffee machine. I hate these stupid beast. A mix of coffee and cream jets across his security guard pants. Okay, you say, flashing your credentials. What about the car? What car? Fletcher's. Can you take me to where he parked? He didn't. What do you mean? There is no car, at least not that's on the lot. He manages to maneuver some of the slop into a cup and starts to slurp. Could be parked on a street outside the lot. Has anyone looked? Fagone shrugs. Or maybe he walked. Slurp. Took a bus. Slurp. Cab. How about a hot air balloon? He stops slurping. Where were you when the shooting occurred? I don't know. Fagone takes a smaller sip. Is that your official answer? All right, he says. I was at Craft Services. They got real coffee there. If this is who you're relying on to have done a full sweep of the area, you might want to think again. So basically, all we know is he didn't take a car onto the lot, which is odd. He's got car keys. He owns a car. Why wouldn't he take a car onto the lot? Looking at our map here, we've still got a couple places we haven't been to right off the lot. What do you think those places are? We could also try visiting Clara Rose and Joe Fletcher's house to see what they have to say, or wherever they are in the directory. What do you think these places are that aren't for people? So this is an interesting rule when it comes to these kinds of games. You generally don't look up a number unless you know what it is, what the reason you're going there is. But sometimes if you've got an incident, you would check the places nearby just because they're nearby. So I would have no problem looking up these places just because they're nearby, but I would feel better if we knew what these were. But we didn't find like there's the craft food area, but there's no entry for them. It would really be the Orpheum that we would expect there to be entries for, but I don't see them. So shall we just walk to these places and see what's there? Or do you want to go somewhere else? Jonathan's saying maybe just peek and see if you are looking for the car. I mean, I think we would go to these places to see if there's anything there. But let's look at one. Let's look at 866, which is the place closest to the scene of the crime. Let's see what 866 is. Maybe, I wonder if I didn't mark it. All right, let's just see what 866 is. 866 says, you walk around along the cattle fence bordering the north part of the studio lot. You find dead scrub and broken glass. So that sounds like it's just normal debris that you would find there, but I guess it's possible that it's the broken glass is relevant to us. So let's just put, I don't know if we need a separate page for all this. I'm going to put 866. I'm just going to put nearby fence, broken glass. Okay, but that's clearly a place you would go to just because it's nearby. So let's just check these other places that are nearby. It sounds like maybe we could be looking at this map to tell us where we're looking. So we went slightly above the crime scene. That was the fence. So it looks like down here might be 591 near the entrance. So here's where we went, slightly above the scene of the crime, and it said we were looking at the fence. So if we go to the left, 591 is an entrance, and this might be some other way out. And this might be the jungle set, I wonder. All right, let's try 591. $591. You push through boxwood and pepper trees and emerge onto Washington Boulevard. Beyond the whoosh of four-lane traffic is a gas station. On this side, there's only a curb covered with vagrant grass and scraps of litter. You scan the ground for clues, then see, in the shade of a tree, the reclining figure of a straggly old man. You approach and discover that he's not entirely awake, just a little more sleeping off to do, judging by the sterno scent and the empty can in his lap. The truth is, you could also do with a break. This first day on the job is more than you expected, so you sit down next to him and wait for him to wake. Hey, Gumshoe, says a voice. You're leaning on my tree. You open your eyes to see that the man is hovering over you now, standing where you were only moments before. I'm sorry, you say, and slowly get to your feet. You're feeling tired and kind of beat up. Got a dime? He says. You're about to ask him some questions, but then decide against it. You fish out a quarter and flip it into the air. Instead of catching it in his hand, he lets it land right in his pocket. Neat trick, you say. You turn to leave, then stop. How'd you know I'm a gumshoe? Because I was too, he says, before it all went to hell. A drunken old gumshoe we ran into. I wonder if that's the gumshoe from Gumshoe. Okay, so it's clear these places are just places we're going to nearby to look. So this is the nearby drunk gumshoe. Okay, let's put a little mark on that. All right, next place nearby, 915. Passing through a hedgerow bordering Orpheum Pictures, you emerge onto Washington Boulevard. A tumbleweed blows across the street as you walk towards the lone car parked in front of a gas station. A Chrysler Town & Country convertible. The doors are locked. You try the keys you found in Fletcher's pocket, opening the door on the first try. Surveying the interior of the car, you climb into the driver's seat. It's comfortable, not this year's model, but you can still smell the leather. You lean over and pop the glove box. Open evidence C. Okay, so let's write here that we've got 915. This is Washington Boulevard. Gas station. It's a Chrysler Town and Country convertible belonging to Joe Fletcher. Passed through a hedgerow bordering Orpheum Pictures. Okay. And we got evidence C. Chrysler Town and Country convertible. And it says it's not this year, but near year. So I'm just going to say like it's 1947, circa 1947, in case that's relevant. All right, and let's just make a note that this one's kind of important, this clue. Evidence C. Okay, so we got another piece of evidence. Kind of exciting. Let's make sure we mark down that we found it here on this road. Okay, so he came and parked on this road and then made his way in. All right, let's see what evidence C is. So this we found in his glove box. All right. Whoa, look at that. Look what we just found. I gotta say, this is a little meta comment. Room 3, and here's a key. It looks like, what does that look like? That almost looks like a genie holding a frisbee. He's like sprinkling stardust out of a bag. He's got something in his hand like a fan. Room 3. So this is an interesting meta comment about these games. So some of these games, these document mystery suspect games, like the Hunt to Kill or standalones, have some props like keys and stuff like that. And there's a difference between just opening the main box and seeing them all there and this, where it was like in a bag that we opened in the middle of the game. There's something much more exciting about the fact that we've got this opened now. It's kind of cool. Fabian EME has come into the chat, says, "Hi, just got here, happy to catch you live. Always watch the video on demand." Well, you better watch this from the beginning instead of jumping in now. We just found a key. So let's write down that we've got a key, but welcome. All right. So we've got a key. You could probably skip most of the first 2 sessions where we just reading the newspaper. That's a good hour you could skip ahead. All right, so we found his car. We found Joe Fletcher's car, the guy who was shot in the mouth. And he's, for some reason, parked it outside the lot. Maybe just because they wouldn't let him on the lot, or he feared they wouldn't let him on the lot. No idea why he's got the key to room 3, or what hotel this is, but it's a hotel key, so we could visit some of the hotels and try to find him. We could try to find if the gas station that he's parked in front of has its own entry, right? Because we've got, in the directory, we have auto supplies. We've got garages. Let's see, what area are we in? We're in D6. So here's something that's kind of cool that I don't remember being in Gumshoe or the others. In the directory, it's got their number, right? What number you would look up, but it's also got the grid on the map, and these grids are fairly fine grained. So like this is D6. That's where we are, where we found his car here. So the fact that we've got a garage, an auto service garage at D6. Oh, look, it is 9:15. So that's where we just were. We were at the garage. That's where we found his car. Okay. I was thinking we found his car right outside a garage or a gas station. Maybe we could visit that gas station, but it looks like we just went there. Lodging. Okay, so here's a whole bunch of hotels. that we might visit to try to track him down, what this is a room for. But we're going to wait. We're not going to, in general, as a meta rule, the way we play these games at least, we've got a hotel room key. If we have to, we will go to every hotel and see if it's a key for them. But we would first try to find out if there was a reason, if some other lead will tell us what hotel. You might look at these and see, do one of these sound like it's matching this thing? Like this isn't a flamingo, but would it be Sandman? I'll bet that's the Sandman. Putting people to sleep by sprinkling that. Duke of Zill says, is there a Sandman hotel? Yes. Okay, well, there you have it. So we're thinking alike, although you thought of it before I even looked it up. But yes, that looks like the Sandman. Okay, so sprinkling sleeping dust, that's Sandman. Is the Sandman got something here that makes sense of what this little fan is? So I think this is Sandman Hotel, so let's look it up. But is the thing, do we know the story of the Sandman makes sense for, does he have like a fan in his hand? All right, so I'm going to write down that we think this is probably Sandman Hotel. All right. Would you guys like to go to the Sandman Hotel? I think we should wait. Like, let's go there. Let's go there very soon. But let's finish up going to this one other place in this neighborhood, near the lot, and see what that is. And then we'll see if it's time to go to the Sandman Hotel. So 543 looks like it's on the lot. It looks like it's a little further away, like maybe there would be a place that was pointing to that. Like maybe that's Clara's room. But let's try looking up 543 and see what it says. It's on the lot. It's someplace we would go. Okay. Two young men in overalls are standing next to one of the Hayes trailers, bickering about how best to maneuver a taxidermy tiger into a delivery van. You ask whose trailer it is. That'd be Gwendolyn Tate, says one of them with a smirk to the other. You nod a quick thanks and rap on the door, then again. Finally, it swings open. A short blonde woman is smiling at you in a way that seems meant to be alluring. She appears both perfectly coiffed and half undressed. Miss Tate, you say? Yes'm. She prolongs the smile. Are you from the papers? The GDA, you say. The GD what? The Global Detective Agency. Oh, she lets the smile go and puts her hand on her hips. Is this about Clara? You give a nod. Of course it is. Everything is, whether dead or alive. Ma'am? Oh, don't ma'am me. I'm no older than you, and I got nothing to say about Clara that you can't go read in the papers. Next, if you excuse me, I've got work to do. You don't bother asking what work that is. You just tip your hat and she shuts the door. So 543 was Gwendolyn Tate. We heard about Gwendolyn Tate somewhere, didn't we? I think we heard mention of her. I don't remember where, though. Gwendolyn Tate, actress. She's got nothing to say to us, though. She's jealous of Clara. That's all we know. All right, so I'm putting a little marker to show we've been there. We've now been to all the places, looks like on the Orpheum lot. We know this street here is the fence that's right outside of the Orpheum lot, and this was where the car was. Here's where the car was found. So I don't think we have a good reason to go anyplace else. This is sort of out of the lot. So we've now covered all the places that we would reasonably have visited just looking around for evidence. Jonathan says, I think the car was parked outside the studio so Hale and Clara could sneak away to have their affair. No, that doesn't make sense. This isn't Hale's car, Jonathan. This is Fletcher's car. So the car is Fletcher's. Oh, yeah, the car is Fletcher's car, not Hale's car. Yeah, the person she's having an affair with, William Hale, that's not his car. So if this hotel room key is Fletcher's, it's in his glove, the glove box of his car. So shouldn't be related to Hale, right? Unless I'm getting something wrong. Okay, so now we're back on our case. We can go to the hotel and see what Fletcher was doing with this hotel key. We could look up Fletcher or Clara in the directory, visit them. We could go to the nightclub to see what the fight was about. We could go to one of our informants. John says, could it be the bag the salmon is holding? Yes, maybe so. Apparently he used to put sand in the eyes, which would cause them to fall out. He would take them in some legends. Okay, it could be his bag, although I think looks to me, let's see, go for a very close up on this thing. It looks to me like his bag is sort of strung around here. Like this looks like the bag to me that the dust is being taken from. This looks like something else. I don't know what this is. Is the key metal? Yes, the key, well, I can't tell. It sure looks metal, but yeah, it could be it's a metal of some sort, or lightweight plastic, but it looks metal. Must be metal. All right, you guys got a choice where you like to go. I guess we should go. I feel like we should go. We're going to take a break in 10 minutes or so, and maybe we want to save the hotel for break. So why don't we see if we can continue tracing down names. Let's see what happens if we go to Joe Fletcher's entry here. Let's see for fun if it tells us what, then it might tell us what hotel to go to. Let's look up Fletcher. I feel like I want to look up the rest of these people before we go into this exciting hotel room. So Fletcher, Joe Fletcher is at 509 F4. So let's make our entry for him. So this is the first location we're going to that's not right on the lot. Joe Fletcher is our victim. .509, which is at F4. Okay, so Joe Fletcher, 509 in grid F4. So there it is. That's where Joe Fletcher presumably lives. He's not going to be home because he's dead, but let's see what the entry says. You finally located the property manager, a squirrely guy named Spiro, among this dingy cluster of bungalow apartments. That Fletcher's a booze hound, he says, his knee bouncing up and down behind his desk. Rather spend his money on hooch than pay what he owes in rent, so I had to kick him out. Why? What's he done? He's up and died. Holy Toledo, what happened? His liver burst? Actually, his head. Spiro winces. You ask him when Fletcher moved out. Well, I kicked him out first of the month. He was 8 weeks behind. Can I take a look? At an empty bungalow? Sure, you looking for a place? You shrug. The manager gets the keys, and you follow him through a courtyard to bungalow 18. It's cleaned, but not scrubbed down yet, says Spiro as he opens the door. The air is stale and somewhat pungent. Comes with its own line if you want to get a phone. There's even been talk of cable TV. Could be inside a year now. We're pretty state-of-the-art here. It's a small, open concept, mostly empty but for furniture and appliances. A ceiling fan circles overhead. As Spiro switches it off, the faint odor in the air seems to grow more pronounced. You follow the scent to the kitchen sink. and open the cabinet below. The garbage is full and ripe. I can't believe they didn't empty the trash. Gonna have a talk with them, says Spiro. You're pretty sure there is no them. In the bin, you find a mostly empty tuna can, coffee grounds, some moldy bread, and a crumpled up piece of paper. You brush off the coffee grounds and begin to flatten it out. Open evidence D. Why would it be scrubbed down? Because he kicked him out, so he's getting the apartment ready to be re-rented to someone else. Okay, so we know that Joe Fletcher is down on his luck and out of money. That's why he's staying in a hotel. He got kicked out of his normal house where he owes rent. But we found something in his garbage. Open evidence D. So we know he got kicked out of Bungalow 18, in case that comes up in another clue. And we've got evidence D. Anything else we have to note about this? He got kicked out because he's a drunk. He's a drunk and owes money. Okay. Joe Fletcher, the ex-husband. Doesn't seem like that great a guy. Okay, 509, evidence D. Let's see what we've got here. There aren't that many pieces of evidence left. What did it say I can't believe... Okay. In the bin, you find a mostly empty tuna can, coffee grounds, some moldy bread, and a crumpled up piece of paper. You brush off the coffee grounds and begin to flatten it out. Open evidence D. Evidence D has one item in it. This does not feel like a piece of paper. Unless it's a crumpled up piece of paper. Okay, let's see. It's thick. It feels like an object. All right, let's together see what's in evidence D. Apparently we got this out of Bungalow 18 after he was kicked out. If it's a crumpled up piece of paper, I'm going to be impressed. It is. All right, so far this game is impressing me. So we've got a crumpled up actual piece of paper here that looks dirty from coffee grounds. Look at that, it's even got some coffee stains on it. It's actually crumpled up by hand. All right, I think we take a little 8-minute break here and come back and before we read this, just for suspense sake. Got quite a bit of evidence on Joe Fletcher, the theoretical suicide guy. All right, I'll see. It looks like the exposure here on my front camera is a little bright. Does it feel brighter than normal? I may turn it down in the break, but I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we are back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Mortem L.A. Lights, Camera, Murder, the first of 3 cases, a trilogy set in 1948 Los Angeles. We're a PI, Gumshoe, taking over a case because of all the police corruption. We were just talking in the chat about how this game really snuck under the radar because it doesn't feel like the subscription mail games. It is absolutely a version of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective Gumshoe. This is absolutely belongs in that lineage, that family. And as such, as Duke of Zill was pointing out, this has been off the radar of those of us who are fans of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. It's weird that it is. It's weird that it has no entry on BGG. I just created the entry for it today. There are a lot of people, not a lot, the small cultish group of people that have loved Gumshoe and love Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective need to know about this game because this is in this family with this extra stuff of physical stuff like these keys and stuff. But so far, everything we've seen has suggested that this would be a huge hit with people who like Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and especially Gumshoe. I'm having a great time with it so far, but it deserves to be brought into the fold. So hopefully the BGG entry will help and maybe we can give it some attention, do a review of it at some point, and this needs to be known to the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective fans because this absolutely fits right into that genre. I'd love to hear more history about it, if this was made in-house by Mysterious Package people or if it was done by independent and hired. There were rumors of an official Gumshoe expansion set in Chinatown. Well, clearly this isn't that. But then there are also some partially created fan expansion for Gumshoe, and it almost feels like it almost makes you come up with theories of how this game got made. But I'd love to hear from Mysterious Package people what the history of this game is and who are the authors of this. But so far, very impressive. All right, let us return to our game. We've just discovered this crumpled up piece of paper in the previous apartment of Joe Fletcher, our murdered presumed suicide victim. Let's see what it is. So it's on letterhead of law offices of Mills and Costa, March 29th, 1948. So a week ago or so, a little less than a week. Joe Fletcher, 520 San Vicente Boulevard, regarding alimony payments. Effective date April 1st. Joe Fletcher, this is notice that the support provisions of the marriage separation contract dated February 13th, 1946 from Clara Leigh Rose will cease at the end of this month. The final payment of $150 is enclosed with this letter. Okay, so she was paying him alimony from their divorce, and he's just got notice that they're running out. This was his last payment. So it puts him in financial trouble and does give him a motive or something that would push him to the brink. Maybe he went to confront her and said, I need more money. She said no, and he shot her and killed himself. Certainly plausible. Stefan Costa. So let's make an entry here. From this paper, we've got 2 pieces of information. We've got Mills and Costa Law Office. That's a place we can go visit, presumably, and find out more information. So I don't know how we want to do it. Put a little arrow to make us remember to visit it. And then we got alimony running out. Now, why would it be running out? will cease at the end of this month. Normally it would run out if he got married, but he's not getting married. Maybe they were only due to last 2 years. Okay, but I noticed there's something written on the back. It says, "Dear Stefan, there's no way in hell I'm done. There's no way in hell something. I'm done with this, you son of a bitch. My lawyer..." Something, and he trails off. "Dear Stefan," is Stefan the person who's writing this? Yes, Stefan Costa. Okay, so Stefan Costa is the person writing this letter to him, telling him his alimony, his payments are ending, and then he's writing a letter back to Stefan. "Dear Stefan, there's no way in hell I'm something. There's no way in hell I'm done with this, you son of a bitch. My lawyer will sue you." What do you think that says? My lawyers There's no way in hell. What is that word? Well, he's obviously upset about his alimony payments ending. I'll just put, who is Joe Fletcher's lawyer? Because we don't know who Joe Fletcher's lawyers are. Presumably he's saying he has some. My lawyers. And he's a drunk. Maybe he just... And we do have his handwriting in case that's important. There's no way in hell I have, but I have what? It sounds like it's the end of a sentence. There's no way in hell. Doesn't seem like it's relevant though. He's just basically saying there's no way in hell this is happening. I'm done with you, you son of a bitch. My lawyers will sue, or my lawyer something. Okay. Well, we'll want to visit those lawyers and follow up, surely. But I think maybe, why did he write this on the back and then not deliver it to Stefan? We don't know. Maybe he's drunk and wrote "No way I'm slurred" in and rewrote it more clearly below. Yeah, it's possible. Don't know, but he seems like he might be drunk and just got too angry. It doesn't seem like any of the stuff we can't read is important, though. All right, I think we should go now, follow up to the hotel he's staying at. Maybe he's continuing there. So let us go to the Sandman's Hotel, and see if this opens room 3 in the Sandman Hotel. So we get out our directory. We look up lodging, Sandman Motel. Motel makes sense, he's got a car, 912D3. So did we write... Okay, let's just start a new thing. Sandman Motel. 912, which is at D3. All right. D3, 912 is right there. So where is there for fun? Let's see. Let me get my bearings here. just for the fun of it. So it's right on Robertson Boulevard off Gregory. Okay. Let's look it up. Let's see what we've got. We've got a key, so presumably it's of some import. Duke of Zill says, what date was he kicked out of his place? Not long ago. It had to be recently, but let's see. That's a good question. Seems like I skipped a page too. 509 was where we went. Okay, let's see. I kicked him out. What happened? I kicked him out the first of the month. Good. That's good to know. So he was kicked out April 1st. April 1st, which was just 3 days ago. Okay, that was good to note that. All right. And now we're visiting the hotel where he was staying. Okay, this is interesting. I see something interesting already. This is something new for us. Feels very gumshoe-like. 912. If you have been here before with the motel room key in your hand, go to 810. If it's the first time you've been here and you don't have a key, you should go find one. If you've got a key, welcome to Sandman. Okay, so if we can come back here. Okay, well, we've got a key, so here we are reading this. So 912, it says, we're going to make a note, we can come back. Come back. It's a very weird thing, but maybe it's going to tell us why later that we can come back. In a city of scuzzy flop houses, this one is something else. The AND is burned out over the boulevard so that the giant buzzing sign reads the S-Man Mold Motel. Somehow the air in the parking lot is twice as humid as the rest of L.A. As you lock your car door, you can hear something bubbling from the swamp that once might have been the swimming pool. The front office has an Armageddon sort of charm, and a gaunt man behind a desk appears to be hunting cockroaches with a charged, frayed electrical wire. A magnetic nameplate on the counter reads, Demeter is happy to help. Demeter, you say? Dimitri, barks the man, tiny forks of lightning flashing on his desk. Package only come with 2 eyes. Dimitri, you say. You want a room? A charred roach goes flicking off the desk. That I do. You pull out the key from your pocket, but I'll need to take a look at number 3. But first, can you tell me who's renting it? Psh, pshaw, take a hike instead. Well, that's not very helpful, Dimitri. You take out your GDA badge and put it on the counter. You can either give me your registry or that phone on your desk, and we'll call my colleagues at Pest Control. Also building inspection, maybe the IRS while we're at it. Pshaw, he says again, but drops the wire and picks up the registry. Room 3, he says, opening the binder on the counter and putting his finger on the page. Mr. C. Gable. So he signed in as Clark Gable. You're kidding, right? You put the key on the counter and turn the book around. Dimitri is not, in fact, kidding. That's it? That's all the information you got? He shrugs. Why not trust my guess? Well, let's go take a look. You pocket your badge and pick up the key. When you arrive at the room, you find that the key is redundant. Door number 3 is already open. The wood around the lock has been splintered. You turn to confront Dimitri, but he's disappeared. Pushing the door wider, you step inside. The room is dark. You run your hand along the wall by the door, looking for a light switch, but find nothing. As your eyes adjust, you see the shape of a double bed, lamps on either side, and you go to turn one on, fumbling beneath the shade. The room fills with an orange glow. There's a dishevelment of bedding and clothes, and there on the bedside table, a yellowed piece of paper. Picking it up, you hear movement behind you. You turn fast as a shadow becomes a shape, becomes the figure of a man, a very large man with orange hair in the orange light. There's something in his hand. As he swings for you, you pocket the paper and duck. The lamp crashes to the floor, but the bulb is intact, casting shadows across the ceiling. The man swings again. And now we've got a choice here. Do we evade the attack and bolt for the door, or block the attack and fight back? So this is gumshoe feel. All right, well, what do you want to do? We can only do one of these. Block the attack and fight back, evade the attack and bolt for the door. I feel like we got our paper. We should skedaddle if we can. No need to fight this big man. Let's write down though. So it's big man with orange hair. Does everyone agree? Jonathan says fighting back feels more gritty, but does not seem wise. We do have a gun. I think we should run, though, into the light. I don't like the idea of getting caught in a hotel room that we know nothing about. That's dark. I think we should bolt. 122. Duke of Zil says, can you die in this game? I don't believe you can, but we don't know. I don't believe you can, though. Okay, so I'm gonna say we bolt. So let's write down. In fact, for purposes of looking at stuff when we finish, I'm going to write down that we had a choice. We could bolt, which was 122, or fight, which is 291. Now, the really interesting thing about this game is, unlike Gumshoe, where we had to replay days over and over again, so we did like whenever we had a choice, we did all the different choices. I feel like consistent with this game, as long as we don't die, we're only going to ever do one of these. That's why it said if you come back to the hotel, you read some other choice. We don't get to do the other option here. We only get one choice, and we're not going to read the other option until after we finish the game and we review it. So we're going to choose to bolt, and we're not going to see what would happen if we fought until we finish this game. So 122. Here we go. You dodge the attack and leap across the bed towards the door away from your assailant. At least that's the idea. But now somehow he's in front of you, blocking your escape. You lash out with a quick right jab, but at the same moment, something hits you from behind. Lightning flashes through your brain. So 2 people in this room? You stagger into the corner of the room, trying desperately to find a way to escape. But now you're seeing double. 2 giant men with flaming hair coming straight at you, pipes in their hands. They swing and connect as the world fades to black. In hopes of regaining consciousness, go to lead 307. So 2 red-haired Irish, maybe? It seems like no matter what we did, we weren't gonna get out of that. But now it seems like there's 2 men, right? He's in front of you, blocking our escape. We get hit from behind. Okay. So now we go to 307. I like the writing. Okay, 307. You come to at a poolside, face down beneath the S-Man sign. Your right arm is dangling into the sludge of the pool. As you pull it out, the toxic stink slides through your body, your bloody nose, and into your pounding head. And while you manage to sit, after a while you manage to sit, then finally arrive at your feet. In the parking lot, you discover your hat, and after that, your car. You dig for your keys, but find instead a yellowed piece of paper that you'd shoved into your pocket when the giant attacked. Open evidence E. So that was 122. You're seeing double. 2 giant men coming at you, pipes in hand. They swing and connect. The world fades to black. And then in hopes of regaining consciousness, go to this thing. I don't know what that means. It sounds like they just let us go eventually. Well, we finished with the key. We don't need the key anymore. Although we can come back to this hotel room, it said. I don't know. Do we want to get beat up again? Let's put the key aside. Let's open evidence E. The bad news, I have to break it to you, is there's only one more piece. There's 3 more pieces of evidence. And this is our first of 3 that's left. So here's the piece of paper we put in our pocket from the hotel room at the Sandman. Let's see what is in it. What's on this paper? Looks like a little note card, a little piece of Post-it, folded over. Oh, looks like a money order or something. What is it? Certified copy of birth record. Let's look at this together. Certified copy of birth record. Andrew Eli Pent. Birth date, April 30th, 1930. That would make him 18 years old. This sounds like that might be the kid that broke in to her house, maybe. It's an 18-year-old kid, born in Albuquerque. Mother was D. Pent. This is to certify that the foregoing is a true and correct copy of statements appearing on the record of birth of the above-named child. Andrew Eli Pent, 18 years old, from Albuquerque. Nice looking seal here. Nothing on the back. I wonder if this isn't our guy that broke into our house, though, because the age matches. Not sure why he would have it, though. Okay. Let's put that aside. Well, we've woken up at the pool. Duke of Zill says, Andrew has just turned 18. Child payments no longer required. Is that what you think? It's Joe Fletcher's kid, but, yeah. It's interesting, but it's not the right last name. It's not the right last name for either Clara or Joe Fletcher. Clara Rose and Joe Fletcher. So, yeah, that's interesting. It is an intriguing possibility that this is the son of Clara and Fletcher, and that's why she's giving payments, but the names don't match, so I don't know. Birth record for, I'll just write down his name in case. Andrew Eli Pent. Mother is D. Pent. So we might want to visit the Pent household and see if they know who this person is, or see if record says anything. We do have a name of the certifier here, but it's all in New Mexico, not in California. So I don't know where we would go to check those records. All right. Well, Pent was the name of the character Rose played in the first film. Say what? This is Jonathan saying. Rose Pent was the name of the character Rose played in her first film. Let's see. Playing tonight. See where it all began. Clara Rose's first film, Miss Dakota Pent. And D. Pent was the name of the registered mother. Boy, you guys are pretty quick today. Pretty clever. So, the character she played in her first film, Dakota Pent, is what is listed as the mother's name here. And do we think the kid who broke in then, I'll bet that kid is still this kid. And it's her son that broke in, the illegitimate child that broke into her house? I would not be surprised. All right, well, good catch. Very good catch. All right. Well, it seems like we got some choices. We can wake up at the pool and go right back into the hotel room. It seems like we should. We're there, right? We should. Let's see what happens. I'm a little nervous about it. We get beat up once. Let's go back in there, though. So we're going back in to the Sandman Hotel at 9:12. So when we go back in, if you have been here before with a motel room key in your hand, go to 810. All right, so we're going to go to 810 now. See what it says. See if we're a glutton for punishment. 810. If you haven't met Dimitri before, then you should find somewhere else to be. But we have. Okay. Says Dimitri tentatively. Again with you? Do you have no things better than to bug up my guests? You give him a don't mess with me look. Apparently the day's been so long you've already acquired some gravitas, or maybe it's just the bruises. He begrudgingly fetches the register and keeps glancing at your face as you scan the pages. And there it is, 4 rooms down from C. Gable, J. Cagney. What a couple of cut-ups. You write down the room number. Dimitri suddenly grabs your wrist with surprising strength. I've been instructed to not let anyone see Mr. Cagney without the secret phrase. You pull free of Dimitri's grip and remember something about sidewalks and legs. Do you know the secret phrase? If so, subtract 199 from the lead where you got it. Okay. So, do we know the secret phrase yet? Let's write down secret phrase. That was very interesting. Secret phrase to this other room. So I don't believe we have any secret phrase yet, unless it's something that we've gotten that I don't know the significance of. Do we all agree we don't have the secret phrase? All right, I'm going to put a little note for 912. We got to make sure we come back to 912 with the secret phrase. All right. Well, that's exciting. I say we go to the lawyer's office, Mills and Costa, and see if they can tell us any more about why he was receiving the alimony payments, why they were going to stop. So let's look up Mills and Costa in our directory. Legal, Mills and Costa, 117P4. Oh, we've got our first place on the other map. Okay, so let's write it down here. Mills and Costa, legal, 117, which is at P4. Okay, so let's flip this over. All right. So we're in downtown Los Angeles now. P4. Mills and Costa 117. Okay, so there it is right there. We'll put a little mark on it. Maybe see green here. Okay, so we're walking into Mills and Costa Legal, which is on Spring Street and 8th Street. And let's see what the lawyers have to say for us. John says, let's remember the club at some point. Yes, maybe we go to the club after this. Okay. Stephen Costa is smooth and shiny. His tie, the rings on his fingers, the hair on his head, it all has a certain sheen to it. Even his skin looks like buff mahogany. What can I do for you, he asks. The Clara Rose murder, you say? Of course, of course. He sits down behind his desk and reaches to a bottom drawer. Scotch? You shake your head. On duty. Of course, of course. He shuts the drawer. I, too, have much work to do, as you can imagine. He leans toward you across the desk, rings flashing. A client passing so suddenly, so violently. It makes for really a lot of work. How so, you say? What could she need from you now? Well, he leans back as if happy to have the opportunity to explain. I have a duty to contact other attorneys about the consequences for their clients in regard to Miss Rose's departure. Most significantly, the disposition of the Sidewalk Cafe. You do know that Miss Rose owned a restaurant. You make a non-committal sort of nod. Well, technically part of a restaurant, continues Costa. Her silent partner, a man named Ernie Kellogg, will now be the sole owner, as per the terms of their agreement. He reaches into the upper drawer this time and comes out with a Sidewalk Cafe business card. He writes on the back and slides it across his desk. Did you ever get the sense that the business was in trouble? You'd be best to talk to her accountant about that. New fellow by the name of Bob Hall. Shall I write that down as well? Or, of course, you've got your notepad. I should let you do at least something. Costa gives a smooth, shiny grin. What happened between her and Fletcher, you say, purposefully switching gears? What didn't happen, says Costa, talking with his hands. Those two were like oil and water. Or maybe champagne and moonshine. She'd been trying to divorce him for years, and I'd been trying to help her with that. But it was a complicated setup. A lot of strings attached. But no children. No, but a lot of strings nonetheless. And he was a son of a bitch. I mean, drunk, and even meaner after the war. Really, though, you should talk to Clara's mother. I just saw her yesterday. She's at Clara's house right up on Sunset and Fairfax, if you want to follow up. All right, so we learned a bunch of things there. We learned that the lawyer says no kids. Okay, that could be significant. We don't know if this really is their kid. It could be a kid of hers out of wedlock, which would lead to the blackmail. Duke of Zill says secret phase has something to do with sidewalks. Yes, let's remember that. Okay, so the lawyer also says her accountant Bob Hall and then he says she owns shared owner of the Sidewalk Cafe. And she's a shared owner with Ernie Kellogg. I'm going to start doing this for notes. I like this system. I'm going to write in uppercase when there's a place that we want to look up. That way it'll make it easier at a glance to recognize there are places that we want to be. Okay, and then he also says her mother. Clara's mother, which I wouldn't be surprised if her name is Pent. But he says Sunset and Fairfax is where she lives. If you want to follow up. I just saw her yesterday. She's at Clara's house right on Sunset and Fairfax. All right, well, we could look up Clara in the book and find her in the directory. All right, well, we get a bunch of new places that we want to check out. Her accountant, the Sidewalk Cafe, Ernie Kellogg, the co-owner of the Sidewalk Cafe with her, and Clara's mother, which would be at Clara's house. We went to Joe Fletcher's place, but we haven't been to Clara's house yet. I'm going to take off this green and put it back with blue. I guess we should let's use one color for places we visited, and then I'll use a different color for when we want to mark a place that we haven't been to yet. Let's see. You guys are solving it in the chat. Let's see. The secret phase has something to do with sidewalks. Yes. Oh, I see. Sidewalk Cafe. Sidewalks. Yes. That does seem promising, doesn't it? All right. Well, I'd like to visit Clara's mother's house first. I like to cross things off early so we don't forget them. We haven't been to Clara's house. It's one of our first entries is about Clara. She's one of our, top people we met, first of all. So I think I'd like to visit Clara's house next, where Clara's mother is. So Clara Rose. Clara Rose is at 232. And I'm presuming that this is going to be where her mother was. But we'll find out. So Clara Rose house 232 at E1. Okay, she doesn't live downtown, so let's switch over here. E1, all right, she lives way up north. Back at the far end of our map. All right, let's see what we've got here. Let's see if we run into her mother. The woman in the doorway is the spitting image of a once and future Clara Rose, had she survived another 20 years. It is like looking at a sad, beautiful ghost. Miss Rose, you say? Ha, says the woman. There's no Miss Rose, not anymore. I'm sorry, I thought you were her mother. The woman's eyes flash in anger. Look, kid, I will always be her mother. But do you really think that was her name? Clara Rose. Heavens to Betsy, people are dumb. That would have worked too. Betsy Violet, Jennifer Lily. That's the American dream. A starch white girl and a pretty flower. I'm sorry? You already said that. What exactly are you sorry for? What are you even doing there? You explain your position as a commissioned private detective. I'm investigating the death of Clara. Sandy, says her mother. I'm sorry? You really gotta cut that from your repertoire. The sorry song is flat, and her name was Sandra Cohen. Oh, you take out your notebook. Is there anything else you can tell me that might be of help? You know, she had another house, too. She was spending more time there since the break-in. Might be worth knocking on that door. The break-in? She looks at you as if trying to ascertain just how much of a clod you really are. Surely you can talk to the police about that, if you're really commissioned and everything. The officer who caught the kid was a bit of a galoot, Mr. McSomething or another. Might you have his card and also the address of Sandra's other house? Oh, and do you mind if I look around? Miss Cohen narrows her eyes. Now you're getting downright pushy. But she shrugs and leaves the door open as she turns. There's not much to see. We were boxing things up even before it happened to ship to the new house. Haven't got to the library yet. You can look in there if you want. It's a big house with lots of light, but not as opulent as you might have thought. There are large, discolored squares on the wall where you imagine movie posters might have hung. The library is comparatively small and disheveled. There's a liquor cabinet with an open bottle of gin and an empty glass. The desk is cluttered with papers and a vase of wilting lilies, a bottle of diet pills. You find a leaflet for Clara's restaurant, the Sidewalk Cafe, and jot down the address on Sunset. You read a few fan letters, a man from Chicago saying he loved her performance in Two-Eyed Jack, an orphanage director by the name of Curl Fink thanking Clara for another generous donation and asking when she might be back to see the children. In a door, you find a receipt for a P.O. box rental marked 555. As Miss Cohen reappears, you slip the receipt into your pocket, clear your throat, and say, Do you believe it was a murder-suicide? She hesitates, then answers, Murder, yes. Suicide, no. Joe liked himself too much. The kind of trouble that's really only trouble for others. No, something else must have happened but it catches in her throat, a silent sob. She hands you the information you asked for and turns away. There are two separate address cards. One says Detective Henry McTeague, and the other says Clara Rose. You note the location of the new house near Gramercy and Olympic. Thank you, you say. I'm sorry for your loss. She looks at you once more, her eyes full of sadness and anger. Enough with all your sorries, she says. Go find who killed my baby. All right. So, we got a lot of information here. We learned her real name is Clara. Name is Sandra Cohen. That might be the new address. New house might be listed under Sandra Cohen. She gives us the address or the location, Gramercy and Olympic. In case we want to verify that way. Okay, what else did she tell us? She tells us about McTeague, which we already learned from the newspaper. This is, again, one of the things we're going to want to remember when we do our review and talk about is how a lot of these clues make complete sense that they would get mentioned multiple times, but it feels like a little bit of redundancy. It would have been nicer. Like, we've spotted it in the newspaper, and this is like making it a little easier by giving us multiple references to much of this stuff. Might have been nicer if these were harder to find, but okay. Henry McTeague, which is the detective in the other case, in the theft. What else did she tell? She gave us a P.O. box. P.O. box rental 555. What's that about? We might be able to just look up 555. Oh, that's a receipt we found. So we found that she was renting a postal box, which we might be able to just look up by looking up 555, which we should try to do. Okay, but there was this interesting thing about this orphanage. Curl Fink orphanage donation. I don't know if that's something we should look up or if it would matter, but I did think it's worth noting. Sounds like, I wonder if she's an Well, she's not an orphan because this is her mother. She's got diet pills. She does think that Fletcher would have killed her, but not that he would have killed himself. And she's just got her stage name. Okay. I don't see anything else that we should have written down. Loved her performance in Two-Eyed Jack, a man from Chicago, unnamed. Go and find Who Killed My Baby. Post office might be in the directory. Oh, it's a P.O. box. Yes, that's very smart. It's going to be at the post office. Duke of Zill says, was the 18-year-old put into an orphanage and wants revenge on his parents? Was he put in the orphanage? That's not a bad guess at all. That's a very good guess. That he was put in orphanage and he got out, and that's why he broke into the house. I still think he's the same guy who broke in. All right, you guys are on top of it today. And maybe the P.O. box is where she's talking with someone. All right, let's go. Let's try going to the post office and try to find this P.O. box. I like this idea. So let's go to our directory, post offices. Well, we've got a whole bunch of post offices. We know she lived up here, was one of her houses. We don't know where the other house, but if she's got the receipt in this house, maybe it would be a post office near this house. So one thing I like about this game is the grid. So for example, if she lived, if this house is on E1, we might look for post offices in this area. There is one in E1 grid. So Fairfax and Sunset post office is at 335, right next door, a block away from her is a post office. That's quite fun. So let's try to go there. Let's try to go to the post office that's near her house. Okay. So that would be 335. And there is an entry for it. That's pretty sweet. I'm trying to think. I guess in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you do see neighborhood addresses, so you can't tell when things are near each other. But the fact that these are grid locations make it much easier to see when a place is right near another place. So 335 post office near Clara. There's something very fun about having this whole list of post offices and being able to easily identify the one that's near her. Did it say the house was on the corner of two streets? Yes, her new house is on Gramercy and Olympia. Or Gramercy and Olympic. We'll check that later. But first we're going to the post office. Okay, here we go. You arrive at the post office closest to Clara's house and stand in line with a half-dozen antique customers. While waiting for the man in front of you to stop fussing over his stamps, you start to perspire. Finally, he's done. Next, says the teller. You smile and nod. I called ahead from the Global Detective Agency. I'm here to examine a P.O. box. So what's the number? If you have Clara's P.O. box number, add 100 to that number and proceed to the corresponding lead. So we do. We have 555. So we're going to go to 655. Okay. And it tells us if we're not, we should go to 902, which I don't know what it's going to tell us. It'll be interesting to look that up at the end of the game to see what that said. Okay, 655. Any theories about what we're going to find in this post P.O. box? Something from her son or something, right? Okay. Of the dozens of letters in Clara's post box, most of which look to be fan mail, only one has no return address. You take out your pocket knife and carefully slice the seal. Open evidence B. That's exciting. I turned down the exposure on the front camera. It looks a little better to me now. Okay, evidence B. This is our second to last piece of evidence. It's kind of sad. Evidence B. Okay, second to last item in her P.O. box. Let's see what is in the letter to Clara. I guess it makes sense. She's got a P.O. box for all her fan letters. So this would be the address she would give out to people. All right, let's see what's in here. So what did it say about this? Only one has no return address. So that's what we've opened. We've opened the letter with no return address. All right, let's see what we got here. You are forcing us to do this, Clara. Make it easy and we will go easy on you. Continue to make it difficult and we will go public. You can't run away from your past, Clara, or from us. Well, it feels like we've figured out the core of what's going on here. She's got an illegitimate son, and they seem like they're threatening her. Okay, so evidence B is a handwritten blackmail note, it looks like. Now, we've got handwriting. We could try to compare it to Joe Fletcher's handwriting, and it's completely different. It's much nicer handwriting with a very pronounced Y's. So look, if we see anything else that's handwriting, look for these pronounced Y's, and very curvy. Certainly not Joe Fletcher's handwriting. Make it easy and we'll go easy on you. Continue to make it difficult and we will go public. All right. Jonathan says, here's a meta comment. Part of me want to go to the club now because I'm a bit worried it will lead to a red herring and I like to not go there last and know it will probably not be relevant. All right, well, let's go to the club. I got no problem with going to the club. We got other places to go later. We went to the P.O. box. We haven't yet been to our detective for her previous threat. We haven't yet been to her other house. Okay, so to remind you, we haven't been to the Sidewalk Cafe. We haven't been to her accountant. We haven't been to her co-owner, Ernie Kellogg. It's pretty clear we're not going to finish this game today. This is going to be a double session case, which is completely fine. To remind you about the club, we know she got into a fight with William Hale's wife at the club. All right, so now we're going to go to that club and see what they can tell us about it. Now, what was the name of the club? We wrote it down. Trocadero Club. All right, we're going to the Trocadero Club. Let's look up in our... There are no clubs, but there are restaurants. Let's see. Restaurant, Trocadero Nightclub, 045 in D1. Okay, so let's mark it. D1 up here, 045. There's Trocadero. Let's make a note of it. Okay, I like that we're starting to explore Los Angeles. We're hanging out up here now. All right, here's the Trocadero Club where hopefully we're going to ask someone about this fight they had. She was certainly with us last night, says Farhad, a somewhat fussy, overly polished bar manager at the Trocadero nightclub. But anyone could tell you that, even on her best days, Clara Rose never went unnoticed, and yesterday was not her best day. Neither was today. Farhad grimaces. Ghastly business, absolutely ghastly. Shot through the heart, they say. You take out your notebook, and what do you say about last night? Well, I never want to speak ill of Miss Rose, you understand. Oh, of course not. But if pressed... If pressed, I'd say she was in a proper fighting mood last night, and that this mood of hers led to 2 separate episodes. Incidents, really. Incidents, the first with a woman in a Christian Dior dress. Words were shared, tempers flared. This woman in the dress, emerald green, fabulous gloves. Okay, do you happen to know who she was? Indeed I do. If pressed, I'd say she was the wife of William Hale. Mrs. Hale. First name unknown to me. And incident the second. Farhad whistles as if calling for curtains to open. That was a proper scene. Imagine, if you will, sitting at our finest table, the one and only Mr. Howard Hughes, and the great, or at least stupendously round, Mr. Otto Friedrich. Then enter Miss Rose, an extra drink on her breath, cheeks as red as her name. She accosts the men. Accost is the word. And things get out of hand. Not fisticuffs exactly, but mighty close. Spilled champagne and broken glass. The shattered peace and besmirched tranquility. That's what I'd say, if pressed. Why those 2, Howard Hughes and Otto Friedrich? This whole town revolves around them. Farhad waves his hand in the air as if describing the solar system. In fact, doesn't everything? Well, what was the fight about? That, sighs Farhad, I could not tell. I tried to mind my own business, of course. You nod understandingly. Then, how did it resolve? It was Ida Lupino who broke them up. Sent Clara home with our chauffeur. That's something we do for our special guests. And of course, we provided the gentleman with drinks on the house. Very thoughtful. And Ida Lupino. You make a note. You do get the stars in here, don't you? Farhad grins. Did you notice anything else? Anything out of the ordinary? Well, no, except Miss Rose did use the phone at the bar. I do remember that. You ask when the phone call took place. Oh, between the 2 incidents, I'm sure of that. 10 p.m., perhaps? It seemed like a tense call, but I'd never listen in, of course. Of course. But you might have heard something by accident. That I might have, says Farhad, nodding at the distant possibility. Something perhaps about plans to meet alone, though not wanting to do it, and needing to keep it on the down low, sly, the QT, the hush-hush, something like that. I might have heard also mention of a boardwalk and rental units and trips abroad, a door prize, a racehorse, a baby, a leopard, and someone named Chuck or Chet. Really, I wasn't listening. Of course not, you say, but thank you all the same. Farhad gives a bow. Okay, well, let's make some notes here. So at 0:45, the Club Trocadero. This was not a red herring. There's a bunch of 2 incidents. Phone call between them at 10 p.m. Mrs. Hale was in Christian Dior. It made me think like she was in such a fancy dress. We might be able to locate her by going to the fancy dress shops. That's what I sort of was getting the feel for. Like, we don't know how to locate her, but maybe if we go to some fancy shops. Duke of Zil says, I love Farhad. Okay, yeah, he's a good character. Okay, so he mentions two people, Otto Friedrich and Howard Hughes, who surely we won't get to meet. He's a famous rich person in history, famous recluse. Okay, so she gets into a fight with them. And they run the town, so she's fighting with them. And then we hear mention Ida Lupino. Now, Ida Lupino is in our newspaper. Featuring America's youngest star, Ida Lupino, at the Grauman's Hollywood Egyptian Theater. That's just featuring her in movies. So our guy's impressed that Ida Lupino was in there. We make a note about Ida Lupino. Okay, and then we sent Clara home with the chauffeur. Ida Lupino broke them up. Broke up the fight. And chauffeur took him home. Took her home. We don't know the chauffeur's name, though, so we don't know how to follow up with that. She did use the phone call between the two incidents, tense call around 10 p.m. And then the phone call was meeting up, but then there's a bunch of stuff in here. Boardwalk, I wonder if that was like, I can't tell if it's saying like he's misheard some of the stuff, like boardwalk is sidewalk. Rental units, trips abroad, door prize, racehorse, baby, leopard. I mean, her movie was the leopard print. So I wonder if these are things he's mishearing. I'm not sure. All right. Otto Friedrich, I can't remember. Have we heard of him before? He's not the producer, right? The producer was something similar to that, though. What's the producer's name? Does anyone remember the producer's name? Going to Clara Rose's house now. Producer is Overfield. Overfield we met with, and this is Otto Friedrich. So we don't know anything about him. Otto Friedrich and Howard Hughes are big shots running the whole town. Jonathan says, I think Otto and Ida are real people from the history of film. Did Ida Lupino directed the noir movie Detour? If she did, it was much later in her career, because here she's the youngest starlet in Hollywood. Featuring America's youngest star, Ida Lupino. So at this point, she's just a star. All right, well, we got lots of open leads here. I guess it's time for another break, though. We're taking breaks every hour or so this session. I feel like this is a very rich case. Like, we still got a while to go, although I feel like we understand the core blackmail stuff, but we still don't know who's all involved in it. All right, I'll see you in 8 minutes then. Okay, we're back. You're watching Call It for Two. We're playing Mortem L.A, Lights, Camera, Murder. We've just been to the Trocadero Club, met an interesting character who told us, to our surprise, our detective was writing down in his notebook, that Ida Lupino, the youngest, according to the newspaper in 1948, America's youngest star, Ida Lupino. And in the chat, Jonathan, I think, was saying how he thinks Ida Lupino became a director. And it sort of caused us to be curious about her. And because we're savoring this experience, I've now gone and brought up some YouTube entries for Ida Lupino. It looks like she was quite important and famous. And we're going to try to listen to something, see if we can find something interesting here to listen to. Let's see what we've got here. So we've got This Is Your Life episode from hers. How a film pioneer became the TV show's only female director. Director Lee Grant on the pioneering director Ida Lupino. So, and then here's a Through the Lens documentary on her, it looks like. So I'm not sure where to start. YouTube's not going to like any of these. Let's see what happens if we... I don't want this, please. Go away.
Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels, I go to eBay Motors.
Ugh. Let's see what we have here.
As I said in the introduction, Ida Lupino is returning to the motion picture screen after a 17-year absence. So, Miss Lupino, it just has to be the first question. What was it about this role of Elvira that tempted you back to the screen?
Well, first of all, my agents said, we want to send a script over to you. And Mr. Joe Wazan is producing it. Mr. Sam Peckinpah is directing it. Steve McQueen and Robert Preston are starring in it. And would you like to play Steve McQueen's mother? And without reading the script, I said, I'll play his grandmother. With that lineup, most definitely.
Well, I've seen the picture, and you'd have to have lots and lots of makeup to play his grandmother. I can tell you that.
I wouldn't say that. You're very kind.
No, I've seen the picture. Now, the other thing that I would like to know is that the first day you went back on the set, were you at all nervous about it, Miss Lupino?
Oh, yes, very, very. I think when you've been back of the camera for a long time, and you haven't made a motion picture for so long, there's that natural nervousness, you know, your first day and first couple of days.
What were you
Can
shooting
you guys hear this
first
okay?
day on the set?
Well, actually, I was very lucky. It was the rodeo stuff. And I didn't do much except stand in crowds and wave to my husband, Robert Preston, who plays Ace Bonner.
Robert Preston is her husband. Okay, so that was her going back to acting after a long time. Let's see if we can't get something on her pioneering director work. See what this gives us. This is all going to be YouTube freaking out about copyrighted stuff. Let's see what we can get here.
Nice of you to drop in. You missed the show.
I'm sorry, it couldn't be helped.
So what were you doing that took you so long?
Oh, I got into a crap game with the boys at the jail.
Listen, Petey, don't get too tough around me. People get into trouble to get tough with me.
So fire me.
Ida Lupino was not traditional in any way. As an actress, she specialized in hard-boiled dames, yet she came from a prominent British theatrical family. She was a delicate beauty, yet I never saw her characters use their looks to get what they wanted.
I waited for my chance and I beat it. I crashed out just like you did.
I got you.
She became a director and sought out controversial subjects such as rape, polio, and unwanted pregnancy. Brought to America at age 15, Ida was promoted by Paramount Studios as a blonde starlet. But by 1940, a move to Warner Brothers and a return to her natural hair color got her career on track.
Emily, have you no faith in me at all?
At least I shall never cease to love you, Bramble.
I remember seeing Ida in Devotion, a movie about the Bronte sisters. One scene called for her to cry, and she did. Not in a fake movie star way, but in a natural way. She looked like I did when I cried. In films like The Hard Way, Ida played complex characters.
Oh, Helen,
Uh-huh.
what about us having dinner?
Yes, why don't you call me up sometime?
Call you up. I thought we were good friends.
I'm my only good friend, Max. You know that.
Tough on the outside, but hiding real feelings inside. It seemed to me that she always kept a secret when she acted.
I want to hear about her directing.
Battleship has a softer side, eh?
Oh, Paul, you don't know.
But, darling, I do. I've known all along.
No, you don't. I know what you think about me. There are so many things, Paul, I can't explain.
In They Drive by Night, there's something so fresh about her greediness.
Let's see if we
She's
can go to her
unashamed.
directing.
I tell you, you're mine and I'm I tell you I want.
And used it. The actress Mala Powers, who's on the right in a black dress, describes Ida's approach as a director.
I found it always absolutely marvelous to work with her because since she was such a consummate actress, she experienced what was going on in you almost before it happened. And very soon I got to trust her, of course, and knew that she wasn't going to print it unless it was right. So you dared to take risks with her. She had this wonderful eye for interesting shots and very long takes.
Maybe it's my imagination, but you just don't seem like the same girl since you...
Since when?
Since you came home.
Just what do you mean by that remark?
I mean, if you want to play tennis for money, then get on the level about it.
I don't like what you're saying.
Down
I
in the
don't like
back
what
of
you're
the
doing,
car.
so we're going home.
I'll tell you a secret. I once saw Ida Lupino walking in New York City. She was going to a play, and I was just so taken with her. She was so pretty. From the screen, you don't get a sense of how delicate and pretty she was. And so...
Okay. So there you have it. Ida Lupino. Pretty cool. Groundbreaking actress director. And we've just met her. And hopefully we'll get to meet her and talk to her in person in the game. And we'll see what happens with YouTube. How they react to that little footage in the video. Doesn't matter. What's the worst they can do? Make us blank it out. All right. Where would you like to go next? We could try going that theater where Ida Lupino is. I guess we should try it just for the fun of it. If we look at our newspaper, Ida Lupino is starring in this double feature at Grauman's Hollywood Egyptian Theater. So let's go there while we're thinking about Ida Lupino. Let's see if we can go there. So, well, but there is no theater entries. So maybe we can't go there. I guess we can't go there. Hollywood Egyptian Theater. There's no entry for theaters for some reason. I'm not sure why. Where does it... Hold on a second. There's something a little interesting. Grauman's Hollywood Egyptian Theater. So, if you look at our directory, I just want to point this out just so that we don't make any mistake. There's no Grauman in the white pages, but I do want to point out that on this side of the map in downtown Los Angeles, there are places that are listed that have their names. And I want to make sure that we don't think that I want to make sure it's not possible that there are locations written on this map that aren't in the yellow pages. like there's no entry for theaters in here, right? This is what I'm trying to say. There's no entry for theaters in our yellow pages. But there are theaters landmarked on our map here. Well, I guess there's the Times Theater. That doesn't have a number. I just worry that there might be... Does anyone know where the Grauman's Theater is? I just worry that there might be places that you would only find on the map. Like Open Air Auditorium. But maybe that's not true. Grauman's Theater is a very famous place. That's the only other reason I mention why it's a little odd that there's no entry for theaters. You would think in Los Angeles you'd have an entry in the yellow pages for theaters. Well, something to keep in mind later, I guess. Anything from the chat on this? Can we find the guy who ran the orphanage or the orphanage itself? It's the famous Chinese theater, yes. Okay, we can go to the orphanage. We'll come back and try to find Grauman's Theater later if we can think of any way to get there. It's such a famous place. It's just odd that we can't find it. It's odd that there's no theaters listed. There's no theater entry in the yellow pages. There's tons of clothing stores listed, but no theater listings. I find that odd. Okay. Duke of Zill was saying, Jonathan was saying, can we go to the orphanage guy? Let's see. Let's see if we can find the orphanage. The orphanage was Curl Fink Orphanage donation. So let's look up, is there any orphanage in community organizations? Well, here's the Jefferson Park Orphanage. So we've got the Jefferson Park Orphanage, and then what about Carl Fink? Carl Fink. I don't know if that's one hyphenated name or, let's see. Carl Fink, H6, 154. Orphanage is 154H6. They're both the same location. So we could find it by looking up orphanage, Jefferson Park Orphanage, or by Curl Fink. So it's orphanage 154H6. Let's go there. (154H6). Okay. H6 puts us in our Los Angeles map. Let's see where it is. H6, all the way down here. Okay. So if you remember, this was just mentioned that she gave a large donation to them. Let's see, we're going to find out why and if her son was there. The corridors ring out with the laughs, squeals, and shouts of children as you locate Reverend Curl Fink, director of Jefferson Park Orphanage. "Come into my office," he says, smiling. "Can't hear yourself think out there. Lot of kids." "City of Angels," says the Reverend. "Now what can I do for you?" "Clara Rose," you say. "Ah, that particular angel gives not just her money, but also her time, and the kids just love her." You take a breath. "Well, this is going to be very sad news for them. I'm sorry to tell you she's died, murdered." The Reverend takes a seat, crosses his chest, and whispers a prayer. She was one of the truly good ones, he says. So she gave a lot to this place. Do you know why? The Reverend looks at you. You're asking why she gave her time and riches to orphan children? Is that really the greatest mystery? I'm sorry, I suppose not. And I suppose there was more to our Clara than met the eye, more than appeared on our screen. Of course, you offer your condolences and walk back through the halls of giggling angels. Okay, so nothing of interest there. Either way. All right. Well, continuing on our list, we could look up Ida Lupino. Is she in the directory? Ida Lupino is in the directory. Let's go visit Ida Lupino. Or Ida Lupino. I had an aunt, Aunt Ida. My grandmother had a bunch of sisters. It was Sarah, Esther, Ida. Oh, I'm missing one of the good ones. Esther and the other one were two of the best ones. I'm missing one of them though. And Esther and Ida. Sorry. Okay, Ida Lupino is in 103, which is in location B2. Okay, let's see if Ida Lupino is going to talk to us. B2 103. Doesn't look like she's in the... Oh, B2, yeah. Okay, 103. There she is. She lives in Beverly Hills. Let's see if we can talk to Ida Lupino. Oh, we're going to get a chance to talk to Ida Lupino. Back before she became a director. Let's see what she has to say. Ida Lupino meets you at her favorite cafe, nodding to the waiter before sliding into the booth. Only then does she take off her dark sunglasses. Her eyes are a startling blue. You can tell she's been crying. Is it really true, she says. Clara's gone. You offer your condolences and ask how they met. I think it was an exec party, maybe even Frederick's. A long, long time ago. I was just a kid when we met, and Clara became like an older sister, always trying to protect me. Now look at me. I'm practically over the hill. You make a gesture like she's being silly. No, really, Hollywood actresses live in a dog years. Another couple birthdays and I'll be doing Return of the Leopard People. They chew you up, then they spit you right into the B-movie casting couch. Do you think that was what was bothering her? How do you mean? Asks Miss Lupino. She is so much smaller when not projected 2 stories high. Well, apparently she was, acting kind of this is us. Apparently she was, acting kind of testy, going after everyone, like that night at the Trocadero. You were there, correct? Absolutely correct, but I think you've got the wrong idea about Clara. It's not like she was on some rampage. In fact, at the beginning of the night, she was fine. She was excited about going to London. She worked films in the UK before on loan. They love her there. You ask her about the incidents. Well, the one with Miss Hale was all Mrs. Hale. She just went at Clara, and I think it's pretty obvious what that was about. But why Camilla chose then and there to confront Clara, I really couldn't tell you. The thing later, though, with Blotto Friedrich and Happy Hughes, that was Clara's doing. I think she sunk a few drinks by then. Maybe the stuff with Camilla got her rattled, and then she went for the big boys. It was pretty intense. You ask what it was about. To tell the truth, I don't really know. Maybe she was sick of running around in the jungle and climbing out of swamps. She used to get good movies, you know. But you do what they tell you. That said, I bet there was more to it than that. She lowers her voice. Few people know this. But Clara has a sticky past with Otto Friedrich. Something happened between them early in her career. A baby? This was before Friedrich ran Orpheum Pictures, when he was just a producer. She never really talks about it, but even from a rough sketch, it looks like Otto was pure sleaze. Did you hear what she was saying that night? Something about threats, blackmail, keeping people's secrets. It was veiled but charged, if you know what I mean. With plenty of expletives, Otto was a Martian sunset. What do you think she was trying to achieve? I don't know, she gives a smile. My papa used to call me that. I didn't know Lupino. Haven't thought of that in years. She puts down her coffee and stares at the table. I'm one of the lucky ones. If it weren't for Clara, I'd have fallen in a lot more swamps. But it was like she was finally done with it all, pulling herself out into a brand new life. Instead, she wound up dead. All right, so what we learned from Lupino is that Otto Friedrich, who's running Orpheum, might have a past with Clara. We learned Miss Hale's name. It's Miss Camilla. I don't know why it was so hard for us to find that or why that's relevant, but we know her first name now, Camilla Hale. And it wouldn't be surprising if the illegitimate son was from Otto Friedrich. And it sounds like Clara Rose wanted out, wanted to go to London, start a new life. I don't think we got anything more out of the Ida Lupino. All right. Shall we look and go visit Friedrich? Duke of Zil says, coincidence that his production company sounds a lot like Orphan Pictures. That's interesting. Orpheum. Well, don't forget, it said he used to be a producer for Orpheum before he started running it. So Orpheum is a word that's been out for a while. Maybe that existed before he had orphans. Let's try to look up Otto Friedrich and see if we can talk to him. Do you think we can talk to Howard Hughes? There's an entry for him. Okay, Friedrich. Friedrich. Otto Friedrich is 444. That location E1. Okay, let's go see what Otto Friedrich he'll tell us what they were arguing about. Jonathan Warner says, Otto Friedrich looks like in real life he wrote a book about Hollywood history, so I think this is an Easter egg reference to him. If he's in real life, he's not going to be the murderer. That's a little metagaming for you. Where did I put my stickers? Here. If they're in real life, they're probably not the person who did the murder. Like, you can't say too bad things about. Okay, here we go. We're talking to Otto Friedrich. Let's see what he tells us they were arguing about. The waiting area to Otto Friedrich's executive office is festooned with gilt-framed Orpheum movie posters, including Clara Rose's first 3 box office hits, Love Me Sadly, Miss Dakota Pent, and Shotgun Funeral. Friedrich's receptionist sits beneath them, unmoved by your requests. We're all upset about Clara, she says, but Mr. Friedrich has already spoken to the police. You attempt again to explain your jurisdiction. This is Hollywood, she says, with a tight smile. The only diction that matters is how you say your lines. How about these lines, you say? Well-known studio thug Mr. Friedrich was one of the last people to see the famous actress alive. In fact, witnesses report that a heated, near-violent exchange took place between the two of them at the Trocadero Club the night before she was killed. Meanwhile, Miss Friedrich's receptionist has been charged with obstructing justice. Well, would you look at that, says the receptionist, gesturing to the window. You see Otto Friedrich walking through the parking lot away from the building, trailed by two red-headed brutes in matching suits. All three climb into a black Chrysler Imperial and drive off. Okay, so he's got the two red-headed brutes that beat us up. Very interesting. So he's looking into what's going on too. I think he's not the bad guy that killed her. I think he's also, like, maybe she can talk to him about being blackmailed and he's doing his independent investigation. All right. For the fun of it, shall we close down this lead about the fight and look up Howard Hughes and see if he'll talk to us? So Howard Hughes. Don't forget we have all of our informants to visit too. Okay, Howard Hughes. I can't believe he's in the directory. Howard Hughes is 824. Or at least H. Hughes is in the directory. 824. Which is location A3. All right, let's see what we can get at 824. Let's see if there's an entry for it. We have yet to look up a location that didn't exist, and here it does exist again. All right. Your buddy Ray, who parks cars at the Wilshire Country Club, gives you a call when Howard Hughes tees off. Then, for a couple of dollars more, he looks the other way as you slip past the gate and head toward the fourth hole. A tall, familiar-looking man in a yellow shirt and khakis is waggling a 5-wood, peering at the horizon. Someone grabs your shoulder from behind. You turn to face two goons in Hawaiian shirts, one of them holding a finger to his lips, the other one tapping the holster under his arm. The three of you watch silently as Howard Hughes strikes his ball. It hooks into the fescue. Look what you made him do, says the man still gripping your shoulder. Hughes is striding down the center of the fairway. My apologies, you say. I just need a moment of his time. You and everyone else, says the one with the holster. Mr. Hughes don't like to be bothered. The two of them grab your arm and walk you back to the fourth tee, then the first, then all the way to the parking lot. Ray is studying his shoelaces as they send you on your way with a little extra push. Okay. So, little, just fun of trying to meet Howard Hughes. Duke of Zill points out that the real Otto Friedrich would only be 19 years old in 1948, so maybe just the name is the Easter egg and the character could still be a suspect. Okay, that's a good tip. It's not the same guy. All right. And I forget if I made a mark for this. A3, 824, A3, 824. So we caught him on the golf course, and his goons took us away. All right. Don't forget, we've got our informants to talk to. We went to the orphanage. We went to Ida Lupino. Let's just cross some of these things off. We went to Otto Friedrich. When we looked up Hale, does she have her own residence? I mean, if they're not staying together, maybe she's got a separate residence. So we've got a Hale W. That's the person we saw. And that's the only Hale. Okay. Remember that she was the fancy dresser, so I was thinking we might be able to find her by looking up the fancy clothing places. John says, we still need to follow up on the Sidewalk Cafe, Rose's accountant, and Rose's second home. All right, yes, it's absolutely true. Which of those would you guys like to go to next? We went to the orphanage. Sandra Cohen. We could try to find her second house by looking at Cohen. We've got the accountant. We've got her business partner. We've got the sidewalk cafe. We've got Pent. We could look up the Pent name that 18-year-old is. We've got McTeague, yep. The officer who arrested the young kid breaking into her house. Which of those do you guys feel most interested in going to? Go to McTeague. Okay, so we're going to go to McTeague. I guess we can look him up. He's not one of our informants, is he? No. All right, let's try to look him up by name. Is there a police officer entry here? Restaurant services, post office, printing, no. Okay, let's see if he's in the directory. It's McTeague, right? So M-E-C, here he is, McTeague. Okay, so to remind you, McTeague is the guy who handled the burglary at Clara Rose's house by the 18-year-old or 17-year-old, whose name we don't know, but could be the same one that we found birth records from. So McTeague, 645 F3. All right. 645 and F3. So here's our F3, here's our 645, new area of town. Let's go talk to him and see what he says about this break-in. Arriving at the LAPD's robbery division, you find that Detective McTeague is out on lunch break. You get the sense from his secretary's eye roll that much of his day is spent in this manner. When he finally shows up, there are 3 different stains on his shirt. "What can I do for you?" he asks, offering coffee from a cold pot that you've been staring at for 20 minutes. "Clara Rose, you say, and no, I'm fine." "That little thing? We picked up the kid who did it. He's back home now, and as far as I know, the dame ain't pressing, so what's the problem?" "The dame is dead." "Uh-oh." He pours himself a cup. "Well then, you ought to be talking to homicide." He takes a sip and winces. He winced at the coffee. "You ask if there was anything about the robbery, something that struck him as strange." "Rich actress getting burgled? Walking target, may she rest in peace. So no anomalies?" "Just the average ones." "Average anomalies?" You're starting to lose your patience. "In these kind of cases, the list of things stolen never exactly matches the list of things recovered. You give them back 33 things, and all they do is gripe about number 34, which in this case was, I don't know, some silver locket. She'll probably find it behind the dresser." "She's dead." "Oh yeah, then I guess she won't." "What about the kid?" "Underage, 17, I think he was, something Needham. Just wanted attention probably, or walking around money. Sniff of her knickers. Maybe all the above." "And what did he take?" "Just what it said in the news. A bunch of perfume, some jewelry, mostly trinkets. You ask if he can give you an address." "For the kid?" "Don't see why, but sure." He pulls up a filing cabinet drawer and starts to flip through folders, spreading one open without removing it from the stack. Then he stops. "Oh." "Oh?" "Well, we also found this. Kid said he picked it up in her bedroom. But then she claimed no knowledge." McTeague holds up a piece of paper. "Could count as strange. Open evidence F." Okay, so that's our last piece of evidence. Exciting. So we've got evidence F we're told to open. And we're also told the name of the kid, right? We're told Needham something. Needham something. Something Needham is burglar kid. And then we're told that her locket not returned. And yet she's grasping it in her hand when she's found dead. Yeah, that's odd. That's odd. And evidence F in her bedroom, but she doesn't admit it. So what is she claiming is not hers that the kid says he found in the bedroom? So maybe the kid's not her kid. It's just an interesting piece of this puzzle. All right, evidence F. Here's our last piece of evidence. Evidence F. What if it's empty? Like, what if the used game I got has a missing evidence? What would we do? It feels like it's empty, but it's not. Okay, a little note. It's always a risk with these games I buy used that something's going to be missing. Hasn't happened yet. Clara, I'm begging you for your own sake, you must stop. This is the same handwriting as this note. The exclamation points are very stylized. I'm begging you for your own sake, you must stop. You know you have nothing without me. No career, no cafe, no nothing. You are mine, and I am yours. We all made this bed, and we all have to sleep in it, so come back to bed, Clara, before it's too late. No career, no cafe, no nothing. Well, she's got a partner in the cafe. I wonder if it could be him. But here's someone who's in love with her, and it's not her ex-husband, because this handwriting is completely different from hers. So someone's in love with her, and you must stop. You know you have nothing without me. No career, no cafe, no nothing. You are mine and I am yours. We made this bed, and we shall have to sleep in it. So come back to bed, Clara, before it's too late. That's a pretty poetically scary note. Come back to bed before it's too late. And she wouldn't have it. And we still have this April 3rd date that we don't know what it's about. Well, that's pretty cool. All right. We should think about where we could find more handwriting to check against. Okay, so we went to McTeague. I think we should look up Needham to see if we can talk to this kid. Where's our directory? Let's see if there's an entry for Needham. Needham, G.A. This is our detective, tells us it's interesting that the detective said he was going to get the address in the file, and then instead he found the note and didn't give us the address of the kid. 088 I3. Okay, let's see what we got here. 088 and I3 is here. Why don't I see it? Oh, there it is. Okay. So he lives in the far east of town on 3rd Street. Let's see if there's an entry for this kid. Surprising how we have yet to look up a place that isn't in the book. Duke Godzilla says, is this directory used across all 3 cases, or is there a new one for each case? This directory and this incredible map are only used for this case. But it looks like the other 2 cases have a much smaller, limited map and directory. So it's like this first case is the amazing one. The other 2 cases look like they are much reduced in scope in terms of map and directory on first glance, but the books look just as big. So it looks like there's just as many entries to read, but they're not as map-based. Maybe longer entries or more jumping around, I don't know. Okay, we've got a big entry for Needham. Let's see what we got here. The Needham family is a little bungalow on a pleasant-seeming cul-de-sac. Mr. Needham answers the door. He's also pleasant, but not so little, with a square jaw and hands that look ready for action. Hello, detective, he says. I know you have a job to do, but Andy has spoken with the police already. He was a minor when the burglaries took place. The victim filed no charges. I'm his father, and I'd like him to be left alone. There's something in his demeanor that reminds you of police tape and briefings and your time at the academy. Reggie Needham? Detective Reggie Needham? Nope, kid, he says, half smiling. Not detective anymore. Nope is right. The DA saw to that. Some of L.A.'s finest had to take the fall. What it meant for Needham was early retirement, not the humiliation others had faced, but not exactly a decorated end to his career either. Andy's your boy? McTeague had left this detail out of the report. He's a good kid, just going through a tough time. Needham glances down at his feet. It's ever since his mom died. Cancer and adolescence. He looks at you and nods. That's a 1-2 punch. He won't be breaking in anywhere else. You have my word on it. Needham has that feel, steely, true, and calm, the kind of cop you'd want it to be. I'd still like to talk to him, you say. It's a murder investigation now, and he might shed some light. Needham nods like he knew this would be the case. He leaves you there in the doorway and reappears with his son. Hi, says Andy Needham. He doesn't look like a criminal or even a delinquent, really just a kid, and not a happy one. He seems like he's been crying. His hands shake. You take out the note you got from Teague. Can you tell me where you found this, Andy? Andy nods and looks at you. In Clara Rose's house, he says. You ask him to be more specific. In her bedroom, in a drawer by her bed. Okay, you say, then soften your voice. Andy, do you know that Clara Rose has died? Andy looks stricken, but not in a way that suggests surprise, more like a reminder of grief. His body starts trembling, but it eases when his dad puts a hand on his shoulder. You've admitted to burglarizing her residence, you say carefully, in a manner you think Detective Needham would appreciate. Can you tell me why you did that? You can see he's choking up. I've seen her movies. He takes a heavy breath and looks right through you. I just really miss my mom. You thank them both and leave them there, father and son, looking into the middle distance. So he just wanted to connect with this female star that he had a crush on. Okay, well, we believe him. He's a reasonably good kid. And we believe that he found this note. I mean, what, are we not going to believe this is a real note? No, of course we believe it. So I'm not sure. That's all just storyline. It might have been more entertaining if we had reason to doubt this note and we had to use our judgment as to whether it was real. But we're already convinced it was real. So he really didn't tell us anything, right? It was a cool little emotional flourish there, and that we knew his father was a detective that got pushed out. All right. Shall we go to the sidewalk cafe and handle those group of clues? The accountant, sidewalk cafe, and the partner at the sidewalk cafe. All right, let's try it. Restaurants, sidewalk cafe is 404H1. 404. Sidewalk cafe. H1. Okay. Sidewalk cafe is up here. Right in the corner here. All right. And we're going to be listening for a secret secret phrase, a secret message, right? So 404. So she owned the cafe with someone else. And the lawyer was telling us he was going to have to manage it. Let's see what it says. You'd expect Clara Rose's joint to have a Clara Rose feel to it, or at least a bit of Hollywood glitz, but the sidewalk cafe is remarkably unremarkable. The cozy Tudor-style dining room is empty and the chairs are stacked on tables, but you did not walk through an unlocked front door, so you figure someone must be here. You stand at the bar thumbing a stack of menus. So here's the menu. Castellamare, Wusselian dinner, $3.75. Antipasto, Napolitan or fruit cup, Valencia Coney Island clam chowder or onion au gratin, filet of sole, Delmonico, or baked Virginia sugar-cured ham. That's what's on the dinner menu. Not open today, says a voice behind you. A woman in a headscarf has materialized at the foot of a staircase, mop in hand. She scrubs the floor as you approach. I'm not here to eat, though I might come back for the ham, you say, flashing your credentials. Oh, the pig is excellent. She glances at your ID. I'm Rita Olson, the manager of this place. We decided to close, at least for now, with all that's happened. I'm sure you understand. Just keeping busy with some cleaning. She waves her hand up the stairs. You tell her you have a few questions just to confirm Clara's timeline leading up to her death. Routine follow-ups. You'd think it might be part of the police's routine too, but they haven't asked me anything. She leans her mop on the wainscoting. Shoot. Wait, don't actually shoot. Do you guys carry guns? Yes, you say, at least I will after a probationary period. So you're not even a real agent? I'm real, it's just, well, can I ask you some questions, Miss Olson? Shoot, she says again, grinning. So we don't have a gun yet. You ask if she saw Clara the night before the murder. No. Well, she phoned here to check in. She does that. But what does that have to do with Joe Fletcher? Is this where she called? In between the two incidents at the bar? Did she call here? That would make sense if she was calling her partner that might be here. Well, she phoned here to check in. She does that. But what does it have to do with Joe Fletcher? He was banned from this place long ago, before I even started working for Clara, so I wouldn't have seen him. It was him that shot her, right? You resist answering and persist questioning. So you talked to Clara that night? Were you the only one to speak with her? Well, no. She asked to speak to Thomas Deasy, our bartender, so I put her on. Well, what about? Rita looks like she's about to say something, but changes tack. Again, what does this have to do with Clara being shot by her ex-husband? I actually have a lot to do today. She glances up the stairway. What, upstairs? Just more of the restaurant? Oh, what's up there, you ask? What, upstairs? Just more of the restaurant, more sidewalk cafe. Mind if I take a look? This time, you don't wait for an answer, and she follows you up the stairs. Oh boy, what's happening in this cafe? This might be just more of the sidewalk cafe, but it's also a whole lot ritzier. All chandeliers and velvet rather than stucco and bare beams. Rita is talking quicker now. This is for our high-end customers, the ones who really want the life that Clara Rose represents. All movie stars and glamour, and, well, they want dinner too, and drinks. And scanning the room, you see it's a lot newer than you first realized. The whole building is probably constructed about 30 years ago at the start of Prohibition, of course. And 7-card stud, you say? Huh? You caught her glancing sidelong at a wall to your right. You walk over and pry at the narrow inlay between two panels, working your arms upward until at last you feel a latch. You look back at Rita, who says nothing. You find a second latch at the bottom, and the panel slides open like a diptych in church. Stored inside are roulette, blackjack, and poker tables. We found a little speakeasy, a little gambling joint here. Miss Rita Olson is practically vibrating now, unconnected sounds popping out of her mouth. You fix her with a look and mimic a long, deep breath. Relax, you say. You're not in any trouble, at least not yet. Just answer my questions, okay? She closes her lips and nods. The night of the call, there was gambling here, correct? Rita nods again. Is that why Clara wanted to speak to Tom? Was he the one letting it happen? She nods once more. You make a gesture like it's time to start talking again. She breathes through her nose and opens her mouth. Okay, she says, here's the deal. Deasy, Clara, and Fletcher all go way back. Tom and Joe are still pals, though Clara doesn't like it. Didn't like. But they're war buddies, for real, they even fought together. And they both have that gangster inclination. At least since they became civilians again. At first, she kind of liked the gambling. Thought it was exciting, I think. And Clara always cut Tom a whole lot of slack. But you can see it had been getting to her lately. The idea that she was losing control of her own place, losing this place to the mob. Rita looks kind of startled, like she hadn't expected to just lay all this down. You pick up the biggest piece of it. The mobsters that came in here. Can you give me some names? She looks at you warily, then sighs. Fact is, I don't even know. Except for the big shot, of course, but everyone knows him. You tilt your head and wait. Mr. She looks around at nothing. Mr. Chaz. That's his name? What kind of name is that? That's what people call him. You lift up a tarp covering the roulette table. And he was here the other night, the night in question? Rita nods. The games really started heating up. Deasy asked Emma Heckler and Barry Miller to stay and help out. I guess that got back to Clara, and so she was having it out with Deasy on the phone. He was already on thin ice with her, and maybe this was the crack. At least that's what I figure. I try to stay out of all that. That ice, you slide your hand along the outer wooden roulette rail. What's he doing messing with the roulette table? That ice, you slide your hand along the outer wooden roulette rail. How'd it get so thin? Clara hired a bookkeeper, Bob Hall, and I guess he and Tom were butting heads over inventory. Tom's never been Mr. Reliable, but even more so lately. Troubles at home, absences, late all the time. I've had to cover the bar a few times. Truth is, he was acting more and more like Fletcher. I could see that sticking in Clara's craw. The outer rail is studded with screws. Have you seen Deasy since the murder, you say? Measuring the space between the screws with your fingertips. Rita shakes her head. One of the screws feels loose. You press on it, then again, peering into the ball track of the roulette wheel. A tiny pin emerges, just enough to deflect a ball in its track. You can't help but smirk. Why, Miss Olson, you say, the game is rigged. That's pretty cool. Okay, well, we learned a lot here. We know there's gambling, but this was a big entry. This might have been our biggest entry yet. So let's see. What did we find here? So we met Rita Olson. What is she? The manager. Okay. What does she say? She makes this funny joke about a shooting. She says Joe Fletcher was not allowed in the bar for a while, but there's a person she mentions, Thomas Deasy, the bartender. All right, so we confront her about the gambling, and she says Deasy, Clara, and Fletcher all go way back. Tom and Joe are still pals, so he's still pals with Joe Fletcher. That's interesting. The guy who got shot in the mouth, this guy is still pals with. They're war buddies. And they're running this, they're acting like gangsters. They're running this place. She knew about the gambling. She liked it at first, but then she feels like it's getting out of control. Okay, so our woman mentions two other people. Emma Helliker and Barry Miller. They're asked to help clean up. So they might be able to give us some more additional background information. Okay, and then she says that Clara called Deasy last night. So remember, she calls someone at the club. We're told about the call. We might want to go back and listen to that, what Farhad said the call was like again. The games really started heating up. Deasy and Emma stayed to clean up. That got back to Clara. She was having none of it. Why is she upset that they stayed back to clean up? He was on thin ice. How did it get so thin? Clara hired bookkeeper Bob Hall, and Bob Hall and Thomas Deasy, arguing over inventory. So maybe that guy Deasy is stealing from her, selling liquor out of the club, not reporting it or something like that. Tom's never been reliable, even more so lately. Trouble at home, absences. So we're going to want to visit his home. And then we found that they're fixing the gambling. That's just for fun. Oh, it looks like Gregory Privet has come into the channel. I think we're going to take our next break here, but there's no way we're going to finish this tonight. Gregory has a quick update. I did order today Bureau of Investigation from England. So we're going to be getting it, if all goes well, in a week or so. I have no idea when it's going to come out in America. So I finally bit the bullet and ordered it from England. Not too much difference in cost. All right, so we just had this fun encounter with the manager of the Sidewalk Cafe that Clara co-owns with someone else. Who is it she co-owns it with? Who's her business partner? We wrote it down. It's not Deasy, right? It's someone else. Ernie Kellogg. Let's go talk to her co-owner, Ernie Kellogg, and see if he knows that there's gambling and all that. So Ernie Kellogg. Ernie Kellogg, okay. Oh, let's not forget to write down the Mr. Big is Chaz. So she mentioned in hushed voices that they're dealing with these mobsters, the boss of which is Mr. Chaz. That's very interesting for us. Okay, Kellogg, Ernie Kellogg. So I think another clue or two, and then we need to take another break. 285 G2. All right, let's see what this co-owner of the cafe has to say, and then maybe we'll talk to her accountant. So 285, that's where the partner lives. Ernie Kellogg. All right, let's see what he has to say. Wasn't a Chuck or Chaz mentioned early at one point? You're right. It's when Farhad was recalling the conversation. He said he was trying to remember what they were saying, and he was like, Chuck or something like that. So I think you're right. I think it's likely he was misremembering and he heard they're talking about Chaz. Jonathan Warner is clarifying his statement here. I guess for the record, it seems the screw passage was just that the game was rigged, but since it mentioned the screws were so far apart, could that be how Fletcher bruised his hand? I don't think so. I don't think they're related. But you might be right, actually. I think it's an interesting theory because it was saying how they're apart and they're saying how there are strange bruises. And we may want to look again. Were the bruises on the inside of his hand or on the outside? I just assumed they were on the outside, but you might have a point that if they're strange bruises on the inside, I think it's an interesting theory, Jonathan, that they're from manipulating that. It absolutely could be. And I think Duke of Zill is right about the overheard conversation was mentioning Chuck or Chaz. It probably was Chaz. We might want to go back and look at both things. Remind me. In fact, it would be useful if we had a little place to write down things we want to follow up on. That's what we normally do. We normally keep a list of things to follow up on. I'm going to rely on both of you to help me remember to check on the autopsy for the bruises and the phone call again. I think you might be right. I think Jonathan may be onto something about the strange bruises. I thought it was just for flavor text, but now that you mention it, it does seem like it was the inside of the hand that the bruises were on. So I think you might be right about that. Okay, let's read Ernie Kellogg, what he has to say about this club. Ernie Kellogg has a head like a ball, a body like a pin, and is the sole owner of Hollywood Bowls, 10 lanes of 10-pin stardom. Balls thunder down the lanes, making your skull throb. Ernie slurps a malted behind the soda counter, avoiding eye contact with you until the last possible second. Get the hell out of here, he says, with an unsettling grin. You agency guys crack me up. Why should I even talk to you? He takes a long slurp with his straw, gesturing for you to sit down. You get the feeling that mixed messages are kind of a Kellogg's forte. And for a silent partner, he's very loud. Let me guess, I'm Clara's business partner, so I must have killed her. No, wait, even better. If Clara dies, I get a majority stake in the cafe, and look at that, she died. The sound of a strike clatters behind you when someone lets out a whoop. Majority, you ask? Who else has a piece? That scoundrel Tom Deasy. He used to be your agent until he screwed that up. But that's not the point. I'm the one who killed her, right? Wrong. He slams the table with the palm of his hand. You look like a smart kid. It seems he's expecting an answer to this, staring you down as he takes another sip of his malted. Then he puts up his hand, as if to block what you're going to say. If you're so smart, then tell me this. Why would I kill her? No, really, why? Your reason doesn't make any sense. You open your mouth. Someone drops a ball. Think about it. The Sidewalk Cafe is Clara's place. And if Clara's dead, then what is it? You hazard a guess. Your place? No. What is it? It's not Clara's place. You're about to say you don't follow, but that seems redundant, and there's little doubt in your mind that Kellogg is going to explain. I'll extrapolate it for you, he says. I make money when people come to the Sidewalk Cafe. People come to the Sidewalk Cafe because it's Clara's place. His face has begun to redden now from the effort of extrapolating. I am not a fabulous Hollywood actress, so I want it to be Clara's place, not Ernie Kellogg's. He's starting to sputter as if getting lost in his own thoughts. What is so hard to understand about that? You take a moment, hoping he'll remember his malted. But it isn't true, you say, as he finally takes a sip. Isn't it true, you say, as he finally takes a sip, that even more famous than a movie star is a movie star who's been murdered? You're not sure what to be ready for. Though the straw is still in his mouth, you can see the malted sip has halted halfway up. His eyes slowly lift, and the sound of a gutter ball echoes in the air, and now his voice comes steady and low. Well, that's a very dark thought, my friend. But let's remember, it was yours, not mine. You nod and get up to leave, then stop. Oh, I really should ask you, of course, where were you when Clara was killed? Kellogg smiles and points behind you. Lane number 3, throwing strikes. Got a half dozen pin boys for witnesses. Maybe you should have started with that. Okay, so that was a fun conversation with a character, Eddie Kellogg, who runs the bowling joint. That was kind of fun to talk to him. Let's wrap up this autopsy and phone call, and then we'll take a little break. So the question was about the bruises on Joe Fletcher's hand on the autopsy. To remind you, there he is, dead. And the autopsy of Joe Fletcher shows that he's got no money. That makes sense now. We know he was poor. Noted some powder residue on his hands and incongruous burn marks on his face. And here, nope, they're back of hands. That's interesting. Look at that. Here's front. Palms open to the front. Autopsy, nothing. But on the back of his hand, back of his right hand, is superficial bruising. So actually, it's the back of his hand that has superficial bruising. And what does it say about the bruising somewhere? Soot deposition is present on the nose, nostrils, cheek, lips, tongue. I mean, he's shot in close range. 2 teeth embedded in hard palate. Shallow bruising on right hand knuckles. Knuckles 3 and 5. 3 to 5. Exactly where you would hit someone. Right? Knuckles 3 to 5. 1, 2, 3. So right where you would punch someone. All right. Well, that was good. We clarified that. I think that answers the question about whether those bruises were from the roulette table. I think it means they weren't. They were from getting into a fight, punching someone. Ernie Kellogg does tell us, before we forget, that Thomas Deasy, the bartender, is actually part owner of the Sidewalk Cafe. Well, we're going to want to talk to Thomas Deasy. He's the person Clara called. He's the person getting on her nerves. So before we do that, let's listen to that one last phone call that they had at the club, the Trocadero Club, which was 45. If you'll remember, Farhad, the guy who runs the Trocadero, was telling us about the phone call that he overheard. Let's see what he says. You might have heard something by accident. That I might have, says Farhad, nodding at the distant possibility. Something perhaps about plans to meet alone, though not wanting to do it, and needing to keep it on the down low, sly, the QT, the hush-hush, something like that I might have heard. Also mention of a boardwalk, which could have been the sidewalk cafe, he may have misheard. Trips abroad, a door prize, a racehorse, a baby, a leopard, and someone named Chuck or Chet or Chaz. So I think that's him mishearing stuff. It's interesting. Boardwalk, rental units, trips abroad. Like her saying she's going to London. She wants out of this whole thing. I don't know what the racehorse and door prize is, but baby, we do suspect there's something going on with blackmail about her baby. The leopard could be her production at the Leopard print movie. So is she planning to meet Thomas Deasy alone? Thomas Deasy is my number one suspect at this point. All right, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back. We've been recording for 5 hours and 47 minutes. It's clear we're not going to finish this case in one session. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. We can talk about where we are and where you want to go next. We are back. You're watching Call for Two. We're playing Mortem L.A. Lights, Camera, Murder. And we were just discussing in the chat that as much as we just got some great information at the Sidewalk Cafe, we did not notice the secret phrase that we were looking for when we went to the hotel. So what we're going to do is we're going to reread the question that was asking us for the secret phrase. So let's see, it was 912 was the hotel. So when you go, if you've been here before, you go to 810. So it's 810 that wants the secret phrase. Okay. So we go to Dimitri. We go look at this, is what happens. We go look at the hotel registry again. We know that our guy Joe Fletcher was staying in a room under a fake name of Clark Gable. So when we look back at the registry, we see there it is, 4 rooms down from Clark Gable is James Cagney. What a couple of cut-ups. You write down the room number. Dimitri grabs your wrist with surprising strength. I've been instructed to not let anyone see Mr. Cagney, who could be Miss Chaz, for all we know, without the secret phrase. Do you know the secret phrase? Okay, so it's a secret phrase. Oh, you pull free of Dimitri's grip and remember something about sidewalks and legs. Okay, so now we're going to go back. 810 is the secret phrase part. Okay, so now we're going to go back to where we just were at the Sidewalk Cafe and see if that menu is the secret phrase, something about legs, or if something else comes up. So let's look at the menu here. Antipasto, Neapolitan or fruit cup, Valencia Coney Island clam chowder, onion au gratin, fillet of sole, or baked Virginia sugar cured ham. Nothing about legs there. Let's see. Let's read what she says. Let's see if anything jumps out. She's running this joint. She's the manager of this gambling joint. So, and we're at the Sidewalk Cafe. So we're looking for something about legs, maybe. She's cleaning. See if she says anything weird to us. She makes her jokes about go ahead and shoot. She called to speak to Thomas Deasy. What's upstairs? More Sidewalk Cafe. It's a whole lot ritzier. High-end customers. 7-card stud. She says nothing. She's just quiet after we find it. She doesn't say anything odd to us. I think we're going to have to talk to someone who's going to mention it. Maybe Deasy. Yeah, she's not saying anything here that's jumping out at me as being the phrase. So I don't think we've encountered it yet. But we've got a bunch more people to talk to. We've got Thomas Deasy. We've got the 2 people that helped clean up, Emma Helliker and Barry Miller. And then we've got the accountant. So I think those are the people I want to talk to next. Maybe we talk to the helpers before we confront Thomas Deasy. So Emma Helliker, let's look her up in the directory. Anything Deasy might know, yes. Anything else we need to chat about before we jump back into this? Do we need to recap where we are in this case? We've got Clara's house was broken into. We think we chased down that lead and we found a second sort of blackmail note, but it's not really pure blackmail anymore. This one is saying, the note we found in her bedroom, written the same as this other blackmail note, is, "You are mine and I am yours. We made this bed. We have to sleep in it together. Come back to bed." And we know she's running some gambling establishment. And maybe she was trying to get free of it all and leave and go to London. And they killed her for not letting go. And we think Joe Fletcher is involved in this gambling thing. Jonathan says, we need to remember to visit the other home of Rose. Yes, we do. Okay, let's start with these people, Emma Helliker and Barry Miller. And then we'll make our way to Deasy and then the other home of Rose. I'm assuming that we haven't been to both homes. Oh, yeah, she says there's another house. Okay, so Emma Helliker. Emma Helliker, this is a person that was asked to help clean up the gambling joint, is 322, which is at H3. And then the other one was Barry Miller. So these are bit players, but maybe they'll know something. Miller is 098, and he's on I-5. Okay, let's mark these places and go visit them. They're probably not going to give us much, but let's see what they do give us. H3, 322. Okay. And where the club is here. Sorry. Here's the club, and here's the home of this worker, Emma Helliker, 322. Let's see what if Emma can shed any light for us on what's going on. The door to Miss Helliker's apartment is only open a crack, and all you can see is her husband's eyeball, his chin wagging, and him not being helpful at all. "I tell you, she ain't here," he says, as a dog barks behind the door. Then it seems the dog gives a pull, and the door swings open wider, and who's standing right behind them but Emma Helliker. "That's not her," says the man, regaining his balance. Emma rolls her eyes, then pats both the dog and the husband on the back as she steps out into the hall. The dog has stopped barking, but the man is still sputtering. "It's okay, honey," she says. "This one's harmless, isn't even a cop." "I'm from the agency," you say, somewhat defensively. She smiles at you. "Like I said, come on, let's get some air." She presses the elevator call button, waggles her fingers at her protectors, and steps onto the elevator. As the two of you watch the passing of floors through the steel gate, you glance at her. Yellow nails, blue dress, red lips, green eyes, black hair. She takes out a pack of smokes, and one is lit by the time you reach the ground. You step out together. The clouds in the sky look like giant white fish. "You want to know about April 2nd, right?" Night before the murder. She funnels smoke skyward from the corner of her mouth. "I heard Deasy on the phone with Clara around 10. I could tell she was busting his chops. It wasn't just that he was running a game that night. It was that he hadn't told her." You ask what Deasy was saying. "The usual. Those hoods are good for business. Can't just turn them down, yada, yada, yada." When he hung up, you could see him steaming. But he's been steaming a lot lately, kind of on edge. He made a couple calls. So he's opening the joint, the Sidewalk Cafe, for the gangsters to gamble at. He hadn't told her in advance. She was yelling at him. He's upset. You ask who he phoned. So he makes another phone call after they finish arguing. "Not sure, but I think maybe Fletcher. Those two are kind of funny together." You make some notes, then ask who else was there that night. "Well, Chaz for sure. That's the big mafia boss. He's always around." "Right," you say, "the famous Mr. Chaz." Emma laughs, and you look at her with a question. "People are so dumb. His name is Chaz Burrell. He's just a normal human. But the first time he showed up, this was a long time ago now, someone called him Mr. Burrow, and he said, "No, it's Chaz." And I guess he's the kind of goomba that some people take way too seriously, even if they don't know why. Because then they called him Mr. Chaz, and I guess that was fine with him. I mean, what are you going to do? He's the cock of the walk, though. And Deezy's like this little lapdog. I mean, Clara might be his boss on paper, but not in the real world. You ask about Fletcher. Didn't really know him, just knew of him. But I tell you, those guys are all the same. Gangsters or wannabe gangsters, movie stars or wannabe movie stars. They're all just scumbags. The good guys are washing dishes, taking out the trash, maybe trying to solve a murder or two. She winks and blows it off out an arrow of smoke. You like working there? Nope, but somebody's got to bring home the bacon. She rolls her eyes at the 5th floor window, and baby always needs that new pair of shoes. She drops the cigarette and stands on it, grinding it under her heel. You thank her and watch as she walks back into the building. Okay, that was fun. So, she told us the name of Chaz, the mobster boss. Did she tell us other information? So, okay. Chaz Boral. So we can visit him and see what he's all about. So what is he? He's a mobster, but he's not super big deal, according to this woman. And she thinks Thomas Deasy is working with Fletcher, the ex-husband of Clara. But she didn't really meet him. He's not allowed in the place. They're all scumbags. She's bringing home the bacon for her husband. Deasy's like his little lap. Clara might be his boss on paper, but not in the real world. So Clara is Thomas Deasy's boss. Remember, he's the bartender, but owns a little bit of the club, of the cafe. But apparently, Deasy is working for this other guy, it seems. Okay, so we'll want to talk to Chaz Burrell in a minute, but let's talk to the other worker first, who is Barry Miller, 098. Duke of Zill says, hopefully we can use this map to pinpoint the 2 streets her second house is on. It's possible, but don't forget, we were told her real name, Cohen. I'm wondering if it's not under Cohen. Let's look up Barry Miller, 98. Barry Miller, the Sidewalk Cafe dishwasher, invites you into his small windowless apartment on Normandy. Did I mark? I marked down 322, but I didn't mark down 98. Let's see. Where's 98? It's fun just to mark these things down. I-5, all the way down here. This is where the dishwasher lives. Down there, off screen. Okay, so we're talking to the dishwasher now. He invites you into his small windowless apartment on Normandy. I'll help however I can, he says, shaking your hand with vigor. I worked for Miss Rose a long time, and I always liked that gal, I did, both on and off the screen. Have you seen her motion pictures? They really are a treat. We should remember to go see her motion picture on that entry. You ask whether Joe Fletcher had been to the restaurant recently. Nah, he doesn't come around. He's still friends with Tom, though. He's our bartender. They go back to the good old days, even before the war, when Tom was Clara's agent. That's the thing about this town, you know. Everyone is in the movies. So this Deasy fellow, you say, what's his connection with Chaz? Mr. Chaz, says Miller. His parents didn't give him a first name? Not so I know, but he's always at the cafe, walking around like he owns the place. To tell the truth, it's like he's Deasy's real boss. You know what I mean? Got that Tom under his thumb. Tom Thumb. That's funny, eh? This one time I seen Mr. Chaz threaten Deasy just by picking up a kitchen knife real slow like. Just turning it over in his hands. Right creepy if you ask me. So he had sway over Deasy, you're saying? Sure, Deasy owes him money for one thing. That's clear as Doris Day. Though I couldn't tell you what from. Gambling, maybe. Gambling, you say? Miller's eyes go wide, like maybe he said too much. It's okay, you tell him. I know about the tables. You've been a great help, and nothing you say will come back to you. He breathes a long, audible sigh of relief. Okay, so we didn't get anything from him. Just confirmation that Tom Deasy owes Chaz money or works for Chaz. Not really important, though. All right, I think maybe we talked to Chaz Burrell. Then we'll try to find Clara's other house. Let's look up Chaz Burrell. So this is the boss of Thomas Deasy, who could be behind all this for all we know. Chaz Burrell, 228E4. .228E4. Okay, here we go. All right, let's see what Chaz has to say. Oh, and then there's Deasy, yes, okay. When you turn up at his house, Chaz Burrell is just sitting down to eat. His dining table has a view of his outdoor pool. He doesn't offer you a plate, but seems oddly pleased to see you, gesturing to the seat across from him. You don't mind, do you, detective? He spreads his napkin on his lap. Beef bourguignon tastes terrible cold. You sit down as a woman with a decanter strides from the kitchen and fills Chaz's wine glass. Her dress and lipstick are ruby red. Don't let me stop you, you say. He swirls the wine, takes a sip, flashes a megawatt smile, and dives into the bourguignon. I'm looking into the deaths of Clara Rose and Joe Fletcher. I was hoping to ask you a few questions. What's to ask about a murder-suicide, he says with his mouth full. Oldest story in the book. How are you so certain? Oh, I'm certain of almost nothing, detective. He points a fork in your direction. But it does seem like a classic equation. Enraged, frequently intoxicated nuisance of a man, plus beautiful, wealthy ex-lover he never deserved. 1 + 1 equals a crying shame, no? Possibly. He sips. The ego is a vulnerable thing, despite all that posturing and talk you see on the silver screen, and well, even right here at this table. He pats the inlaid mahogany. You notice the bruised knuckles, the crooked nose, the cauliflower ears. One thing's for sure, Borrell isn't shy to fight. Oh, they're fighters. Cauliflower ears are the wrestlers normally. What can you tell me about Thomas Deasy? I guess we should make a note, like fighter, like maybe we should be checking out some fighting gyms. Okay, what can you tell me about Thomas Deasy? Chaz puts down his fork, picks up the knife, and smiles. Now that's what you call a case in point. Our Tommy could be the poster boy for male vulnerability. What do you think? Pay a dime to see that? I'm not sure what that means. You give a shrug. Chaz stabs a carrot and holds it up to the light. The thing about Deasy and Fletcher, guys like them, they want to play gangster, they want to play soldier, but they don't want to get too dirty. Those two boys joined the troops not to fight, but because when all your pals are soldiers, you can't just say you're in the pictures and expect to keep getting laid. He snatches the carrot in his teeth, looking at you as he chews. And even more pathetic, they went to war thinking it'd be like a movie. Do you know where Deasy is now? Chaz appears to briefly scan his loyalties, then shrugs. The luxurious Sandman Motel. I think you know it, yeah? If you go see DZ, be sure to let the guy know that the sidewalk still has legs. You make a mental note, then let it go. Do you know who killed Clara, you ask? Borrell seems surprised for a moment, then stabs his food once more. You mean, other than Joe? You wait. Well, I'll tell you. I did hear through the grapevine something about a red-headed, two-headed monster being hired for just such a thing. This monster got a name? Got a couple of them, I'd say, but that's pretty much all I'd say. You're getting tired, Chaz, and your head is throbbing. What about you, Mr. Burrell? You got an alibi? He puts down the knife and lets his hand slowly curl into fists, staring you straight in the eye. Me? I was getting my knuckles painted. Diane, he calls out to the kitchen, picking up the napkin and dabbing at his mouth. That was absolutely delicious. Then he looks at you as if for the first time. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope you weren't hungry. Okay, so... That's not our Diane, is it? Remember we met a Diane early on? Okay, so he thinks that the two redheads might have been hired to kill him. And we ran into those two redheads, right? So let's mark down two redheads hired to kill. Maybe. Maybe. And he gave us the secret phrase. So the secret phrase, we don't need to know the details of it. We just know it came from number 228. So presumably when we try to find DZ at his house, we're not going to find him because now DZ is the one at the hotel. So DZ is the one who's called. DZ is the one at the hotel. It's really looking like DZ. Yeah. The redheads work for Otto, that's right. The redheads work for Otto is right. All right, let's try to find DZ by his house just to read what it says, even though we think it's going to direct us to the hotel or just not tell us anything about it. And then we'll go back to the hotel, if you're ready. So DZ... DZ, Thomas DZ 834D2. And did I drop a pin for E4 Burrell? I did not. So Burrell is in 228 E4. It's nice to have these here so when you look at it, when you're done, you get a feel for all the places you've been. Okay, so DZ is 834D2. So a question is this going to be his house or is this the... Yeah, this is going to be his house. This isn't the Sandman. Okay, let's look up what happens when we stop by Thomas DZ's house. When you arrive at Thomas DZ's house, there's a white Chevrolet in the driveway, but nobody answers the doorbell. You go around back where you find a woman on her knees in the garden, hair tied up with a colorful scarf. She gives you a quick glance. If you're looking for Tom, I kicked him out. She stabs her trowel into the earth, carving out a heart-sized hole. You introduce yourself, but she doesn't seem interested. She sinks a white rose into the hole and digs her fingers through the soil around it. Apparently satisfied, she stands up and removes her gloves. I'm Samantha, she says, and Tom is a cheating scumbag. I'm not sure what else there is to know. Do you know where he is, you ask? Don't know and don't care. She walks toward the house. You follow her into a crowded back entry filled with gardening supplies. She moves some empty pots to retrieve a bag of fertilizer, hands it to you, and plants her hands on her hips. Say, you want a drink? I can't, you say, on duty, but thanks. You carry the fertilizer out and set it down on the grass. Then you leave Samantha Deasy your card in case her husband turns up. Or in case she wants to give you a call when you're off duty, it sounds like. Okay, so that was as expected, but now we know he's at the Sandman Hotel, which we have the secret for. Okay, so where does the chat want to go next? As Jonathan points out, we've got Clara's other house, we've got her accountant, we've got the hotel. It sounds like maybe we should go to the hotel last, since it took so much effort to get there. So maybe you want to check about Clara's old house. There's also the wife of Hale that I think we might be able to find somehow. But shall we try to find Clara's old house? Duke of Zil says the Secret Phase Hotel is my vote. I think we gotta wait on that one. I think that's gonna open up some stuff. So I think maybe we wait a little bit. So I vote we try the accountant. That's been long overdue, Bob Hall. So is Bob Hall in the accountant's directory in Yellow Pages, or is he going to be by his name? Probably both. Accounting Services, Leslie Accounting, 001. Now let's look up Hall. Robert Hall. Oh, it's a different location. Okay, I thought it was going to be the same. Interesting. So he's not a registered... it's not Leslie Accounting. All right, so let's look up Bob Hall. Robert Hall, 864. So if you played Gumshoe, one of the things that happened in Gumshoe is there was a lot of moving around just for the sake of atmosphere and flavor. Like you go to a place and it would send you to another place and send it to you another place just to do a bit of flavor. And we're getting a lot of that in this game. We're going to places and just getting to talk to the characters. And it's a relaxed pace. And it gives you the flavor of it. It's much more of a story. Q4. And I'm not complaining about it at all. So Robert Hall is in 864. So Q4, that's the other side, Greater Los Angeles. So let's take a look at our map here of downtown Los Angeles. And Q4 864. We haven't located much places here. We haven't been to many places here. Q4 864. I'm loving the way this map works with giving us these grid locations. That makes it easy to find places. Sometimes when you search for the Sherlock Holmes Consulting detective and it'll say 76 Southeast, it takes you 10 minutes to find where that building is because they're jammed in there, not always in order. 864. Okay, let's see what the accountant has to say. We know that we're told that the accountant and Tom Deasy had some disagreements. You're at the home office of Bob Hall, accountant. Well, I wasn't officially her accountant, he says. Miss Rose hired me as an auditor on an informal basis. You take a sip of the ice water he's poured for you and ask what that means. Hall sits down behind his desk, his back perfectly straight, as is the ledger on his desk, the pencil next to it, the part in his silver hair, his pocket square and bow tie. It means that I was asked by her to check the books for irregularities. And did you find any? That I did. Can you tell me about them? That I can. Hall walks to a filing case, retrieves a small file and places it precisely in the center of the desk. squaring the edges as he opens it. The records are quite thorough for hash house standards, and all the money that left her cafe made it to the bank. But that's where the good news ends. So what about the bad? Hall draws 4 sheets from the file and spreads them evenly across the desk. There is more red than white or black. You squint through the slaughter. What am I looking at, you ask? Each loss is marked in red. He slides a finger down a column. $1 here, $1 there. Doesn't look like much. But in aggregate, his finger stops at a 5-digit number in the negative. Some of it's damaged inventory. Some is no sales on the register tape. And then there is labor, where what's been paid is double or triple over labor hired. Okay, you say, so maybe Clara and her friends aren't the best businessmen. Maybe it's more about the generosity, free drinks, parties, torn up dinner bills. After all, her main job was being a movie star, no? This kind of generosity, says Hall, tapping the file for emphasis, you don't recover from. Long and short of it, my professional opinion, someone was bleeding the cafe dry. Someone other than Clara Rose. A silent partner? Ernie Kellogg? There's a chance he knew, but all signs point to Thomas Deasy. And you've got to understand, Clara Rose wasn't just doing this for fun. This represented the next stage of life for her, a secure future after the movies. And did you get a chance to tell her? I sure did, says Hall, with something like regret in his voice. He touches the ink-strewn paper, and the next thing I know, she's the one covered in red. So he did tell her, and maybe that's what she called about, to let him know. It'd be nice if he said when he told her, but maybe that's what she called to speak to him and tell him, hey, I know you've been bleeding me dry. And we're going to meet, you're fired, and all that. However, I do want to point something out. We're told in the newspaper about the break-in. Okay? Now listen to this. Broke in the house, I believe it was in February, it said. This paper is from April 1st, and I believe the break-in happened in February, if I'm correct. Break-in at her home. The incident occurred in February while Rose was abroad. And in February is this note that says, I'm begging you for your own sake, you must stop. Come back to bed. We made this bed. We have to live in it. You'd have nothing without me. No career, no cafe, no nothing. You are mine and I am yours. So way back in February, something has started. And let me point out also, while we're here, that Deasy was her manager in the old days. So that makes sense. No career, no cafe, no nothing. So it really sounds like Deasy is maybe the one leaving this note. But the thing is, it can't have been, I guess we don't know when she hired this Bob Hall guy. I just want to point out that way back in February, she's getting these threatening notes. So it's not like this just came to a head. Do we know when she hired Bob Hall? I don't think we do. Okay. He was her agent back in the old days, yes. All right, so Thomas Deasy. But we're still not ready to visit Thomas Deasy yet because we've got her old house to find, right? And maybe even there was an interesting combination about the boxing, them being boxers. Let's see if we can find Clara's other house. We know it's on Gramercy and Olympic, and we know her real name is Sandra Cohen. Let's see if there's a directory entry for Sandra Cohen. I don't see an entry for Cohen. That was my theory, that we were going to find her that way. All right, well, let's look at what's on Gramercy and Olympic, huh? This is the first time we've ever been asked to find someplace by name. Well, here's Olympic. Where's Gramercy? Here's Olympic Boulevard. Because we don't know what map it's on either. Don't know what that is. Looking for Gramercy. Don't see any Gramercy there. I wonder. We may have to go look up where they talked about this other house, because I'm not sure we'd be able to. Even if we found this location here. Here's Olympic Boulevard. Here. Olympic. See if you can see Gramercy. Well, here's Gramercy and Olympic right here. All right, let's put a little special mark on this. So, where was it? Gramercy and Olympic is right there. Can you guys see that? Let's do close up. So there's Gramercy and Olympic. There are a couple places nearby. Nothing exactly on that corner, though. That suggests... I don't know what that suggests to me. I don't think we can just walk into these places. That does not seem fair. Where did we hear about her second house? It was at her mother's, right? So let's go 232. Let's read that again. Let's see what it said. All right, so we visit Clara's mother. I'm investigating the death of Clara. Sandy, says her mother. You know she had another house too. She was spending more time there since the break-in. Might be worth knocking on that door. Since the break-in? She looks at you as if trying to ascertain just how much of a clod you really are. And her name is Cohen. Her real name is Cohen. Sandra Cohen. C-O-H-E-N. Where did she say where her other house is? Might you have his card? Also the address of Sandra's other house. And do you mind if I look around? Now you're getting pushy. It's a big house with lots of light, but not as opulent as you might have thought. She's talking about her current house. P.O. Box. Oh, she doesn't give us the address. Where did we get that it was on Gramercy? Where did we read that? Gramercy and Olympic. It's not in, I don't think it's in this entry. Oh, here we go. She hands you the information you asked for and turns away. There are two separate address cards. One says Detective Henry McTeague and the other Clara Rose. You note the location of the new house near Gramercy and Olympic. It's telling us that we note the address, but it's not telling it to us. Near Gramercy and Olympic. I mean, we could look at the two places that are closest to Gramercy and Olympic, but that's a bit troublesome. I don't know. What do you make of that? On one hand, the paragraph seems to say that we're told the exact address, which would make it so we should be able to see it. On the other hand, we're given an address, but there's actually two places near there and nothing exactly there. That's very odd. And it's Olympic Boulevard. Do you think there's another Olympic Street? How strange. I mean, we can certainly peek at it. I wouldn't be surprised if one of our informants doesn't know her address. If it didn't tell us that we wrote down the address, I'd be much more reluctant to just look up the entry. What do you guys think? John says, it's weird that it gave you a card with Clara Rose, but it wants you to look up. Yeah, Clara Rose, when we looked up, is how we got to the mother's house. And Cohen, her real name, there is no entry for. We do have informants, don't forget, that we haven't visited yet. Our supervisor, the coroner, agency archives, city editor, taxi driver, Hollywood gossip, police informant, and underworld informant. Okay, so I think I'm inclined to just peek at those since it tells us we're given the address. But is there any place else we need to go other than the hotel with DZ? Is there any place else we need to go? Other than our informants, and maybe a fight club, maybe Hale's wife. Birth record, we found a birth record for Eli Pent, which we think is the Clara's movie name. But we could try to look up Pent. Maybe it's under Pent. Let's see if anyone's under Pent, because those are names we want to see. Remember, the kid's birth certificate has the mother of Pent, and that's the role she played in her first movie. Okay, there's no entry for Pent, so that's a fake name or whatever. So at least there's that. I really thought her other name was going to be under Sandra Cohen. Okay, so we got some choices. Jonathan says, I agree with Zill. I think a peak would be justifiable. Could it be under Rose Carla instead of Cara Rose? But that seems very silly. Yeah, it does seem silly. We weren't given her address anywhere, were we? No. I mean, the police records of the break-in might have her address. There's no doubt that we'll peek if we don't find it someplace else. The only question is, should we put off peeking until we rule out other stuff? But it said we had the address, so I'm inclined to just go look. All right, let's look. Let's peek. 451 is the place that looks closest. Okay, it looks like this is the place. All right, this is her place. Hopefully, I mean, it is where they said, so I guess we're gonna say it's there. We'll see if we'll try to remember if we came across it some other way, someplace later, or maybe this is something to point out. We haven't found any other bugs until this. All right, let's read this. You walk up the front stairs of a grand 3-story house off Pico Boulevard. A tall black woman opens the door before you get a chance to knock. She has smiling lips and crying eyes. You introduce yourself. May Whitehead, she says. Clara's things will be picked up tomorrow. She turns back into the house. I hope whatever you need to do can be finished today. You follow her into a drawing room with provincial-style furniture. The house hardly looks lived in, certainly not by Clara Rose. The walls are decorated with impressionist prints, a sailboat, a flower vase, children playing in the sand. She only lived here a few weeks, trying to get away from her troubles, somewhere further away from that awful man. And look how that turned out. Tears well up in her eyes. Would you say that you and Clara were close? She nods. She was one of my best friends. I was sad to think of her going abroad, even for a little while. Now she's never coming back. You can see this is hard for her, but can't tell if she's holding back sobs or something else. You offer her a handkerchief from your pocket and ask if she can tell you more about Clara's plans as you're trying to establish a timeline. The night before the murder, she was at the Trocadero. When did she return? Oh, not terribly late, maybe 11:30. A chauffeur dropped her off. She was very upset, crying, but wouldn't tell me what it was about. Oh, Clara. How did she seem the next morning? I couldn't say. She was very quiet. She was going in for reshoots. I thought that was the last thing she said. We're doing reshoots today. No mention of the night before or even London. You take a look around the house, but don't find anything of interest. You thank Miss Whitehead for all her help. I just hope she's in a better place, she says, and follows you to the door. You hear the radio crackling when you get back to your car. It sounds like the agency has an update to the case. To hear the agency dispatch message, proceed to 556. I'm just a little nervous because this is the kind of thing that you would trigger to enter Act 2, like a staged act such that the persons would never find that place until something else happened. But all right, we're going to keep going with it. So 451, and in the chat, Duke of Zill saying this was a clue that we would have had to work hard to find because we had to find on the map where Gramercy and Olympic was. I mean, I agree with you. That's kind of cool that you might have to search the map for quite a while to figure out where that intersection is. I just would have been happier if that was right on the corner. But Clara's other house, this is the house she was currently staying at. So what are we told here? She was quite upset. She came home at 11:30, driven by the chauffeur, which is the same thing that the club owner told us about. So I wonder if we can find the chauffeur, like at the taxi service or something. Going in for reshoots. Hope she's in a better place. Radio. Okay, so radio update number 556. So let's just check. None of our informants are 556. No, they're not. Our agency is 010. We haven't been to any of our informants yet. You think we should hold off on the dispatch? Should we do DZ first and then go to the dispatch? All right, let's do DZ first before we go to the dispatch. Although, I think it's going to be okay. All right, are you ready to go to the hotel? Okay, Jonathan says hold off dispatch till after the hotel, and Dukersville agrees. Okay, so now it's time for us to go to the hotel, right? There's nowhere else for us to go other than our informants and a couple of the other places that we're sort of... Let's think. What are the places that I was thinking we might go to here? If there was a boxing organization... we've got churches, orphanage, Moon Theater, mortuary, the social club, furniture, grocery, lodging, hardware supplies, restaurants, services. All right, I don't see any boxing. Oh, boxing club. Can we go to the boxing club? I want to see if they know anyone there. Because our guy Fletcher, who has hands bruised, looks like he might be a boxer, and Chaz looks like a boxer. So here is a boxing club. So if you don't mind, I'd like to go to that boxing club. See if there's anything there. 712. Let me see if there's an entry for it before I put a mark on it. Okay, there is an entry, so I'm going to put a mark on it. N2 is on the other side, downtown. N2, 712 Boxing Club. Okay, so we know Chaz is a boxer, and we know Fletcher looks like a boxer. The cracked sign for Bilton Boxing Club buzzes loudly, a dentist drill of modern lighting, illuminating a stained staircase behind a coin laundry. The doors are pasted with yellowed newspaper and distinctly uninviting. You pop some aspirin and pull them open. Inside, a wiry, spectacled man is wrapping a kid's beefy hands in white tape. When he finishes, he holds the kid by the neck and looks him in the eye. Clean punches, Danny. Danny nods and bounds away. The man turns, glancing up and down. For sure you ain't a member here. You ask about Chaz Burrell, and if he was here on the day Clara was killed. Mr. Barrell, you say? The gym goes quiet. A crowd of large men drift towards you. He was here Saturday morning, after church, of course. Sparred with little Bruno over there. He points over his shoulder. The heavyweight encroaching on your personal space forces you to step around him. Little Bruno claps his chalky hands together, making clouds in the air like some vengeful thunder god. He digs the balls of his feet into the concrete beneath an impossibly loaded barbell, grabs hold with a wide grip. Excuse me, you say. Bruno lets out a defeated sigh. Did you spar with Chaz Burrell? He sidesteps the bar, scooping more chalk from a bucket, 1,000-yard stare sizing you up. Who wants to know, he says. At least that's what it sounds like. You can barely hear him over the speed bags and fans. I'm with the Global Detective Agency. Can you tell me where you saw him last? Little Bruno motions for you to come closer. When he whispers in your ear, you realize there's something wrong with his voice. It's like he's been punched in the throat. Saturday, Bruno forces, rubbing his chalked up hands. Every Saturday after church. Thanks, big guy, you say. He winces a smile, claps his hand in the air, and steps onto the bar again. Okay, so that's an alibi for Chaz, basically. That's all it was. Okay. Shall we go to the hotel room now? There are a couple more places I wanted to walk into, but I think maybe do those some other, when we run out of other stuff. Like I did want to see if we could find the wife dressed up in her fancy clothing by one of the alteration people, etc. Okay, are you ready for the hotel? And the secret phrase. Is there any other place to go to besides the dispatch update? And our informants, of course. Okay, Duke of Zelsa is ready. Okay, here we go. We're going to 810, which is the Sandman Hotel. Do you know the secret phrase? If you do, subtract 199 from the lead. Okay, so the lead we found was 228. So if we subtract 100, we get 28. And then we add 1, we get 29. So it should be 29. Okay, let's see, 29, and if it's not there, it means I did my addition wrong. Okay, here's 29. I'm going to put a little mark here to keep with what we said before of keeping track of where we go. Since this place isn't on the map, I'll mark it here. Okay. Here we go. This could be important. Walking alongside the gurgling pool, you cross the Sandman parking lot one more time. Locate the right number and knock on the door. When finally he opens, Thomas Deasy is even less impressive than you've come to imagine. Average height, average looks, not groomed enough to suggest any style, not rough enough to seem intriguing. The only point of note at all, apart from the dame hiding behind him, is the brand new, ill-fitting trilby hat sitting atop his head. You take yours off as you step inside. Hey, says the gal, you can't just come in here. You look at her, skinny, disheveled, and nervous, and offer up a nod. Mr. Deasy asked me in, didn't you, Tom? Deasy, still standing where he answered the door, says nothing. The gal says, who are you? I'm a weary soul, you admit, who has had a long day and could probably do with a drink. You sit down on one of the beds. The gal looks at Deasy, who motions for her to do something. You place your hat next to you. Bad luck, says the gal, crossing to the icebox. How's that? A hat on a bed. That's mighty bad juju. Oh, you say, just for me or for all of us? She shrugs. You do too, and leave the hat where it is. Tom Deasy stares at it. When the woman hands you a bourbon and soda, she also reaches out and touches the turkey egg lump behind your hairline. Ouch, she says. You should have been off duty hours ago, and it's really been a hell of a day, so you take a sip, put the glass on the windowsill, and prepare to take some notes. Now, Mr. Deasy, how about Tom instead? Deasy nods. Now, Mr. Tom, Deasy winces. You are aware that Clara Rose, your once star client, friend of more than 20 years and generous employer, was found dead extremely recently and under curious circumstances. Deasy nods. And you are also aware that your studio wingman, your brother-in-arms, your Fleabag Motel buddy and husband of Clara, Mr. Joe Fletcher, was also found dead at the scene. You sip your drink. Deasy persists with the nodding. And you could probably surmise that various people connected with law enforcement, including myself, have been actively concerned with your whereabouts. To his nodding, he adds a shrug. You notice a colony of small sweat beads gathering beneath his ill-fitting hatband. You gesture for him to sit down on the other bed. Did he pick up the wrong hat? Remember, the man in the, Joe Fletcher fell down with his hat. And there's the photo. Did we read something about the hat not fitting him? Did he pick up the wrong hat? Just an idea. Sweat beads gathering beneath his ill-fitting hatband. You gesture for him to sit down on the other bed. So here's the thing, you say. I've had all this time now, wondering where you've been, to really think about things. And do you know what I think? He opens his mouth but doesn't come up with words. I think I could just go ahead and arrest you now. The skinny girl with gentle hands lets out a little yelp. At least for embezzlement, theft, and fraud. And I doubt your victim being a well-loved, tragically deceased, sadly missed all-American starlet will help your case very much. Deasy gets up and pours himself a glass of scotch neat. And I'm also thinking, you say, that I could add some more. Extortion, for example. Or what about blackmail? Really? Is there any crime you didn't perpetrate against your dear friend? Oh, and then there's murder, of course. I'd hate to see what you do to your enemies. That's enough, says Deasy, finally finding his voice. You've got it all wrong. He slugs down the scotch and sits on the bed, staring into his empty glass. It was Fletch who was extorting her. Blackmailed her. He looks at the gal, shakes his head, and takes a long breath. That's what their whole sham marriage was. He says, all those years, one long extortion blackmail honeymoon. But she'd finally had enough of it, and he was losing control and getting desperate. The funny thing, no matter how wrong he might have been, he was still so in love with her, even more so after the war. But he was pretty mixed up. We both were, I guess. He turns the glass over and stares at its bottom. But there was something about Clara, it's hard to explain. It's like she wanted to be used, loved and stepped on at the same time. I know how that sounds, but it's not an excuse. It's true. He lifts his head and he looks at you. Sure, I took advantage. Everyone did. The cafe books, you've probably been talking to that Weasel Hall. It wasn't just my doing. It was everyone's doing, and Clara knew it. She knew all about it, at least on some level. She'd go to the wall for just about anyone except herself. It's like she wanted the punishment, and the whole town can dish out that. He breathes, opens his mouth again, then stops. You ask if Clara was always that way. Nope, says Deasy firmly. You look at him straight. Do you know when it's changed? Sure do, he says, returning the look. Down to the day, even right down to the hour. But that's something I'll never tell. I know you think I did her wrong, and I'm sure I did, but I never broke that promise. And I never used her secrets as threats. Other people did, but that's where I draw the line. Oh, and you should also know I didn't kill her. You stand up. Of course you didn't. They can't quite tell if you're being sarcastic. You finish your drink and walk to the door. One last question. Do you happen to know a two-headed, red-headed monster? What do you mean? I'm not entirely sure. Maybe some ginger twins with a habit of hurting people? The Webb brothers? You must be talking about the Webb brothers. I guess I must. You open the door. By the way, the cops will probably be here soon, and also you should call your wife. She misses you. You tip your hat to the skinny girl and exit the parking lot. The swimming pool is bubbling. You step into your car, pop an aspirin, and merge into the traffic. Okay, so we learn the name of the two redheads. So 029 is DZ. So he confesses, but not to killing. Confesses to the books, stealing money, but not the blackmail or murder. He says Fletcher was blackmailing her. And he seems to be suggesting that Fletcher was blackmailing her all along. But we saw the writing did not seem to match Fletcher's, although maybe it's because Fletcher was drunk. I don't know. And these blackmail letters say us. You're forcing us to do this. Very strange. This part about no career, no cafe, okay. I'm not sure. But now DZ says that Clara wanted people to use her and punish her because of something that happened on a very specific day. Which we're guessing is April 3rd, the day of her, when she had a baby, is what we think. April 3rd was the bad day when she gave up her baby. Now that I think about it, if we look at this kid on the birth record, oh, he was born April 3rd. Did we already pick that up? I can't remember if we picked up on that before. That the birth certificate for Andrew Pent is April 3rd. Birth date, that just confirms Andrew Eli Pent. Pent being the name that Clara Rose used in his first picture. So I'm not sure how we missed that before, but now it makes sense. And that's probably when things went bad, which would be April 3rd, 1930, the date of birth of the son, or the date she found out she was pregnant. And it could be that the Hollywood producers said, you know, you can't have a kid, it'll ruin your image. And maybe they took the kid away from her, and that's when her life started going down the drain. I'm still quite... the one part of this that rubs me the wrong way is it sounds like DZ is sort of telling the truth. He's like, he didn't give up the secret of what made her upset. He's not telling us. That lends credence to us believing him. But then he's saying it's Fletch who was extorting her, blackmailed her. That's what their whole sham marriage was, one long extortion, blackmail honeymoon. So the thing that's going against that is that these notes about blackmail, one is saying us. This one is me. You have nothing without us. This one is me. But they're clearly written in the same handwriting. It's very odd. It's clearly the same handwriting. Sorry, let me show you. It's clearly the same handwriting. The exclamation points are these same hollow circled exclamation points. Clara's written exactly the same. One is us, one is me. And then this part about you'd be nothing without me, no career, made me think that it was DZ, since he was her early manager. Do we know when she met Joe Fletcher? Did he help her in career as well? I don't know. We're going to have to think about that. I'm not sure who wrote these because they really look different from the handwriting of this sheet, which was found in Fletcher's house that presumably he wrote it, and it looks completely different. Although it's got a fancy Y, and he is drunk. Any exclamation point here? Oh, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is him, his handwriting. He has the exclamation point with the circle. And he does have a fancy Y. But it really didn't look the same. But maybe that's just because he's drunk. All right, I take it back when I said these are clearly different handwriting. I'm not so sure anymore. Do you guys have any thoughts? Does that... They both have that identical exclamation point. It's true. Maybe I take it back. Maybe he was just drunk, so he wasn't writing as cleanly as he did when he wasn't. I see the exclamation points look very similar. The Y's have the similar loopiness. Here's a capital M. That looks like that capital M. That's pretty distinctive. Capital M. Anything else that's distinctive? D looks reasonably similar. N looks reasonably similar. A down line, and then the rest of it. Down line, the rest of it. Okay, I changed my mind. I'm ready to admit that this handwriting is the same, meaning it's Fletcher who was blackmailing her from day one. Okay, so it's still, we still have to explain this me versus us, but I think I'm ready to say that it very well could be the same handwriting. Okay, that was good. In the chat, Duke of Zill says, if Fletcher is not doing the blackmailing, why is he in possession of that birth certificate? Yeah, I think it does make sense that Fletcher is doing the blackmailing and he's using the birth certificate to do it. Okay, it's time for another 8-minute break. I'll see you in 8 minutes and we'll discuss what we want to do and when we want to break for the day. Think about if you're ready to play the next session tomorrow, if we should stop here after 7 hours and continue tomorrow, or if we should play for another hour, and whether you guys are free tomorrow to play. We'll discuss that after we get back from our break. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are at a juncture here where we feel like we understand most of the case. It's not exactly clear to us how much there is left, and we're faced with this conundrum whether to keep playing now, it's been 7 hours, or whether to have a second session. My gut tells me we're going to need a second session, and if that's true, but a shorter session. If that's true, maybe we should stop here. Let's go into the chat for a second. We're talking about if we continue tomorrow. Jonathan says, I'll say this about the game now. It seems like they could have sold this as a base game with map, directory, and case, then sold separate cases just as books. Well, that is so true. I mean, just for a second here, just take a look at this map. This side of this map, we've been to 3 places. This entire downtown LA must have 100 marks on it. We've been to 3 of them. And we're done with this case. It's insane that this is a one-off. Someone needs to start writing expansions for this using this map. Both sides of this map. It's insanity. They had to have designed this thinking they were going to do more cases on this map. It's mind-boggling. We have got to learn the history of this. No one went to so much trouble to make this map with so many locations, and then it doesn't get used in another case. That just blows my mind. It blows my mind. Unless I'm missing something about the other cases that they do use this map, but it's not in the box I have, or I didn't notice it. Okay, let's talk about what's left to do. I think, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to say. We're going to stop here, and we're going to continue tomorrow. Now, Duke of Zill says, I finish work at midnight Illinois time, so I'm free 30 minutes after that. Okay. Jonathan and I will discuss whether we might, if we think we don't have a full 7-hour second session, we could actually start playing at 12:30 instead of 11 p.m. because it's not like we've got a whole bunch of people that we're trying to start. 11 p.m. is very late, but anyone who could come at 11 presumably could come at 12:30 a.m. So maybe to accommodate Duke of Zill, we'll start the second session tomorrow at 12:30. I don't know. We'll have to talk with Jonathan. We'll have to figure it out. But I think the thing is to stop here so that we have a nice full session tomorrow. And I think we're going to want some time to talk about it, to talk about this system, how amazing it is, and make sure we're going to want to go and read everything we missed originally. In the interim between the 2 games, I'll mark the paragraphs we've read so that we can go back and actually see and read everything in this game. And I know we're going to want to talk about it for a while. We still have a bunch of leads to look at. We have to go to all the informants leads, and there's some discussion here in the chat whether they're only going to be hint systems or open up new stuff. There's this dispatch that we haven't read. That does seem, as Duke of Zill says, it's kind of like a cliffhanger, so we'll start the next session by reading that. We don't know if it's going to be minor or big. We've also just learned about the Weber brothers, which are the 2 red-headed giants. So we've got that lead to go through, and maybe there'll be some other things we realize we didn't check out. There may be some places we want to look at to see if we can find some little side stories or whatever. So given that we think tomorrow's going to be a shorter session, I suggest we just end it here. We not talk about this game, and we'll save all that for tomorrow's second session. And the plan is going to be to start that. Jonathan seems to be agreeable. We'll start that one late at 12:30 a.m. And then Duke of Zill can join us, and we'll play and we'll wrap it up and then talk about this experience. But yeah, one of us needs to write to the Mysterious Package Company and ask them for some history on who the author of this is, and how it came to be that we have such amazing maps that are only going to be touched on for this case. This is the kit to use to make your own fan expansions for a gumshoe-like game. Like, it seems like this is rich environment for us to make more. And maybe there's something I'm misunderstanding about the other cases. Maybe they still use this map, although I don't think so. All right, so we're going to wrap it up here. Anything, Jonathan or Duke of Zil, you want to say before we end? And we'll continue this discussion and talk about the game. We'll give our review and our thoughts on the game at length tomorrow. But anything we need to say again for tonight before we wrap this up? I mean, I'm impressed. You can see we all have been impressed by the writing and just the experience and the fact that the game is taking its time fleshing all this out. The mysteries haven't been very confounding. It feels like it's all laying itself out for us fairly cleanly, but we'll see. Duke of Zil says, just that I'm very impressed with the whole presentation. I agree. It's only wanting a slightly more difficult mystery that I'm hoping that I could ask for, but the total experience is pretty darn impressive. And it feels like Gumshoe. I mean, this is the sequel to Gumshoe. If you liked Gumshoe, here you go. Here's an additional case. All right, so we'll wrap it up there. I'll see you tomorrow at 12:30 a.m., our latest starting stream. We'll continue there. We'll finish the game, and then we'll give our thoughts and review it. So 12:30 a.m. Wednesday evening, Thursday morning. And I'll see you then.